How's it going, Frappy? Oh, oh my gosh, I dropped my pencil. But we're working on it right now, Frappy. It's kind of getting dark. It's kind of getting sad. What's up, bro? How's it going? Oh, this thing is like over here playing, so now I know the audio's right. Before anybody says, "Oh, I can't hear you," yeah, you can. You're drawing Val and Yudi? I'm still working on like because I was thinking it'd be cool if the background or like the full establishing shot was colored. I mean, not colored, was like a manga style, but the pieces were fully colored. Like this one will be fully colored, and this will be fully colored, this will be fully colored, and this one will be fully colored. But yeah, this is a thought that I've had for a minute, right, Bri? So she okay, so I mentioned this before, but all of them, they all have like this illness, right? Which ends up like which ends up which they have an expiration date, let's just say that, right? And so what happens is two people already gone. We're not gonna mention them, right? I just came home from school 3 minutes ago. Oh wow, so you just sorry. But in that same thing that ends up happening, I'm debating on her also getting, right? So this is still a maybe. I don't know. I don't know if she's going to be I don't know if she's also going to got, but yeah. So I'm thinking of a dark background, actually. Obviously not black, but if I do it this way, oh, you guys can't see. Let's lower this then, because it's nighttime, and that's why I even have like the sky and everything pretty dark. So like I said, I'm playing around with it. Okay, I'm playing around with it for now. I'd like to apologize for yes. Alright, Zara. Alright. Apology accepted. Apology accepted. Okay, so I haven't drawn Garren in a while, or as Froppy likes to call him, Potato Chip Boy. Oh no, Dorito Boy. That's what Froppy calls him. I haven't drawn him in a minute, and that's who we're drawing right now. I was working on this after I finished up this one, and I forgot his eyelashes are red, so I had to change them. Alright, I have a couple references of him nearby too, so that's good. Dorito Boy, yeah. She literally got a Dorito chip and put it on his hair. Crazy disrespectful. I think I still have the pictures, to be honest. I think I still have it. I was thinking in this angle right here, we can do like the blackout eyes thing like they be doing in manga, especially because it's raining. I thought it'd be interesting, like right here, we don't see his eyes. Or if we do see his eyes, It's like um it's also kind of like hatched out. So like I said, this is a thought. And by the way, she's the one we just drew, bruh. Suki. This one right here. Uh, her right here. This is her. Sunny, dang. It's been like 50 years. What's going on, man? It's time for a random Sunny check-in. Yeah. How's it going, Sunny? Yeah. How's the raccoon? Wait, didn't you say the raccoon kind of got last time? You sent it to me on Discord? Ooh. This is looking nice. From the sketch to where you are now? Really good. I love the rendering. That looks weird right now. I can see the vision though. Yo, Froppy's glowed up, man. Wow. But trust the process. I'm trusting it. I'm trusting it. I believe you. I've seen what you've been making lately. Let's get the nose in there. Obviously, this is just still our sketch. I just want to get him a little bit more cut, you know. This is the scene too, like where um Garren ends up crashing out for the first time. Like this is like the biggest crash out in my story. The craziest of all crash outs. I mean, like I said, I'm still working on like this. I don't know if it's going to happen exactly this way. I just know somebody else needs to, to go, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be her. But I don't know yet. It might be, it might not be. It might be finalized, it might not be. Yeah, he's been gone for a minute. Yeah, had a feeling. Sorry for your loss. Not the raccoon. Yeah. Let's move this over here. Let's make sure we get it centered. I don't know why, for some reason, Froppy, I thought you were going to send me the Dorito picture. I was about to say, what the heck? You still got it? Let's put some white in there, because this is still our sketch, just so I can have a good understanding of. What's going on? Because it's raining in this image, you know. I'm gonna have to get the darkened background of this one also. But I don't like panels, but I thought of doing like a little. I can do it right now. No, 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 no. It's fine. It's fine. I don't need to see it again. But what was I thinking? What was I thinking? Oh, I don't like doing panels, but I was thinking because I was reading some webtoons a couple days ago. I was thinking I could do like a webtoon thing. You know what I mean? So if I do panels, and there's another one that I want to work on too with Peggy. Finally, I've been talking about doing that one for a long time, but now I have time. I'm gonna do the one with Peggy, and then he has obviously his cross right here. The ear should be, yeah, right here. I mean, I have the sketch, but it's still like I'm just trying to make sure it's correct. Same thing. Um, because I'm thinking, as I showed here, it's kind of like grassy lands type thing. So I'm gonna have to like have her. I mean, I don't know. Like I have to look at references of that, like how it would look exactly. I never really drew it that way before. down one more. Like that. I haven't drawn him in a while, but I'm pretty sure he has like, I think he has, does he have tattoos? I don't think he does, but he does have markings somewhere. Okay, so it's on the base, on the back of his neck, so I guess we don't have to worry about it here. But here, we'll have to worry about it. We'll have to worry about it there. Oh snap, Titan, what's going on, my guy? Alright, so like right up here, we'll come down. Make sure it's on point. Okay. From this to here, so this part has to go higher. Wait. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? Let's try to adjust this a little bit. I don't like drawing like straight on, but so that's what we're doing. Do you love writing sad lore? Probably. Why is that? Why do you like writing sad lore? You need some happy stuff. You don't have any characters that go through some good things? Oh, and by the way, May, this is finished one of him. Nothing much, just writing. Okay, everybody writing today? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. What are you writing? I mean, if you don't mind me asking. It's like right here. It's like this part right here. It comes down about right here. Okay, so a little bit tighter. And no, I don't have any happy OCs. Well, you're exes, but he still likes her a lot. Dang, they're complicated. Okay, I want to finish writing my first arc, first story today too. Nice, man. Get it done, damn man, get it done. Okay, so I have to remember with these serratus muscles, I think that's what it's called. So like, cause I know it goes like up, like so, and then it has like a thing kind of like, I think, and then it comes, and then something like that. This is completely bad, I know it. I know it's bad. Yep, I know it's off. This one's even too high. Wow. Okay. Okay. Oh shoot. Okay, as long as nothing breaks. But wow. Nice. 1930s. But obviously some magical elements in there. There's something else that I feel like I'm missing. Like the texture. Okay. The texture of his hair. I remember the first time I drew these two. It was Valentine's Day 2020. First time I showed you guys them. Valentine's Day 2020. 2020 what? Was it 2020 something? Yeah, 2020 and then I last something. I don't know. Yeah, that's fair. Well, this is the biggest crash out in my story, but she's very bubbly and excuse me. Let's go for mechanic. She also cute, yeah. Alright, so and what I'm gonna have him wearing, I think, because this is like post like battle, as you can see. I mean, obviously this isn't the final things, but these are some spears around because there's like this big like war that happens, right? And you know, obviously ends up ending in a lot of people getting got, but she's one of the main people who does. And I'm thinking what I want him to be wearing. Now we have to brainstorm. Why didn't you think about this before? I know. Listen, I just started the sketch yesterday, okay? I just started the sketch yesterday. I've been thinking about it for some time now, but I started it. I mean, actually, I started it today because I finished this like today. So yeah, I started this today at like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, one of those. But do you enjoy writing, May? Because I know you did say you took like a little hiatus from drawing. Have you been writing in that said? Alright, actually, we are going to dark. Okay. Nova. Oh, Dart is somebody else, huh? I thought Dart and Alex were the same person. I think on this piece, like, I don't want him wearing, Wait, whoop. Wrong there. I told my friend about my so confused. She was really confused. I mean, it makes sense, especially if it's not done. Everybody's gonna be confused. Because you have all the answers, they don't. Camo? I mean, well, it's not like a... it doesn't take place in the modern day. Like these... It takes place in a... medieval-ish world. Bringing in his waste a bit. Skip that. Because I don't like drawing noses, obviously, in like this realistic sense. But I still like to know the planes, so when I draw the nose like this, I have a good idea. And you see how I draw noses? I like to simplify it, right? But I'm thinking about the whole plane of the nose. Put a nostril here. And he has a piercing. Alright, so the piercing goes here and here. So the piercing will move down here. You want the final sketch? Wait, what? Got 5 hours up? Wait, you're drawing something, Titan? is, is this is this real life? Titan's back from the hiatus? Oh. Oh. For class. Simplified like this. So he's the type of person also who doesn't really show emotions. Well, he is like the leader of like the family, so it does make sense in a way why he is so serious most of the time. A tunic with belt and pants. Hmm. I mean, we could do that because, like I said, this is after the battle. So, thinking that the fight went on, because the thing is, what happened was they came to their house, right? Because okay, so I remember I told you guys, I mentioned this before, but some of you guys could be new here, so don't remember or don't know. But in my world, there's something called demon spawns, right? And they are people who have these marks. But the thing is, like, it's from a mutation of their surroundings, so it doesn't have anything to do with demons or anything. But the one of the churches in the whatchamacallit, in my world, has coined that term for these people. And oh no, his eyes don't go that way. It comes down like this and then like this and then like this. Yeah. So for everything that ends up happening, or anything wrong that happens, donut. Oh, donut for anything wrong that happens. I thought you were talking about her. I was about to say, come on now. Anything wrong that happens in the world, they always blame them. So there's a famine that's going on in the world at the time, like in this part of the story, and they decide it has to be their fault. So they come to their house and, you know, start a war. Yeah, I guess we're drawing the actual eyes. They start a war. Like I said before, two of the children, because there's 12 of them, by the way, two of them are gone already at this point in time. Two of them are gone, and I needed another one, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be her in the final part of the story, but I don't know if it's her yet. But I'm pretty sure. I'm like 70% sure she's gonna be the one who ends up sadly. Let's bring it closer. Oh, I have the reference layer on. Reference. I kind of want to make it a little bit. Okay, no spoilers. No spoilers. But that one really popular anime, right? That has a spin-off show that is out now. That one scene that happened to that one of the main characters, that shot, I kind of want to make hers as gruesome looking, but I don't know yet. Cause I listen, I don't want to go too far, especially when we were talking about last stream about the gore and everything. I don't want to go too far with it, but I kind of want to like make it kind of bad, you know? Like this one looks a little too, even though it's it's not done yet. It looks a little too peaceful, you know? It got to be a little bit more like even this right here. I'm planning on adding some, maybe a little. I don't know. I don't know about ketchup. Right, and it's gonna be raining, so we're not gonna be able to tell. I mean, obviously we're gonna know, but like we're not gonna be able to tell exactly. I'm just gonna do like a super cloudy scene. Arcane is so peak. Listen, 75% of Arc. Nope, 61% of Arcane is peak. The rest, because of one person, is garbage. I wonder. Hold on. Should this be the first part? Should it be like this, this, and then this? This, and then this, maybe? This, and then this? Actually, nah. I ain't gonna say that, Zura. Because they're like Jinx, amazing. Echo, amazing. Shiva, I think she dope too. Uh what's her name? The black gold chick. Mel? Amazing. Her mom's amazing. Who else? Jace? I like Jace, like after you start seeing everything, amazing. Victor, alright. Heimendinger, amazing. But what sucks is they don't have enough screen time because some bum has to be on the screen a lot. And that bum is the reason why I said 61% of the show is peak. The rest, can throw it in the gutter. Yeah, so what do you think, Brian? You think this being number 1, this being number 2, and this being number 3, or this being number 1, this being number 2, and this being number 3? Redhead was Accuser? Who's the redhead? Oh. Is it bad I ship Jinx and that red head girl before I knew they were related? Zura is now banned. Not literally, but from me reading his comments. He just said, never mind. Vi? That piece of... Okay. Maddie? You think Maddie was... I mean, before, Bri? Okay. I mean, honestly, Bri, Maddie? I'm on... Like, Maddie, do your thing. I wish you would have succeeded, Maddie. I wish Maddie would have succeeded. Wait, hold up. Let me just make sure Maddie's who I'm thinking of. Hold up. Take a pause on what I said, just to make sure Maddie, Arcane. Yep. I wish Maddie would have succeeded. That's almost. I'm gonna leave it at that. She had that little smile at the end. I was like, "Hey, okay." And then they hit her with that. Man, Maddie should have. I mean, okay, let's just say this. I don't hate Caitlyn. But Caitlyn is like... I was going to say something that was like... It was... Nah. Caitlyn is just like annoying. Right? And also, she's with the worst character in the show, in my opinion. Alright? So, it's kind of like... I mean, the worst character in the show? Yeah, she got to be the worst character in the show. Everybody else did what they had to do, but she just... no, wait. And then everybody's just like, oh, listen, I know she's crazy. I know she's doing all this stupid stuff, but guys, just forgive her because she doesn't... Man, shut that up. Caitlyn pissed me off. Caitlyn pissed me off from. Actually, no. Caitlyn pissed me off from. Caitlyn, listen. Caitlyn pissed me off from the moment of on the bridge in season 1. That's when Caitlyn pissed me off. But the thing is, I knew it wasn't even her fault. That's when I solidified my hate for Vi, right? But like on the bridge, right? On the bridge, season 1, I bundled my hatred for Caitlyn with Vi. I bundled it together. Right? I put it in like a nice little bundle. And then Vi was like, you know what? Forget old girl. And I was like, Vi, are you turning a new leaf? And then Vi had the black on. I was like, Vi, oh my goodness, wait. And then Vi was like, oh, oops. And then I was like, oh. So, yeah. Listen, this is what happened. So when Vi had the black on, I was like, all right, Vi. And then when she swung at old girl, I was like, hold up. And then she was like, oh, I know it was an accident because she bit her and everything. I was all right, listen. Listen. All right, I'm gonna forgive you for that one. I know she bit you and everything. I probably would have reacted too. Okay. But then after the fact, and then she was like, oh, I never thought you would. Oh, I was like, yeah, get her out of my face. Get this girl out of my face. And man, listen, I feel like, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Let's see, right here. Let me adjust this with some liquify real fast. All right, so I want to bring this part up, bring this part down, just taper it in a bit. Right, that's what I'm trying to say. That's when she was moving on the right direction. She was moving to the right direction. But yeah, guys, if you guys enjoyed the stream, make sure you hit it with a like and subscribe if you're new. Right now, I'm creating a drawing right here of my OC Garren. After the battle that commenced, seeing Suki, which is his wife, by the way, kinda gone. So pretty sad. Pretty sad. It's crazy how I'm laughing after I'm talking about this sad event. Okay, Zura. Listen, you see, this is the thing, Zura. Because you be saying you be joking with your down badness, but I feel like you can't be joking. And like they say, every joke has an ounce of truth. I feel like 80% of the down bad Zura is the truth, and 20% is a joke. 20% is a joke. But it's truly crazy though, bruh. How she almost got me. And it's crazy because it's like, I don't know how in a person's mind they could just lie so much. You know what I mean, bro? I don't understand how in a person's mind they can lie so much. Like she told her, she said, what if we just, and she was like, really? You wanna? And she's like, yeah, we can just go back and like everything. And I was like, okay, wait a second. It looks like she's trying to rectify the lie that she told her sister in the first season. Let's wait and see how this turns out. So that was all. I see. Oh, now she's mentally broken, and she's, you know, obviously you know how she is. She's mentally broken and she has nobody. Where are you? Oh, you with old girl. Oh, so forget her, right? And guess who has to come in and save the day because you can't do nothing? Oh, her again. And guess what you do? You cause a problem, and then guess what ends up happening? Oh, again, like I'm telling you, this girl. Listen, you see, Froppy had to bring this back. Froppy had to bring it back. Listen, I was done with that. I was done with it, Brian. I was done with it. Remember, I was done. I said I ain't gonna talk about it again. Froppy had to bring it back, bring out all the memories. Listen, this girl is the worst character in the show. The worst. And like I said, I bundled the other girl because she's at her worst when the other girl is in the vicinity. It's like every single time she's around, she just is like 80% stupider, you know? Like every time she just like, it's like she just smells her or something. Like she's like something's weird. Like something's going on with my mind. My mind can't work because she's here. All right, let's all right. So Garren, right? Yeah. Since it's a battle. Oh my god. How you feel about the end? Bri, it didn't need to happen. The reason why it happened was because of her. Because she could do nothing by herself. Oh my gosh. Like, it's like she always has to help everybody else. Like, she literally always has to help everybody else. Which is crazy to me. You know? And obviously, boy savior, the GOAT, Echo. Like, I'm telling you, them two are the best characters in the show. Calm down, Zo. I can't. Froppy brought this back. Echo and Jinx are the best characters in the show. They're the best characters in the show. They're the only two who really do things to, like, that fix and or, mess things up. You know what I mean? Like, they're literally, if you take them two out of the world, guess what? Everything crumbles into garbage. If you take both of them out of the story, right? Just pick them up, and then now they're out. Guess what happens? Complete and utter garbage. Don't lie, my name. I didn't do. You didn't do anything, really? Let's go back up just so we can remind the class. Froppy says, and I quote, "Arcane is peak," and then I said, 61% of it is peak, and then Froppy said, "I'm about to disown you as a cousin," and then continued, and then yeah. Just in case you guys are new, you guys just showed up and didn't know. But yeah, it's something else though. It truly is something else. Yeah, I'm not gonna color it right now. I just want to get like the line art and everything done. And like I said, since it's a battle, I just want to make sure to remember to add some bruising on him. The Ash. By the way, his ability deals with Ash, so. Another life. Man, it's so crazy, bro. And then the scene, bro, in that place, he's sitting there with her. I'm gonna call it Viva card, because if you know One Piece, then you know what a Viva card is. And then he set it on fire. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, wow. I see. So this is what we doing here? I see. Let's get the bottom lip doing this thing. Should I put like a picture of her there? I could put a picture of her there. Oh wait, there they are, really. Oh, that's her. Where the heck? Oh. I really want to become a filmmaker. Learn how to make film. You gotta start somewhere, you know. I'm about to make it a little bit bigger. But I've been trying to go for like more of a realistic or a more semi-realistic style. I think I've been going for. What is like Zura? What's up, Zura? Like what's up with Zura for real? How can you like right after saying I want to be a filmmaker say that? Hmm. I'm gonna go like from like right here to get this part, and then go right here to get this part. And remember this part come down, up, and then coming down, out. This coming in, coming down like this. Actually adjust the arms a bit. There was an easier way for me to do the arm. But I have to remember the shoulder should come out a little bit more. So just to look fine. So a little too far. Oh, the black background. But you're stealing from an artist for a video game? No, I did not hear that. I really don't even know what you're talking about, really. I'll do like, I think I'll add like the tunic thing that May said, and probably add a little bit more like I left this here just because like it's what we were working on last time. But I want to add. I want to make a different one also. But I have to finish them first. At least the lines. I need to finish the lines for this one before we do the before we have to start the next one. A dark background. Let me adjust this too because I feel like there's some errors that I can fix. It's bad. Let me check a video. Okay, let's see.
Let's begin today's skewering with...
Okay. Better not be crazy. But yeah, I doubt it's not going to not be crazy. So guys, viewer discretion is advised. Alright, let's see. Here. I don't know. Because Zera's the one who sent me this video. I don't know if I should trust it. You know what? I guess, you know, you always give somebody one chance, right? I'll give Zero this one chance. Alright, let's move this over here. And open this. And press the play.
With a game of small difference. This is art from PlayStation and Bungie's big new live service game, Marathon. And this is art by the independent artist who goes by the name Anti-Real. Now, do you see how Bungie haven't even fully faded out the literal artist's signature in this piece? It's absolutely insane, and it's really only the beginning. Marathon is filled with stolen assets in terms of core elements of the design, and that is not an allegation. That is something that Bungie have admitted. I do have a quick point to add though. So here's some art from art director Joe Cross. This is 13 years old, so long ago. And when you compare this work to that of Anti-Real, you see that these are clearly people whose artistic interests do converge. So do I think that the entire of Marathon was just yanked from Anti-Real overall? No, I don't think it's that. I think to say that would be too extreme. It would oversimplify what is complex, but in doing that, while it actually is a bit more spicy sounding, it would massively underplay just how deep the problems, the real problems here are. And of course, this doesn't take away from the problems. It does not take away from, well, how badly Anti-Real has been treated in this entire situation.
Anti-Real.
Today, we're going to do the core story of the art theft. Tomorrow, then, we're going to talk about the leaks. Because while the art issues have absolutely exploded in public consciousness, there is a deeper story. It is one of staff
Anti-Real
is
the artist.
It is one of leadership not wanting to listen. It is one of Bungie leadership basically holding out till they get a big payday, and they can just yeet out of there and be just fine. And ultimately, it's one of Marathon being a deeply troubled game that I don't think will be ready at all in time for its September reveal. Stay tuned for that. With that said, back to old me and the rest of the video. Marathon hasn't had a lot going for it in its public lifespan, but I think the art has been standout. Like, love it or hate it, you could, I think, at least agree, most could agree, that it was one of the most distinct things about the game. Now I'm a bit of a design nerd. I honestly love it. And if you don't love its art, that's completely cool. I get it. It's fairly easy to sum up though. Hyper-corporate, dystopian cleanliness with a particular focus on lines and symbols to break up the huge panels, some real interesting texture work, which covers today's story, and in terms of identity, it's the core of the game, the beating heart of it, the thing that makes it feel different, feel distinct. And now we know it's broadly confirmed to have been stolen. Now, if you skim the news, you know the data stories hit us every week. Like, say, when British Telecom had a breach that exposed loads of my family. That was cool, and it's why I love today's
Sponsor.
who actually just got even
That
better.
was clean,
Limited
brother.
plan gives you a nice clean slate. So we plagiarized an art being allegations to a highly recommended. Here's how it went down. In the space of 8 hours, we went from this being allegations to a official admission from Bungie that they had plagiarized an artist's portfolio. So let's put the victim in the center of this. Fern Hook is a Scottish artist who operates under the name Anti-Real, and for just under a decade, she has worked on iconography and fonts that evoke the same corporate dystopian feeling as Marathon. It's proper interesting, unique stuff. I love it. Now, on May 15th, she posted comparison images that showed the direct translation of her work into Bungie's new extraction shooter. That must have been a surprise to her, but as we'll soon see, maybe it wasn't a complete surprise. Now, seeing this, she accused Bungie of stealing her ideas. Here's the quote. Bungie is, of course, not obliged to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I have refined for the last decade, but clearly my work was good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over their game without pay or attribution. That's a hell of a statement, and you know what? I'll definitely call out for being one that's, I think, very fair and mature. Yes, you can be inspired by something. You don't literally have to pay that artist because just were inspired. You threw something in a mood board. But the point is, this goes way further. This goes way deeper.
Like, if they took
the
it
usage of assets, but it's also
and scanned it in.
I think, yeah, very directly yoinking key parts of this artist's style. It does make you wonder. Yes, we're literally talking about a bunch of textures right now, but how much further does it actually go? And indeed, when you go back through her work, the similarities are undeniable. That's with color palette, line work, overall direction, and it stretches back through years of her portfolio. And what made this all the more damning is another claim. The claim that Marathon art director Joseph Cross and others at Bungie had actually followed her social media accounts for years.
So they knew
now,
what
for
they were
many
doing.
people, this was as good as an admission of guilt on Bungie's part.
That's crazy.
Almost
Though. Why would you? Never
an
mind.
admission that goes further
Never
than Bungie's
mind.
own admission. And in public relation terms, an artist who has, quote, never made consistent income from this work, having leadership, art director, and a multi-million-dollar developer steal it and not even give credit, that just feels awful. Then, 8 hours later, Bungie's social media confirmed, after an investigation, that Hook's work had been used as a part of the development of Marathon, and by their admission, quote, a former Bungie artist included these in a texture sheet that was ultimately used in-game. Now, the claim is that the current team were unaware of this and that they're now doing a thorough
They
review
always
of
have to
all
do that.
assets by that specific
Oh, somebody in
artist.
the
And as well
office,
as that,
not
they claim to
us,
have
but
reached
somebody
out
in the
to Hook
office.
to
We already
both
fired
do
him, by the way.
right by her. Now, if you don't take their explanation at face value, this will just be us kind of calling them liars and rolling the credits. But if we do take Bungie at face value, maybe even admitting that it's not the entire picture, regardless of whether we really believe them or not, then we've got to ask a fairly simple question. In their narrative, how has this happened? I mean, at the very least, the speed of admission alone suggests that Bungie staff were able to rapidly confirm this quickly and then get a statement through legal, all fairly late in the week at an inopportune time for doing business. But there's another thing to this story. Could be they're so fast at doing this because they've kind of had practice when it comes to finding stolen artwork in their games. To be clear for this segment, we're not talking about the currently progressing court case that accuses Bungie of stealing the entire concept of the Red Legion campaign from a writer's blog. And in a way, it's a hilarious court case. It's actually continuing, at least in part, because Bungie cannot actually present vaulted campaign content to deny the claim. They basically are having to show, like, YouTube videos of it being played, because you can't go and play it in Destiny. It's a funny way the vault bit back at them. I don't think it's one that anyone expected. But no, what we're really talking about today are the at least 3 other instances on record of Bungie using an artist's work without permission. In 2021, Bungie used fan art of a character in a trailer without credit. In 2023, a fan noticed that their work had been used in a trailer without credit. And then in 2024, a Nerf gun designed to look like Destiny's Ace of Spades was alleged to be based on a fan design even down, right,
that looks clean.
to the pattern.
That looks dope.
And the weathering. I mean, there's being heavily inspired, but then there's just, wow, you've even weathered it in the same way that the fan artist did. That looks really bad. Now, in each case, Bungie immediately apologized. They reached out to the artists involved to make sure they were compensated and credited. and they also sought permission to continue using the art. Though, seemingly, that 2023 example took at least a year for the person to get their compensation. They actually brought it back up to Bungie again after the Nerf gun example happened. Now, these have all been held up by the community as examples of there being something rotten at Bungie. But, in at least 2 cases, the assets weren't actually made by Bungie. Bungie were just the people who approved them. Now, that absolutely does not clear Bungie of guilt, but it is worth explaining what actually happened. So in 2021, the trailer that lifted fan art for a cutscene was made by an external vendor. Basically, that vendor found fan art, and then they thought it was official, and they included it in the scene. And honestly, to hold my own hands up, there are 1 or 2 times where that's happened to me with Blizzard-related art over in the Warcraft channel. Yeah, sometimes fan artists are just that goddamn good. But here's the thing. Big commercial studio, that's not an excuse. Now then, there's the example with Nerf.
That's happened to me before also, like looking up references for certain things, thinking that they're official, and they're just fan art.
Thought that it was Bungie's work. Now, in each case, if the vendor signs off that the work is theirs, Bungie are in a little bit of a bind, right? They just have to take that vendor's word. I mean, they don't have to. The other thing they could do is fully review absolutely everything that outsourced workers submit. And of course, even if you do that, there's every chance that things could slip through the cracks. But at least in the 2023 example, and in today's example, we are talking about Bungie employees. That's because in 2023, stylized character representations were used accidentally. And today, it's hard to think about this as purely just an accident. Okay, so Marathon has been in development for 5 or 6 years. Joseph Cross has been the art director through that entire period of time. So especially with the framing that he and others had been following the artist in question in social media, I mean, it's fairly cut and dry what's happened here, in my opinion anyway. And the rough thing is that that clashes with Bungie's framing, because Bungie blames this on a single employee. And indeed, they say they were able to find proof of this within only a few hours.
Maybe if I use like a white...
How can that ring true, though, if you have loads of people on that art team actually following this artist? Now, Bungie's claim here is that a former Bungie artist added these elements to a texture sheet that was then included in the game. Of course, Bungie has got no shortage of former staff at this point. As an example, 2019 through to 2024, which spans the development of this game, saw 475 staff actively removed from the company in mass layoffs, with, of course, many others leaving of their own volition, because, let's be real, Bungie hasn't really been looking like a hot prospect. Now, when people leave, knowledge gets lost. So an art asset that's understood by one person to be a reference, right, that should live in a mood board, that being mistaken for official work, yeah, I suppose you can sort of understand that. The person who knows about it's gone, a new person comes in, they see something that looks completely like it's in-house, and yeah, they don't really ask any questions. There's confirmation bias. And you know what? Assuming that they've been under hell levels of stress over there, I'm a little sympathetic to that. But how do you thread the needle of the company having interest in Hook's work before then, and how do you explain the likes of, say, their signature being there on the alpha on a texture?
That was the crazy thing.
And I suppose the big picture then is talking about inspiration versus theft. I mean, the concept art that you may have in, say, an art book, right, that you buy as a piece of gaming merch, that is actually not really what concept art is in a grander sense. Often what you get in those art books are effectively finished products. They're things that are kind of polished up later. Behind and before what you see in a concept art book, you've got half a dozen references and images that are all remixed and iterated on until you get to that point where you have a concept that can go in your concept art book. Now, we can see where Cross took inspiration from because he has openly talked about it back in 2023. Dozens and dozens of reference points and materials, and Cross alone follows many different artists like this on social media. So it does seem extremely, abundantly likely that Hook's work was something the team as a whole was looking at, or at least was using in the form of a mood board. Now, that's something that you would not normally be paid for, right? That's just referencing work that exists out in the wild. That's completely fine. But in a scenario where this works as intended, none of those original inspirations should ever make it past that stage. And at least personally, I would say, if you want to have some integrity, if the final work in your game is visually it's just indistinguishable from the thing that you're kind of like referencing, that is fairly damning on you as an art team. And I remember another
I wanted to
example
add
of
some
this.
hair.
I think the game was called Generation Zero. It was heavily inspired by the artwork of Simon Stallenhag. He, of course, didn't really have anything to do with the game. I think there was actually some hard feelings whenever that was announced, because to everybody it just looked like, I see. You saw a Simon Stallenhag, and then you did a Simon Stallenhag, didn't really put much of your own twist on it, and, oh dear, you look artistically bankrupt. That's a discussion that we very much have to have now with Bungie. But what I can at least pretty confidently say is that something did not work correctly here, and we can't know exactly what that is unless Hook or Bungie tells us. Now, to be sure, what Bungie wants us to think with their framing of a single employee and how quickly it was all identified, that's them suggesting that it was just one point of failure here. Some artist who took inspiration, passed it off as their own, maliciously or not, whatever, right? It's in the right design language. Maybe if that doesn't get challenged by someone immediately, it gets folded into a texture sheet for the game. It proliferates. People leave the company, and guess what? Confirmation bias. Who's really going to be, going over everything with a fine-tooth comb? Texture sheets for the game, it proliferates, and once it's in there, no one thinks to question it, especially once an employee is gone and their work is just part of the existing library. But honestly, and, warning, this is purely my personal opinion now, I don't fully subscribe to Bungie's narrative here.
Yeah,
I mean,
lying.
mood boards aren't just seen by one person. Many people in the art team will have seen that. We know many people in the art team were following this particular artist. And so taking it all in, I do not fully believe what Bungie are telling us. I think their story is way too conveniently clean cut. It just doesn't pass the sniff test. It's too convenient to say, oh, this was just one person who made a mistake and they're no longer with the company. It won't happen again. No, I don't think that makes sense, especially in full context and with just how much Marathon overlaps with this person's artwork. Now, do I think that Bungie are happily yanking other people's work to save money? No, I don't think they're doing that. I think that would be beyond stupid. But I do think, based on external reporting and what people in the know have told me in private, that Bungie is a shit show of a company with detached leadership. It's not a great place to work, and all of this insane bollocks can easily happen as a result of chaos. That's kind of what I assume is going on here, where even if only one person did this, I absolutely think other people will have noticed. Here's what I want to know. Did people report it up the chain? If they did report it up the chain, were their reports dismissed? Were they dismissed because the person they reported to was way overworked and it slipped through the cracks? Or were they dismissed legitimately? Until someone close to the situation speaks out, we're not going to have a firm way of knowing. That said, no matter what way you cut it, this is a damning indictment of that studio's health. Here's where we...
So long story short, Bungie are some thieves. They be stealing from artists. Interesting. What games does Bungie make? I can't think of any from the top of my head. Like, what's the most popular game you guys can tell me that they made? Let's do that. And I kind of want to, because I like the idea, like this was the sketch of the background, but I like the idea of like this manga panel thing that I found right here. I'd like to reference it. Let me show you this right. Halo? Ah! But like this manga panel thing right here that I found on Pinterest. I really like the style, and I think I want to go for something like this. Especially which it's good because there's like a grasslands in mine also. I'll put some mountains in the back and stuff. I'm not gonna do anything too crazy with it. Destiny 2? I have Destiny. Have I ever played it? Nope. Nope. I've never played Destiny. Why haven't you never played Destiny? I don't know. I didn't even remember I had it. Alright, so yeah, I really like the idea of it, but on this reference, they're standing on like a hill. And this one I was thinking of it like a flatlands. We could still like work with this. It's nothing too crazy. I like the high I like the high grass and and stuff, you know? crazy. I don't understand. I feel like I truly believe if all these game companies just continue to do what they were doing in the beginning, right? And I'm not just talking about them. I'm talking about every company. If they just continue to do what they were doing, they'd be successful. Truly. Alright, so we're gonna continue with this. Like, it looks like there's some high grass over here in the foreground. But the things I have to also remember, this is the battlefield. So there's like spears. Like here. There's like swords and stuff. Let's do that, and then let's add this, some of these for some texture there. Right here you have this sword. Let's get the sword doing its thing. Like that. The little, hold up, smaller little blades of grass. He's standing there though, so we'll have to think about that also. It looks like the grass also shifts, and it makes sense. And since she's in the grass, I'm thinking like some heavy, thick grass because of what I did here. Like she's in the grass. He made like a crater, like almost like a Yamcha. Not like a Yamcha, but like almost like a Yamcha. Right, so I'm kind of thinking of like an arm, kind of like, you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of thinking of an arm, like a little something like, cause listen. Like the thing is, right? She is, it's partly on her also because like her time limit is up, kind of. You know what I mean? Because like I said, they have like expiration dates, right? So I feel like at the end, obviously, as you can see, his neck and everything, like how he has like the burning, because the mark is spreading, right? And he is running out of time, right? Because obviously, the more that they use their ability, the faster it, speeds up the process to taking them out, right? So, I think I want to add, like, her whole body's going to have like this black mark thing on it, right? It originates from the neck, and as you know, where is she? What's her name again? Shazu. She has a choker on, and the choker is because of the mark. If you're wondering why she wears a choker, it's because of the mark. But look at Suki. Look at Suki. Come on, mouse. Look at her. This is her, guys. Before the. All right, let's just okay. Let's stop. Okay, let's stop. I'm gonna stop looking at her. Close this so she gets out the way. But I actually really like it. But yeah, like I said, I need to do the Peggy one, and I can't remember the kid's name, but I already have the whole scene in mind. I actually drew it in my sketchbook too, my little sketchbook. So I was at the doctor's office, right, and brought my sketchbook, and I was like, you know what? Hold up, man! And I was like, and I started sketching, and heat was like the pages were burning. The pages were burning. But yeah, I was because like I said, listen, I don't know yet, right? I don't know. This could be this could be the final thing that ends up happening, but it might not be. So we don't have to cry too hard. won't need to cry too hard now. All right, just in case. Just in case. All right, so you can shed some tears, but nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. Wait, let's lighten this because it's a bit dark on us here. Right here. But yeah, I need to continue with this just to make it look nice. I like the idea of it, but I feel like I don't know. Like I said, I want to do like a background, like a manga style, because everything else is going to be full colored. Like this is gonna be fully colored, this is gonna be fully colored, this is gonna be fully colored, and this is gonna be fully colored, right? But I wanted the establishing shot to be like a manga style. I was planning on adding like the other soldiers also, like adding some soldiers. Like my plan before this was going to add like, let's say, because like I said, this is like the moment before he crashes out, right? So I was thinking, like all the soldiers, hold up, all the soldiers can just be here. You know what I mean? Like we'll just have like a whole bunch of them, and then they can have like their. They're all just here, just kikiing and ha-haing. I'll obviously make them better looking, but they're just all here, Can do like a nice little silhouette of a. Skip that little thing there. And I was thinking, we can have like. Hold up. How does this look again? How does it look again? I'll worry about it after. But that's the thought that I had before. But by looking at this scene right here, making it a little bit more intimate, I might zoom in. Because it might be a little too far. We could zoom into like this part right here. But I thought, still showing everything. Because obviously it's the establishing shot. So letting everything get established, right? Could be fine. And I actually had like an idea of him holding her. Like he can have like another thing right here where he's like holding her, like he went down. Hold up, like he's down like this. He picks her up like right here. Hold up, she's down, so he picks her up like this. His arm is like right here, and then he's like this arm like right here, maybe. And then her head is like over here, kind of like it's a wrap, And then he's just like maybe looking up to the sky, like, and then maybe even a different angle perspective, Are you laughing? Is Zoro laughing at this emotional moment? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Zoro's over here laughing. Alright. Alright, Zoro. I see it. I understand. Okay. Alright, let's do. I'll just make sure the grass is high over here. Because she has one leg up too, so. I mean, this leg is up. It's just, like in that way. Oh yeah, his neck. Gotta remember. Wait, what? Did I turn off? Oh. There you go. Yeah, and his neck has to have the mark. What's her name has one too, Bri? The demon spawn mark. Vanessa. She has one also. I'm still thinking about doing that scene with her and Kido. I don't know yet. It's still a thought. It's still a thought in my mind. I was gonna do like a different angle also. I was gonna have her from like a lower thing, but I feel like this is kind of like him looking at her from this angle is like that, you know? What does the demon spawn mark look like? It's kind of like okay, listen. Listen. All right, listen. So, listen, Bri. Back in the day when I used to like the specific character, the mark looked cool. But now that I hate this character, I don't like it. Okay? So, let's just say the mark is not looking the same anymore. All right, bro. All right, bro. Listen, listen. All right, bro. I'm gonna tell you. All right, I'm gonna tell you. Just make sure you don't tell nobody that I said this. All right. So back in the day, there was a show I was watching. The show was called Naruto Shippuden, and in that show, there was a character. He was a cool guy. He was a cool cat. His name was Sasuke, and he ended up uh, getting a hickey from somebody named Orochimaru, and he ended up getting this mark. Um, and yeah. But listen, Brian, the mark ain't gonna be like that no more. Okay, okay. I didn't even like since you said what it looks like. I didn't even remember that. That's exactly what it looks like. But listen, Brian, it's not gonna look like that any much longer. Okay, so don't worry about it. You know what? By the time you see this drawing, like in its full state, or these pages, you're going to the look of the mark is going to be different. All right, all right, it's going to be different. It's going to be different. But yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you hit it with a like and subscribe if you're not already. Right now, I'm drawing a picture of my original character Garren and my original character Suki. Right here, she's kind of not feeling too good. Um, and this is like after a huge battle that ends up happening in my story. Right now, this isn't officially it, but I'm playing around with it because this is something that I like. This is a point in time. I mean, this scene is going to happen sooner or later. I don't know if she's going to end up dying, but somebody does. Okay? So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So this could be what ends up happening, and it might not be. But as of now, it looks like it is. And also, before that, yesterday's stream, I just finished this drawing right here of my original character, Takuto. And this is my character, Astrid. And yeah. So, that's what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing right now. But yeah, bro, you're gonna just wait. All right, the symbol or the mark is going to look different. It's going to change. I feel like the pants are pretty good. I want to give him like like a battle torn like shirt. I was on Pinterest earlier looking up some ideas, but I didn't get anything. I didn't get anything that I really liked. There was nothing that I really liked here. Ooh, this one is crazy. I mean, it's not enough though. It has to be more. Like it has to be ripped up. It got to be ripped up. You saw? All right, all right. It got to be like ripped up, like ripped up. And I guess I can. Every time I type in manga on Pinterest, Bri, I see your manga, the one that you recommended to me, the one with starts with a G. Oh my goodness, this right here looks. I love the texture on this. I love the texture. Yeah, this one is torn up, but not too torn up. I'm finna crash out. Why is it when I find some cool art, the artist I find just draws? I mean, what was the first picture that you saw of them before you saw that that's what they draw exclusively? Exclusively. Right here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Can't wait for July. Oh, it's coming out in July? Oh, snap. Alright, alright. Looks like let me not say anything. I have to remember to think about the forms of the face. It's like right here. I'm gonna bring this lower. Bring this lower, cause like this right here is like where the cheek goes in, and obviously there's other muscles and stuff. Like adding some scars and stuff, like some cuts on him like this. But I have to remember, like the abs come out, so I have to remember that also. I'll be forgetting that sometimes. Make sure the abs come out. Right, they go out. They protrude from the body. If you were drawing the abs from the side view, this is a Zoe's art lesson. If you draw the abs from a side position, let's say, and this is your rib cage and this is your hip area, obviously we can make them look more like rib cages and hips if you'd like. But I like to do simple shapes just so it's easier for you to understand, even though these are pretty simple, but still. So, you'll come down from the front, connecting them like so. But as of now, you're like, where are the abs? He has no abs. He looks like no abs are there. Okay, but if I were to add abs, I would have to go out and then in, and then out and then in, and then out and then down. And as you can see, they protrude out from the body. So make sure when you're drawing, and the pecs also. The pecs are like here, half, and then down, and then like sorta, kinda, sorta. Right? Sorta, kinda. Right? Kinda, sorta. Yeah, but listen, just remember, it comes out, right? It comes out. So it goes out, you know. That's why I feel like when you're drawing anything, learning how to draw it sideways really helps a whole lot. First of all, Zura, we're not just going to move past the fact that I don't see your other drawing. Where's your other one? Where's the bike one? Don't tell me that you gave up on it. First of all, how the heck did you draw the head and then the hips? Where the heck is the ribcage? So if you draw something from the front, like let's say like I drew the nose from the front, right? or this shape right here that I like to use for the nose, right? A good thing to do is to draw that same shape from the side. Why? Because by understanding this shape, I mean, I'd say it's more like this. I would do something like that. By understanding this shape, it really helps you see that your nose is supposed to go out of the face. Alright? So when you're drawing it, you understand like how things work here. You're working on it? Alright. Okay. As long as you don't give up on it, I'm fine. I'm fine as long as you don't give up on it, my guy. As long as you don't give up on it. I'm gonna finish it 100%. Alright, 100%. Okay. You said 100%. Which means is we must see it at some point in time. We have to see it at some point in time. Bri, I thought old girl was gonna get canceled. She's still posting. I kind of might want to continue to see what she got going on. I thought they were hating. I mean, you know, I thought she was going to be able to, like, I mean, obviously, she still has the right to post whatever she wants. But it's crazy. It's crazy. She's still posting. She's still making videos. Alright, I have to remember to taper his face. Whoa, what? Oh, taper his face in a little bit. What is that? Oh, this is the, yeah, we don't need to worry about that right now. I like to give the top lip a little bit of shading on guy characters. But sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't. Because, like, with him, I had it. I had his top lip, I had his top lip, like, you know, shaded in like this. But I was thinking, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. Some characters I do have like that, especially because their lips are very. I mean, male characters are, especially with the vampires, quote unquote. You know, that's not. They're not called vampires in my story, but they are technically vampires, which is why I said that. Like Leo's lips are like pretty pronounced, so that's why it's like, you know. She still got to get that YouTube bread. You right. You know what, bro? Why don't we contribute? Why don't we contribute? She just posted a video 7 hours ago.
We have Genshin Impact.
How much you want to bet, bro? How much you want to bet? Like, something's gonna happen. It's sort of summon Titan, and Titan's gonna come back out and say like, so we're watching Misinformation again? Let me see. Where is this thing? Watching some more Misinformation? Listen, she does do misinformation sometimes, but this one might be information that is true. Okay, guys, come on. She did misinformation like 2 times. Third time's the charm, right? So if she lies a third time, then we can throw her in the gutter. All right? In the bin, I mean, not the gutter. The gutter, nah, we're not gonna throw her in the gutter. Yo, it's like I feel like my mouse just doesn't like streaming, because when I'm like not streaming, the mouse works perfectly fine. When I'm streaming, the mouse is like, I don't want to work. I don't know why it does that though. I don't know why it does that though. Yo, this mouse, I'm about to throw it, man. Okay, good. Oh, you see, as soon as I said I'm about to throw it, it started working. Look at it. It can hear me.
In the Genshin Impact modding community. Now, before we get into this, just want to say, guys, I was wearing the most minimal amount of eye makeup earlier today, and then I took a
Listen, that's not funny. I thought she was gonna say, first of all, guys, listen, I heard all the heat on me, people saying I'm doing misinformation. Listen. I gotta pay my bills. Alright? Listen, if she comes out and says that, I'm gonna be like, hey, that's valid. Listen, obviously, I'm not saying go out there and lie on people. Obviously, I'm not saying that. But if she comes out and says, yo, I gotta pay bills, I would truly say, dang, I mean, go make your money then. No.
nap, and then it kind of rubbed off. So let's just ignore my face. I'm like basically not even wearing any makeup right now. I was gonna put some on, and then I got lazy. Anyways, let's get into this. So this is the mod in question, and this is the person who made the mod, Mimo4E, who I will be calling Mimo. And Mimo says, here's my Varisa redesign 3D model. Planning to start modding it in game tomorrow. This version draws inspiration from Zulu culture while highlighting the fierce luchadora that she is. By the way, I want to apologize. The last time I've touched Genshin Impact was like eons ago, so my pronunciation for new characters is gonna suck. But yeah, so this is the redesign in question. But this is a photo of Varisa's design in-game, so you can kind of see the difference between the two. Now, to provide a little bit of context for those of you guys who don't know Genshin, and I'm gonna say, my Genshin familiarity is quite low because I barely play. Hoyoverse and Genshin Impact has historically had issues with whitewashing their characters, with their darkest skin character being still very pale, and they have characters that should come from a background in which they likely should be dark skinned from my understanding.
So this is the first video we're back, huh?
Do some extra research.
First video we're watching of her since the controversy, and it looks like she's talking about some whitewashing. All right, let's just continue, I guess. You know, let's just press play.
But Hoyoverse chooses to make the designs very light. They also have a whole other thing also about like, you know, body inclusivity and making all the characters with like basically the same body type ever. So there's all of that. Toffee writes, my perspective on the Varesa mod and working with Mimo. And real quick, I feel like I don't have to say this again. Please don't send hate to any parties involved. That is not what this is about. That is not cool. We're not about that, okay? For some extra
First of all, hold up, man. Listen, because I have the information now, that is not true, miss. Because you did say some what did she say? Some attacking is valid. Did she say something like that? She said some harassment is valid or something like that. Her view count ain't doing well. Listen, hey, how do you know, sir? Did you used to watch her? Was Zera over here? Never mind.
From my understanding, Mimo is an adult and Toffee is a minor. I believe Toffee may be 15. So just keep that in mind because we do have that dynamic happening of an age gap, right? So Toffee writes, on February 11th, I reached out to Mimo about Varesa. I asked her if she was planning to make a Varesa mod and if she wanted to use my design for it. Please note, I didn't ask her to straight up mod my design as my offer was conditional. So in the DMs, Toffee writes, hi, I was gonna ask if you're planning a Varesa mod because I'm already cooking up a redesign, so I was wondering if I could help you and save you the work. No pressure. And Mimo says, feel free to share it with me. Honestly, Varesa looks very...
Isn't Genshin Impact an online game? Like, I don't know nothing about it. Like, but that it's a game. But isn't it, like, online? Or am I wrong? I thought it was kind of like a, I mean, what did I think it was like? What did I think it was like? I don't know what I thought Genshin was like. Yeah, it's online. So you can mod it? Like, is there an offline version of it? Like, they let you mod the game? Wow. Like, how do you mod an online game and it's fine? Because I know, like, in GTA, you can mod it, but you can't play online with the mods. right? Or can you? I I really don't know, man. But I'm not acting like I do. I just really don't. He's looking pretty clean. He's looking pretty clean. But just him looking so emotional, so different for me because, like I said, he's not the type of person to show emotions like that. Unlike Jin, because you know Jin out there, he'd be tearing up, he'd be crying and such. Gotta remember, it's raining, so I have to add some. I want to add some. Hold up. We can do that on a different layer after. We don't need to do it now. Remembering the planes and the veins and the other stuff.
Very disappointing to me. Even Mizuki was better. So they discuss a little bit about the characters, and Toffee says, I think if she had cultural elements, she'd be matching up there with like Satali and Yansen as really good base designs. Sorry guys, my pronunciation sucks. And Mimo says, you could sketch up an idea of what her redesign could be. Honestly, I have no idea what to do with her. And Toffee says, alright, thanks for giving me the time of day. So Toffee adds, this means that my offer was only open based on some determining factors. The main factor for this one was if she already had a mod plan in mind. My intention was to save her the work of design and research so she can get to modding. And the screenshot Toffee highlights could help you and save you the work. Toffee adds, the first thing Mimo is doing is portraying me as somebody exploiting her for my own devices. However, this isn't true. She had full-on choice whether to collab with me, and she encouraged this, telling me to sketch a design and feel free. So added screenshots where Mimo says, feel free to share it with me, and you could sketch up an idea of what her redesign could be. So Toffee adds, I'm not a stranger to collaborative design. In fact, I have made quite a few friends solely by helping with things regarding both design and culture. I have many people who can vouch for my love of character design and culture, and this was an expression of it. Mimo was quite happy to do it, showing no discomfort at all. From that point, I began drafting the design. Mimo had little to no influence on the design. At most, she would tell me if an idea was too ambitious for a mod, and that's all. Every idea was my own, fruits of my own work. So here we have a scrolling screen grab of the chat where you can see Toffee is sending screen grabs of the design so we can see the design process, elements that were changed, and inspo photos were added as well. And then Mimo replies, that's a really cute concept. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's possible to change the shape of the flames on her mask, but the rest is adorable. Eventually, as I finished multiple design sources for her to draw on, a lot of them were essential to designing her as they provided more detail and insight to how she would look fleshed out. Things went quiet for a while, and I asked if she was still planning on working on it. And here we can see some design elements that were added, like the neck collar, the tattoo on the horns, and then there is a clip on the hair, band-aids, and then pearls on the hair. Some more of the details we can see with the horns. And then in Twitter DMs, Toffee says, also not to be annoying or impatient, any idea when you'll get started on the mod? I just got her, so I'm so excited. Mimo says, I started it today actually. And Toffee says, wow, for real? I'd be very happy to get constant updates. I love watching things come together, especially creative process, by the way. I post all of my work in progresses there, and I just posted a work in progress of this project. Toffee writes, this is when she invited me to her server so I could see everything going on, and things are pretty tame. She'd show me the design, I'd rave about how much I loved it and how happy I was, and everything was fine. This was until I posted her model to my page. She expressed being uncomfortable with it, and I completely understood. And later, I thought about her points about crediting and messaging her about how I wanted to be credited. As you can see, I didn't accuse her of trying to hog credits or anything. We came to an agreement, but I may have misconstrued it, since she sent a tweet with the @ in the main post. I thought that's how I would be credited. When this wasn't the case, I didn't really mind. Despite the fact that many did not know it was a collab, my name would be everywhere for people who downloaded the mod, and that's credit.
I like the
enough.
design,
So
though.
here are the DMs
Really
between
cool character design.
Toffee and Mimo. Toffee says, "Hi, I was thinking about your point about the model, and I was gonna ask if you can put my user on the model and
crap.
tweet too, please.
Forgot. I mean, it's
Like
fine.
everywhere, if you'd credit yourself, just put a little note crediting me for the design, because it's still quite a meaningful design to me, and it would mean a lot if you did. Thank you. I hope that's okay." And Mimo says, "Hi, I totally understand, and I'll make sure to include credit for your design alongside my own when I post the mod. That said, for any future posts, I probably won't mention credits, like with my other later posts about mods I make. Anybody curious can always check the downloaded post for further details. Since I handle the modeling, modding, programming, and adjusting the design to fit my vision, I want to keep things consistent with how I usually share my work. I hope that makes sense, and thanks for reaching out." Toffee says, "Okay, that's fine. Just like you, I'm a big fan of crediting and stuff, so I wanted it to be known that it's my design, you know? Especially because I'm a smaller account and I've seen how little you get credited. I can't imagine what it would be like for me. Thank you. I'd also be very happy to help you with any mods in the future if you ever want to. No pressure." And Mimo says, "Don't worry, anyone using the mod will know you contributed to it. I'll also make an announcement post on Twitter when I upload it and credit you there. Plus, I'll mention you in the YouTube description of the mod showcase when I post it. I just don't mention credits when it comes to small posts since I say where to get the mod from." And then Mimo sends a tweet that they've posted where you can see edit by and then a user. And then Mimo sends in another example. Here is when I can't possibly fit the credits for the OC design or the contributors to the Emily mod or the Mavuika mod. I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but anyways, I'm preoccupied so I can't continue the conversation, but I can check your messages when time allows. And Toffee says, "It's fine, you totes are. Thanks for being so understanding." And then this is in reference to not being credited that way. So Toffee, again, was expecting to be credited like the other person. So like in this example, where in the main body of the tweet for the, and in this case, it was for an edit, the person who made the edit was directly credited in the main body.
I
But
think
here
eyes
Toffee shows
open
how
or
they were
eyes
credited,
closed.
where
I
they
don't
were
know.
credited in the comment section, where Mimo says, "Here's the art I took inspiration from when making the mod," and they linked Toffee's artwork. Then Toffee continues, "But then I noticed something. She said I was inspiration. I found this weird. I also found it strange how people would compliment the design, something she had very little influence over. People weren't complimenting the mod, but the design, and she wouldn't correct them when they referred to it as her design. She would take compliments in stride
Open?
as if it was her design." So here we can see
Bri,
examples where
you
somebody
understand?
says, "You just
Open
never
is,
miss-
it's
this one is
over.
so cute."
When it's
And
open.
another person says, "Mimo, you're a god. You fixed her horns, OMG, and her hooves are adorable."
When it's
And
closed,
somebody
there's still a
says, "I love
chance.
seeing your redesigns for Natlan characters. I basically
That's how
miss
I
every
always
single
see it.
one you've made for them." Mimo says, "Oh, that means so much to me. Thank you. I'm really happy you're enjoying them." Toffee adds, "Now let's take a second to dive into words. The word inspiration is a small thing, right? Well, not really. Let's look at the definition, as listed by copyright.com, 1506collective.com, and implied by the dictionary definition. Basically, it means that it was used as a basis for the artwork, as said here, but you add your own twist to it." Toffee continues, "Inspiration is to be stimulated something to create your own separate thing, usually creatively. It may share references to the stimulus, but it's entirely one's own nonetheless."
Yeah, I'm gonna look up.
Let's take a
I'm gonna
look
look
at my
up
design
that
and
picture
Mimo's
of
mod and
that
see
character I
how
was talking
different they
about,
are.
because I want to see
And
if
here we
I
see
can
the
get
examples. So for me, when reading this part of the tweet, it got a little bit
it to
confusing
look
for a
similar
sec
to him.
because Toffee adds like two sets of photos, so it makes it look like photo A is Toffee's design, photo B is Mimo's design, but it's actually not, I think, the case. The way that I kind of read this is that this is actually Mimo's design, and then here we can see the original design that Toffee did. The things circled in blue are things that Mimo added, and from my understanding, the things circled in red are the changes Toffee made to the original Verisa design. But the elements that Mimo changed were adding vitiligo to the skin, the way Toffee drew the design,
Vitiligo.
the characters wearing two tights, so white tights on both legs, and Mimo removed one of them.
I actually
on
want to
the
create
legs.
more
They
characters of
also changed
Vitiligo.
the hair bubbles, so Toffee added like little
I think I
bubbles
only
to
have
the
like
hair,
one or
this,
two.
like, little
Oh,
butterflies, and
one
then
of my
the colors were
characters.
changed. Mimo added
You know, I might draw him for like when we do like the summer thing. His name is Horatio. The OGs remember him, but I want to give him vitiligo, and it makes sense also with his ability. It makes sense. Ooh, that'd be really cool. I might have to write that down somewhere so I don't forget. Vitiligo Horatio.
a bow to one ear that wasn't present on Toffee's design. They also added a basket, and that looks to be about it. The rest of the design
Brian, can you
looks
send me the
very,
picture?
very on par with the
Actually,
design
I don't know. I don't
that
want you
Toffee
to
made. Oh, the one other
go
difference is
get
the
yourself
belt, actually.
spoiled.
The
I mean,
belt
you
pattern
read the
was
manga,
not
didn't you?
design that
So
Coffee
you know
made.
everything.
And then here is a screen grab of the mod in-game. Toffee adds, "Not very different, right? As highlighted in the second image, there are differences,
I
but
just
these
don't wanna spoil
differences either
myself, that's
build
why I
upon
didn't
my
wanna
design,
go.
were ideas from my design, or incredibly minimal and do not change the base design enough to set it apart from my design. I understand this may be a slip of the tongue and miswording, so I decided to take it up in DMs. Something any person would do. I very politely explained my side of the story and she responded. This is where the bulk of my issue stems from. The absence of credits rather than the wording and handling of it under the post and afterwards. So here are the DMs where Toffee says, again, I am sorry if this is annoying. I acknowledge you quoted my post under yours, but I really want to know why you said
For
you
what?
took inspo when it's blatantly my own
From
work
that
and
one
usage.
show.
I understand it might have.
It's a pretty popular show. There's a spin-off of that show that's out right now. One of the main characters is this happens, and there's like a picture of that character that I kind of want to use as a reference. Are you getting everything that I'm saying? I don't want to spoil nothing, you know. I don't want to spoil nothing for nobody. Alright, her lip. Yeah, her lip. Her eye goes like here, the tear duct, and then it curves back, and it goes up like so. Especially in this. This is such a weird angle. Why the heck did I draw this angle? I thought, because I was thinking him looking down. It makes sense for her to be like this, right? If he's looking down, like, you know what I mean? This makes sense. But like, now I'm thinking, like the angle of the head is just so difficult, bro. Oh my gosh. But listen, we don't run from our responsibilities over here. Wait, you see, you're getting it. But right. It's not the spin-off, it's the main show. It's the main show. There's something dealing with what I'm drawing right now, this girl. Right? And I kinda want to see the picture in which they show. But I don't want to go look it up because I don't want to get spoiled for other things. But I'm pretty sure you read the manga of the official show. This is such a crazy pose, man. This is like bottom, because when I was drawing this, I mean, I can't show you on this page because this is this canvas that I brought it to. But when I was drawing it, I literally had to draw the box of the head like so. It's like going in this angle, and then the bottom like this and everything. Obviously, it was good for me to get the position of the head, but it's like, oh my gosh. Is it a guy? Yep, it is. Yep, it is. Alright, let's make the eye bigger. Her eyes are pretty big. And we're gonna have to make her, we're gonna have to remove the pupil also. Yeah. Cause you know how they be doing. You know how they be doing over there. Gotcha. Be right back. Alright, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, man.
Have been because you tweaked a few aspects of her design, but still, crying face. I'm so sorry. I don't want to come off as pushy or rude or anything. And Mimo writes, no worries, I understand your concern. I mentioned that I took inspiration because, while I reference your original design, many aspects of my mod, such as the vitiligo, body size toggles, butterflies, different colors, basket design, back details, horn shape changes, and hearts on the hooves, were entirely my own ideas. Since I made significant changes and added my own creative vision, I believe referring to it as taking inspo is both fair and accurate. I've explained this clearly, and I won't be responding to further questions on the matter. I have a life to attend to, and this conversation has become exhausting.
Dang,
if you would like me to recreate any other character redesigns, please note that you'll need to commission me moving forward, as I've spent significant time addressing your demands on how I should approach my work. I hope you understand and will respect my boundaries from here on out.
Dang.
So
Mic drop on that one.
She claimed she had changed the design a significant amount, but where? All the changes were very minimal, still making it my design. Ironically, the new design Mimo has made, that I should still be credited for by the way, fits the bill more, taking elements from my design to change it for her very own version. This is inspiring. Had she posted this and called me inspo, I wouldn't have minded. But she posted a near replica. So in the DMs, Toffee kind of like wrote over it. So about the vitiligo, Toffee adds, the vitiligo is a toggle on Verisa and on
Every
other
time she
mods,
says it,
therefore
just,
it can't be counted. For the body size toggles, So this is something that was added to the mod, but you can make Verisa bigger or smaller, like weight-wise. Toffee writes, doesn't own body variation, also
Like
a toggle,
weight-wise?
therefore can't count. About the butterflies, Toffee adds that it was my idea, she only moved the placements. For different colors, that it's negligible, she changed the colors of my ideas. The basket was my idea. It's only there because I asked. She designed it though. For the back details, it's common sense. Her shawl and beads don't stop at the back. For the horn shape changes, Toffee adds my horn tattoos were
Hold up,
used.
I have to remember.
And for the heart on the hooves,
the
Toffee
chin.
says hooves were my idea, the hearts were a minor change. And here again, we can see the mod in-game, and this is the design that Toffee made. And again, by the way, to really seal the deal, I have all of these lined up. The one on the very right is the original design. The one on the very left is the redesign that Toffee did. And the design in the middle is the one that Mimo claims to be theirs. So as you can see, if you do look at it side by side, Toffee did add a lot of extra interpretations to the design with this like shawl, with the horn tattoos, etc. And to be honest, a lot of those design elements, in my personal
This is
opinion, were
such
heavily carried over by Mimo's
a
work.
difficult
If I were to
pose.
look at
Oh my
this
gosh.
design that was uploaded by Mimo and Toffee's design, I would literally assume it was the same thing. I would not make the assumption that this design, that is this mod's design, is one that is different from Toffee's on first glance, you know. Like if I look closely, oh, there's a butterfly on the ear, wow, you know. But I'm curious about your thoughts. Would you have made that assumption, etc.? Just
I
looking
love the
at
design, though,
elements, I
honestly.
would have assumed it was Toffee's design.
It's crazy, but I feel like it's just a lot. This one right here looks really good. I really like it. The one on the left, I really like that design.
And in my personal opinion, I feel like if it comes to that, then you can't say you take inspiration. You know, everything is subjective, right? Just because I think it looks extremely similar doesn't mean maybe somebody else might not think it looks extremely similar. I do personally think that if a majority of people would make the misconstrued assumption that your design is actually somebody else's design because it looks too similar, then you may be crossing the line. Now, there are obviously cases where people are straight bullshitting, pulling things out of their butt when they're comparing VTuber models, because everyone's always like, oh, you look like Shy Lily, when you clearly don't, right? But I do think also the other rule of thumb is like, what percentage of the design did you change? You know, what percentage of Toffee's design,
Sent
the
it?
aspects
Oh!
of the design are changed? And again, I do agree with what
Yep,
Toffee
right.
added, in which
That's what I
the
asked for.
toggle doesn't count if it's a toggle, as in you can turn it off.
Ah,
The
man,
body
that
scaling
in the
doesn't
manga,
count
it gotta
because
look a
you can
little
also
worse.
put it back to the default body shape. The other point that Toffee makes holds very well as well, because we are talking about the design.
Dang,
The body
bruh.
shape is not part of the design, because this is a redesign of a character. So we can argue that body shape does actually count as part of the design for other aspects, but specifically in this case, when we're talking about a redesign of an existing character, where the body shape change was due to a slider that was added where you can put it back
That's
to the
cool. It's cool,
original,
man. It's cool.
then
I asked
that
for
is
it.
not
I
like
asked
a
for it.
design change. We are talking specifically about the elements that Toffee designed themselves that were then still carried over to the final product with extremely minor changes, right? The leg warmers, the shawl, the horn tattoos, all of that is still kept. And I would also make a final point of the whole, like, you know, I'm throwing out the arbitrary 50%, you know, like, did you change more than 50% of the design? But, you know, we could make the argument that in some cases some things cannot really be changed, you know, like if, again, speaking about VTuber design, if you're gonna be like an orca VTuber, Shy Lily is an orca VTuber. So things that are just present in orcas will be present in your design.
You know what's funny, bro? I
Like,
know Shy
orcas have a
Lily's
tail,
name because
okay,
of
and
these
there's a
videos that
specific
be
shape
watching.
to it.
I don't know what
Just
she
because
looks
you have
like.
an orca tail with
So
that
if you
shape
were to
doesn't mean
put
you're
up Shy
copying
Lily's
Shy Lily,
VTuber,
because
I
the
would not know what it
original
is.
idea still from the orca itself. It's just how do you implement this?
I would not know how to, like,
sizing,
I don't
whatever.
know.
Those
I
are
wouldn't
the other
know
aspects that will change. So I
which
do
one
want
she
to
was.
acknowledge with this design that
If you were
there
just to
are
give me a whole
elements
bunch of
that need to be
VTubers.
kept, otherwise we are deviating way too much from the character itself, and then it wouldn't be a redesign. We would go into like a complete rework of the character. But amongst the elements that are changed, very, very minimal, in my opinion, was added by Mimo. And so this is the side-by-side of the old design versus the new design.
Yeah,
where
the
here we
manga-
can see
the
this
manga
is
hits
the
a
new
little
design, and this
different.
one is the old one. Where the skirt was changed,
So
we can see
basically
the
an orca
shawl
girl.
was changed, the
Alright,
body
right,
outfit
let's
was changed,
pretend.
the leg
I don't know
pieces,
what an
the
orca
fluff
looks
has
like from the
changed,
top of my
the
head.
hooves
Oh,
have changed.
orca like
These are all
from
design changes
like
that
My
Toffee
Hero,
has expressed they would
the
be okay
the
with
thing, the
Mimo
orca
making, and then stating
hero.
they took inspo. from Toffee's design because enough was changed to make Toffee comfortable. And for me, just looking at it, yeah, like enough was changed. So Toffee adds, so why am I still mad? Well, it's the fact that Mimo is spreading lies about me and warping my words. I wasn't mad she didn't credit me. I was mad she took credit and misworded it. As seen before, the word inspiration has specific connotations her previous model didn't fit. And here, Mimo writes, this is a quote retweet
Imagine how you
in
felt reading
response
it.
to
Yeah,
Toffee
bro.
stating, watching as somebody conveniently
It's
gave
just a
them a as
lot.
soon as they said they credit me. Hashtag noticing. Mimo says, I've credited Toffee in every post, linked their work in the comments, and added them to the mod's description. Yet they're claiming I sold their design for profit. I won't work with people who spread lies and send harassment.
Yeah, but a
And
cute
Mimo
anime girl?
adds, exactly.
Yeah.
Not only did I spend 30 plus hours on that mod, but Toffee wanted all the praise. When they weren't satisfied with the attention, they used the fact they're a minor to pressure me into giving them most of the credit for a model and mod they had no direct part in, aside from me using their 2D art as inspo. Toffee adds, while Mimo did credit me in the mod description and the mod menu, the main traction for her mods come from Twitter, and her behavior when I asked her about it, shutting down and convo and being rude, only spurred this reaction. And the screenshot where you can see the graphic says mod by Mimo, outfit design art by Toffee Todd. Toffee adds, there is more to the story from Discord, but the thread isn't big enough so I can't include it all. But this is the main bulk of the issue. There was another convo in Discord about it. It was the same as here. She was just rude and refused to word things as I asked, even if I was exceedingly patient towards her increasingly jarring attitude. She later agreed to do so on Twitter after a separate situation, but conveniently abandoned the mod right after due to my behavior being viewed as immature and rude, when I was only ever kind to her. So these are now the Discord messages. This all took place March 31st.
You know what'd be funny?
Toffee says, while I understand your point, the term inspiration and references does make a big change.
It'd be
Especially
funny
when
if
people aren't seeing
the
post
people who are
credits and you're
she's
taking
talking
credit
about in
for
this
it being
video
your design
come
in
out and be like,
comments.
yo,
I understand
what
that
the heck is she talking about, bro? None of this stuff happened. That would be the craziest thing. I would be like, really? He'd be like, yeah, what is she? Yo, we had no beef. No. All these things are true. She's not like listen, guys. She heard you, and now she's only telling the truth.
First language, so I wouldn't mind explaining the difference between the two. I'm not saying my art should be included. I'm aware it wasn't, but they were all really important to my design process and figuring out the full design as I repeatedly went back and forth between all four to make them look right to me, hence why I mentioned it. My intention wasn't at all to be belittling. I am very sorry I came off that way. My intention was trying to get across that it was a collaborative effort between the two of us, and I feel it's discrediting to say inspo and take credit when people say it's your design, when it's as much as yours as it is mine. I love and appreciate your effort. I'm very grateful towards all the work you're doing. It's more so
Drawing
about
her
the way
hair
you
now
worded it
from this
rather than the
angle.
actual presence
I mean,
of
it's
credit
not
because
this,
it is
the
there.
hardest thing.
I want to repeat, I'm
I
not
know her
trying
hair
to
is
belittle
down,
your
but
work.
it's just
It's amazing how
I
much
have
effort
to,
you put into this mod, and I'm so happy it's
like,
even here.
try to
But I
find a way
can't
to
help
make
but
this
feel like
work,
my work
especially
is
with the
also being
brow on this
belittled when
side.
you're wording things and responding to
It comes
comments the way
down.
you are. You deserve full
Uh,
and complete credit for the models.
down.
I just want to be recognized as more than inspiring the mod since it's a near
Mm.
replica. Again, I don't expect an instant reply. I understand you have things to do, so don't feel pressured and please
up.
take your time. Thank you for being so open
I
to
don't know.
discussion. And then Mimo, I think, had said something along the lines of outfit design art by Toffee Todd, and Toffee says, yes, and I thank you for that. It's more so about how you were handling in the comments that rubbed me the wrong way. Mimo writes, if you think people are not looking at this, then how would you explain the fact they must have been able to see this image in order to comment on it? They must have seen your art in the comments in order to comment. And then in response to Toffee saying about how, oh, the comment responses rubbed them the wrong way, Mimo says, oh, I'm sorry that I'm being a positive person and thanking people for the nice things they tell me. I'm sorry, but this is just really immature behavior, and you have to spend too much time online to be so affected by such things when I've already done everything necessary for people to know you contributed to the mod
Yes,
by
oh.
drawing the design. Please reread what I said because I won't
I
reply
see,
first.
I
I
see.
am not taking credit for the design. You are credited for that literally everywhere, in-game and outside the game. You said the art wasn't included, but I literally showed that it was. I'm confused by what you mean. I literally included it on Twitter for people to compare and credit you further. I never say anywhere that it's my design.
Pause
The
again
word
and just
inspiration
talk
fits
about
given
what
that
we're
it's
doing right now. But yeah, guys, right now I'm drawing a picture or like a little comic type thing, a little short thing of my original characters. This right here is Garren. You can see him on the right of the screen with the cross earrings, and this is his wife right here. She's at the top left. Her name's Suki. And so what happened was, in this scene, there was like this big battle that was, going on, and sadly, she didn't quite make it. We're working on it. We're working on it. You know, seeing what ends up happening next. Because I really don't know what the next panel's going to be. But you see, even her earring is right here, just out in the distance. Sadly. But yeah, if you guys are enjoying, if you guys think it looks cool, if you guys, you know, have any ideas for what I can add to make it look even better, comment down below. And also like the stream and subscribe if you're new. It's pretty trippy. Pretty sad, honestly. Because I just drew her the other day, and she was so happy and doing like her sister's hair and everything, and now, yeah, kind of crazy.
It's not a direct adaptation, and I changed things, and many people use that interchangeably with the word reference. The difference is not as clear-cut as you think. Even if there were any doubts of
listen,
what
Brian, this is the
agreement
last
was
time.
based on your art,
The
again,
last
your art
time
is included so people can
I'm
literally see
drawing
and
a
compare
head in this
themselves.
angle, bro.
Nothing is being hidden,
I
nor
hate
am
it.
I in any way taking the
Actually, no,
credit
let's
for
not say
any
that.
part of your design. And Toffee
That's
adds,
not the
while
last
I'm
time.
back, I've
We're
rolled
just
it
gonna have
over
to
a bit
get
and
better
I've
at
come to
it, you
a
know?
conclusion. I'll address some of your points first. Well, yes, some people were complimenting your mods. A few people specifically mentioned things about the mod that relate to the design, accrediting it to you, hence why I'm upset. While yes, people might have scrolled past it to get to the comments, they either didn't read it or spare a glance at it. When you compare the posts, your post has 1,000 likes, the subsequent post crediting me has
Just look at
32
the brow
likes,
right
and the
there.
original comment has 9. Clearly,
And
there's a
then-
disparity going on, which isn't your fault, of course. As you know, people don't read, so I'm not surprised people glossed over the credits. But this also means that when people accredit the design to you, they likely aren't aware of it being from me. People tend to not even like the OG post, they liked your link to it instead. This is why I think a quick at the bottom of the post is more preferable. People who don't expand the thread will see it. People will have direct access to my account and they can check my design for themselves. Moving forward, I'd appreciate it if you were to use different wording, please. Oh, my cat is here. I don't expect you to blast me on your socials, but wording is powerful. Terms like inspiration are for when the end product is vastly different to the muse. But as we both have acknowledged, that isn't the case here, as they're identical, meaning the wording is iffy. I think the best way to resolve the issue is whenever you make a big post about the mod, to tag me in the first post as design creds so people don't gloss over it as much. Again, I'm not trying to villainize or antagonize you because most of this isn't your fault. It's just the small things that are little in isolation that
Yo,
perpetuate
it
the
looks
issue
so
in
bad
the
in the
long run.
manga,
Thank you for
right?
your patience. And Nemo adds, hey, Toffee,
That's all I'm
I've
looking
already
at right now
spent way too
for
much time and energy on this
for
discussion, and it's
inspiration.
leading nowhere. I have credited you in every possible way.
Ain't that funny
Your
that I
name,
used
your
that
role,
word?
your art, links. Just like every other mod post that follows the standard of listing credits in the replies. You've repeatedly overstepped my boundaries and I won't tolerate it any further. It's not like I'm hogging credit. When people say your redesigns, they're referring to the 3D models I made, not just the concept art. I'm not going to remove and re-upload my post just to try and squeeze your username into the already insufferable Twitter character limit. The credit is there, clearly linked, and if people don't bother reading it, that's not on me.
You see,
Also demanding that you
we're not.
be the only
See, this is
one
why I
tagging the
said
post would be
we're just
unfair
not gonna
to
pay
Poop,
attention
who
to
has also
Zer talking.
contributed to the mod. I won't dismiss somebody else's hard work just to cater to your personal
just
expectations.
Act like
If
he
you're unwilling
Zer
to
didn't
accept
say
the
nothing.
community standard for crediting creators of mods, that's your choice. But I'm done entertaining this. Due to your continued overstepping of my boundaries and the stress this has caused me, if you insist on pursuing this matter any further, I will be blocking and banning you. Naturally, you'll still be credited, but I refuse to engage in this any longer. This is my final decision. And Toffee says thanks for your time anyways. As usual, DMs are always open and I'll be happy to help you with anything else. And Mimo liked it. And so here, Toffee had written, TLDR, you can keep the old post up. When you make the aforementioned big post, I ask you to credit, ... And Mimo says, yeah, I can say based on in the future, don't worry. But I seriously thought you were trying to get me to delete like all my posts about Varisa. I don't know if you noticed, but back then you were contradicting yourself a lot. And what you wanted wasn't clear until you finally said in the end that you wanted me to delete my post and credit you in the main post. And here Mimo says, been working on my own take on Varisa's outfit design and I'm really excited to share it soon. I won't be posting the previous mod with Toffee's design, but look forward to my version. Toffee is adding, I'm not designing my post was petty. It was, but there's a difference between a small account with no views alluding to an issue and a massive account directly name dropping and adding somebody when they previously refused to do so. She has also been saying I've sent mutuals to harass her. However, this hasn't happened. The cases that have happened, I dealt with to the best of my ability. Her fans have been practically dragging me though. People have also been accrediting my design to her, proving my earlier points. So this was Toffee's post, and again, Toffee acknowledges that it was shady. And this was Mimo's post where they directly added Toffee on their page. Here is Toffee's straw page where allegedly Mimo's fans
that's a
are
bad
sending
cross.
some messages, writing, beg for a mod,
Ugh,
got it for
look at
free,
how
then lied, then you
terrible.
weren't credited.
It's like
Dude,
off.
I remember when I was like this on Twitter, the app is not good for you, little buddy. You're a waste of oxygen, blah, 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 blah. Toffee writes, after this, she hasn't shown anything of her being harassed, nor have I seen anything of it, so I can't do anything about it, or else I would have. But I will say this, do not harass her on my behalf. It is not needed. My tweet was unnecessary, and for that I apologize, but her attitude towards me in this situation was also too. Just throwing in a couple of opinions of mine right here. Do I personally think there was a bunch of miscommunication that happened here? Yes, I personally do. I think in the beginning when Toffee reached out to Mimo, Toffee might have felt like what they were expressing was clear. As a third party reading it, I feel like it isn't the most clear what Toffee was expecting. As in my opinion, if what Toffee was looking for was a collaboration with Mimo, they should have outright said it. Like, hey Mimo, are you working on a Varisa design? I am a designer, and I was wondering if you would like to collab so I make the design, and then potentially there might be some alterations given what you can and cannot render in 3D, and then you make the 3D render for the design, and we collaborate on this mod together.
I think I'm doing a little too much. Man. Alright, the nose bridge comes back, and it's like down here. It comes down like right here, and then it goes up into the like brow area. It's like, I don't, maybe let's pull it a little bit longer. Right there. Because this is like the bone of this, like the eyeball is inside the skull. Like this is the bone for the skull part that I'm trying to get. And then like the other side comes down, wraps around, does its flips and turns and twists. Not bad. Not bad. Obviously, like I said, I have to add her hair, but I'm still trying to think, how do I want to put her hair? Like exactly. I mean, we could just put it down, but I feel like because when she fights, or quote unquote fights, when she's out in battle, her hair is tied up, right? But since this is a moment where she's all, you know, it could be down. Yeah. It could be down. Like it could be down. This mouse is, like, I'm telling you right now, this mouse is pissing me off. That's something low-key Titan would say.
But because it is worded as in, oh, I'm already cooking up a redesign, so I was wondering if I could help you save some work, no pressure. It can, to give some benefit of doubt, it can read like Toffee just wants to help out a little bit, and that's kind of all they were looking for, you know? So Coffee was talking about a collaboration, and there is room for misinterpretation in these
remember
DMs.
about her freckles.
But on the flip side of the coin, I would say that for Mimo,
or
and
not
from
freckles,
Mimo's
but like
perspective,
her,
okay, if you go into this
her,
with the idea of, oh, here's somebody in my DMs offering me some design help, that's so cool. Like, I really would appreciate this. You get the design and you make very minimal changes to the design. In my opinion, you should then be crediting that person everywhere. Otherwise, don't take the design at all. If you look at the design and then you have no intention of using it, you could say something like, oh, you know, I appreciate so much for the design. Do you mind if I just like rework it in my own interpretation for the mod? And then Toffee probably would have been like, cool. And then if Mimo pulled up with the design they have now, with, you know, the skirt change, the top change, etc., then Toffee probably would have been like, and, you know, like a little credit being like, oh, I was inspired by Toffee's design. I think that would have been chill. But it seems like the biggest issue, which is what Toffee is having with this, is that, again, there was that miscommunication in the beginning where I think Toffee was maybe expecting collaboration here, but because of how much of Toffee's design was used in the final product, that Toffee was then expecting a lot more credit than Mimo was willing to give. And again, in my opinion, if you are Mimo, if you are a designer, and somebody DMs you offering help, if you do not want to give the credit that is due, then don't accept help. I have a lot of people in my DMs offering me help, and I really, really appreciate it. I really do. Sometimes I actually do like reach out to you guys, like respond back, and I'm like, yo, can you help me with this thing? Obviously with like credit and pay and stuff like that. But I will say though, for things that I have no intention of sharing the credit for like the worst way to phrase it, you know, as in like not for that reason, but more so like, oh, I have it covered, you know, I have the graphics done for this project, so I appreciate you for offering your services. I've got it covered. You can avoid this entire situation from happening by not even opening the can of worms in the first place. If you want to get credit for the whole thing, then don't take somebody else's design. Just say no. Just be like, oh, thank you so much for offering Toffee. Appreciate it. I'm good though. So if you are then going to accept the design, then you have to work through it ethically, right? In my opinion, Mimo basically used Toffee's design. The amount of changes that Mimo added, in my personal opinion, does not count
maybe like
enough
add
as
some,
a unique
because it's like she's in the
the
crater,
new one does,
or like
the old
in
one
the.
does not, because it was way too similar. You can't change 3 things, tiny little hair clips, and then call it a new design that is all yours. And in my personal opinion, the way Mimo is talking to Toffee can read very, in a way, degrading. Mimo sounds respectful for the most part, but the way that I read it, and maybe I'm a little sensitive to this, but it reads like an adult talking down to a child. Do you know what I mean? Adults, when they talk to kids, tend to sometimes have this like, I'm better than you undertone to it, where it's like, I know better. You're a stupid child. They don't outright say that, but you can read it in the tonality of the words they chose. And if English is not Mimo's first language, that likely could also be a reason why it comes off this way. So maybe I'm reading too much into it. But in my personal opinion, Toffee has been absolutely nothing but kind and understanding, and has also catered a lot to Mimo's emotions and feelings in the way they were messaging back and forth, that I personally don't have the emotional intelligence to do. Like, I'm way too blunt with my words.
Finish the
drawing.
drawing.
But Toffee
Zara,
has
lock
been
in.
very understanding with like, oh, I totally
I
understand.
probably won't fit. No, Zara. Nah, you said 100%.
Like, oh, I don't blame you for this.
You said 100%, Zara.
It's not on you.
We don't
like,
throw that number out there for no reason.
Toffee has done so
You gotta
much,
finish
like,
it.
very kind pandering, right, to Mimo's feelings, and Mimo has been very blunt, but with this like kind of like, degrading isn't the right word, but I can't think of a better word to use in this scenario, but a kind of like holier than thou attitude in it that I personally don't like. I always think it's very interesting when people constantly reaffirm boundaries. You know, Mimo's like, you're crossing my boundaries. This is my boundary. I wasn't there. I'm not in the DMs. We've only seen the screenshots we've gotten from Toffee. But I feel like Toffee was very respectful. And Toffee approached every point very respectfully. Like, hey, you know, I just have this one thing, da-da-da-da-da, you know. And what, if you really break down all of Toffee's complaints, Toffee only has one complaint split into like 2 pieces. The issue was, hey, if you are going to use my design to this extent, then please just give me credit where it is easy to see. You know, just don't make it seem like it was yours. The big thing about the comments, and I think the comment stuff was where Mimo was like really like about, you know, where Mimo was like, sorry, I was responding to nice comments. Like, do you not realize that when people are complimenting the design, it's not your design? Mimo, maybe I'm not seeing this right. I've 3D modeled before. I took 3D modeling classes in college, but Mimo was like, oh, but I made the 3D model, so therefore they're talking about my design of the 3D model. When you read the comments, and one screenshot directly that was provided by Toffee, it was literally referring to the actual design. Like, here, you know, you fixed her horns and her hooves are adorable, da-da-da-da-da. And like, here, you know, I love seeing your redesigns. I basically use every
Okay, but the
single
thing
one.
is, right,
you know, hearts. That
in
second one
the-
could be referring to the 3D model instead of the actual
This
like,
shot right here,
outfit and
this shot right here in the
But,
in
come
the
on, man,
anime
you kind of have to know they're
is
referring to
something
Toffee's
else. This
design.
angle,
The thing is, this was the hill Mimo died on, but I just think it's a very weird hill to die on. Like, will it kill you just to be like, thank you? It was Toffee's idea to add, to like change the hoof colors. Or
do you
oh,
have to?
thank
Yes, you do have
It
to.
was at Toffee Todd
You have
did
to.
the tattoo on the horns. I'm really glad you like them. You know, like, will it kill you to add that? People will do that for me, you know. They'll be in the comment section of my videos. They'll say one thing or another. They'll be like, oh, I really like, a hypothetical example, you know, like, oh, I really like your makeup. If I was just like, thank you, you know, that's chill. But if my friend did my makeup, you would be a great person if you were like, thank you so much. My friend at their username, if they're a social media person, did my makeup. Go check out her videos. Like, she does a lot of makeup content. It's free to add that. Mimo adding that would help Toffee a lot by getting them some exposure. And it is just like a good thing to do, you know? So that's just the way that I look at it, where it's like the hill that you're dying on is one where all you have to do is drop a one-liner appreciating the effort this other person put in. And that's why to me it's always like a little, it feels some type of way. Another example, not to yap about myself too much, when people are like, oh my god, Kat, like I love your videos. You know, many times you guys probably have seen me comment, thank you so much, you know, I really appreciate my editor because I wouldn't be able to have this YouTube channel without him.
You
I could
mean
just be
the
like,
editor
you
that
know,
made
sometimes I'm
that
just like, oh,
mistake?
but give credit where credit is due. It won't kill you, okay?
I'm
This
kidding.
is just where I
kidding.
stand
I mean, I'm not really,
on
but I'm
this
kidding.
whole situation so
kinda.
far, because there's more. Because again, I know Toffee is a minor, but Toffee is so well spoken, and I feel so icky being like mature for their age. But the way they have approached this situation and this conflict is very mature. They have taken the most professional way possible. First, approaching it in DMs. And I don't like the idea of a perfect victim, you know? I don't want people being like, oh, but like Toffee made a shady post. Da, 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 da. Dude, Toffee's like a kid, bro. Like, leave him alone. Kids make, you know, shady posts or whatever. It was one freaking tweet where they didn't even mention the name. And it was so vague that you may not even know what it was really about, you know? And then the adult in the situation directly added them. Like, come on, man. So I don't want people being like, you did this, or like, yeah, well, Toffee was being petty or whatever. And you know what? You have a right to be petty, okay? You can make little comments here and there. That's totally fine. Toffee never told anyone to attack Mimo. Toffee never even dropped Mimo's name in that tweet. What are we trifling about, guys? Come on. So then we have a twist to the situation because we have a Google Doc. We have this post by Annie Lien. Hopefully I'm reading their name right. But Annie writes, Doc and thread, addressing the misconceptions and allegations made against Mimio regarding the Verisa redesign situation. It includes timeline and proof, even of credits for the 2D art adapted that the artist initially acknowledged. The name of the artist is hidden. I did not write this document, but the person who wrote it did a good job. I was asked to post it since I have more followers. As for personal opinion, I recognize Mimo hasn't always done things right and that there might be valid issues people have with her. But in this particular situation, I think 100% she was in the right, and I hope the document helps clear up the lies. So this is the document in question. Also, sorry if I like look over a little bit. My cat is like absolutely freaking out right now. He's acting like there's a bug, and I'm a little nervous because I didn't see the bug. But he was literally like this earlier, and there was a spider, and he made the bug squeak again, and now he's very, 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 very interested in my beanbag in the corner. So pray for me, guys. Disclaimer. This document is not a call-out post, nor is it to justify any actions of individuals involved. It's made with the intent purpose of clarifying the drama to prevent misinformation and further harassment to anyone involved. The document serves to inform and clarify and is not created to invite discussion or debate. It is to inform. It was not made by Mimo nor her Discord mods. It was made by somebody who wishes the conflict will come to the end. And I'm gonna summarize.
Kids on Twitter, nah, exactly. First of all, anybody on Twitter,
who contributed, with
but
Mimo being the primary
especially not
modder,
kids.
the artist, a community artist who reached out to ask if the design could be modded into the game. So that would be Toffee. And the community member, a modder who assisted with implementing muscular variations. They basically emphasized this is not for hate and that they redacted the artist and the community member's name, but Mimo's name cannot be redacted due to, you know, it's about Mimo. I would add that even though the artist's name is redacted here, I'm going to continue calling them Toffee simply because Toffee's post was very viral with 13k likes, so we know it's Toffee, and I just think it'll make it more clear. But just for you guys to note, Toffee's name was redacted out of this. So 2, development context. So upon getting Toffee's concept art, the mod would begin development March 27th. And then as you can see, Mimo posted about this in their Discord. And then as you can see here, the community member, which is redacted, was helping with the body slider. And Mimo basically shouted that out in Discord, and that was posted the same day. And then Toffee was invited into the server. So here you can see Toffee says, wow, I'm so excited already. It looks great. And Toffee says, thank you.
I don't know, such a weird
and
angle.
The community member says hi. So then Mimo fully implemented the
Like,
toggle
it's hard for me to
alongside the artist
understand how
banner.
this
And
would
so
work.
here you can see the before and after.
But we're gonna
the
make it work.
art
We're gonna
is
make
now
it work.
added.
Trust.
And Mimo added both the community modder and Toffee. And then Toffee asks, hi, wait, Mimo, I don't know if it's possible and I don't want to trouble you, but maybe you could use the name card edit I made so the menu and the character matches. Totally fine if not. And then the name card edit was added, and then Toffee says, wow, it looks great. I think it was just referring to this in the corner. From my understanding, this little character in the name card, well, this is Verisa. Toffee did a little redraw of it, so they added the mod designs onto the little Verisa in the corner. So as you can see, the horn tattoos are now visible. Then the doc reads, from here Mimo would share the changes she made to Verisa's model. Toffee would mention the changes Mimo made differed from their concept art. Mimo would discuss the changes that differed, and Toffee would approve and praise the changes Mimo did. So here Mimo's like, oh, the model's pretty much done. Toffee says, wow, I love it. Out of curiosity, how come her hair beads are all the same color? I don't really mind, but originally I made them each color of the rainbow due to her namesake. And then Mimo adds, the beads are blue, pink, and yellow. What do you mean? Oh, also I did give her a basket. And then Toffee adds, on the other side, they're orange, green, and purple. And then in response to the basket, Toffee says, it's adorable. And Mimo says, I didn't really want to add these colors since she already has so many colors going on. And Toffee says, oh, okay, makes sense. Still works given the fact that since the pink stands in for the red, they're all primary colors. And Toffee says, I'm obsessed. Are you gonna change the belt to match too? You don't have to, I'm curious. And Mimo says, I'm doing it now. And Toffee says, yep, thank you, heart. And then Toffee adds, I'd be so happy to help you with mods in the future. This is so fun. Mimo says, I don't know if you noticed, but I added a butterfly to the ear. Toffee says, I didn't. And Mimo says, what do you think about the vitiligo? And Toffee says, I was wondering where her butterfly was. It's adorable. And Toffee says, I really like it, referencing the vitiligo. I think it makes her look even more colorful, which I love. And Mimo says, I didn't want to give her a second stocking since the vitiligo is so pretty. And Toffee says, fair. I also thought that when I saw the vitiligo, because I'd want to show it off, so it makes sense leaving a large chunk of her skin visible so we can see it. Have you started the Night Soul design? And Mimo says no, and Toffee says okay. Mimo says, I'm still texturizing the belt, you know, and Toffee says, oh, it's fine, take your time. I'm so excited. Mimo says, I don't think I'll make a different outfit for her Night Soul since it's so short, honestly. And Toffee says, aw, that's fine. Doesn't she already have shorts built into her design? And Mimo says, yeah, she does. And Toffee says, so wouldn't it just be like removing assets similar to Zilonen removing her coat? And Mimo responds, I could try coding that, but I don't know if it would conflict with all the other code. Toffee says, oh, okay, well, good luck. And Mimo says, thank you. Toffee says, it's fine if it doesn't happen. I just think it'd be an easy way to appease both Zulu and Mexican crowds because you get a design for both aspects. Is it okay if I show others the Marisa model, or would you rather I not? It's so cool. 3. The unauthorized Twitter post.
Does it have to, like, as I understand, like, I understand, you know, when you start going into other cultures and stuff and you're creating characters that are supposed to be part of certain cultures, how they should dress and I understand all that. But I feel like if I were to make a character from that was born and raised in Egypt, right? And the character has lighter skin, right? Hear me. Can't you still find people with lighter skin that live in Egypt? So, am I wrong? I don't think so. But it's not true to the play. I mean, but listen. I understand what you're saying. But what you need to also understand is that there are people that are from those places who also don't have darker skin, right? Hot take? Is that is that too much to say? Is that too much to say? Because I remember Titan was telling me about what happened with Zelda, where there was this tribe or something, and apparently they were too light or something. Or they were, I don't remember exactly all the stuff that was going on in that drama. But how come people end up getting mad or having an issue with that when it's like, I understand you can say majority of the people, if you even want to say that, sure, are this like skin tone. There are people who are there who don't have that skin tone. So how don't you know my character is one of them? Can't that just be the case? I have Japanese characters who are dark skinned. I have Japanese characters who are like mixed. I have Japanese characters who are pale skin. Yo, they're all valid. Does that mean because especially my world is so weird in like the timelines and stuff, so that's why it's kind of like but at the end of the day, it's possible. I bet I can find a dark, I bet I can find a black person that was born and raised in Japan, you know? only speaks Japanese, doesn't speak English. I bet I can find one somewhere in the world if you gave me unlimited time. I mean, I just go to Japan first, and then I'm pretty sure I can find one. Maybe in a couple months. If I'm like going out every day, like trying to find somebody. Her hair is pissing me off now. It's pissing me off. Because even if it's like that, if it's like down, because I kind of changed her hair a bit, and I'm trying to look at it and do the same thing. So her hair is like that. If she shifts over to the side, her earrings, or her earring is covered with hair, right? I'm gonna do it on a different layer just so I don't mess it up. That's smart, right? Different layer so you don't mess it up. Okay. Alright. Okay. So she has bangs. We know. Her nose, her hair. But her eye needs to be showing. But the thing is, because her hair, and she's pushed back. So I'm trying to look at the picture and trying to see what does it look like when her hair is like down. Twisted. Because she's like in. Because it's like she's in the ground. Like you see? Like, hold up. Like she's like in. You see how like she's like in. So like her hair is like going in, but like in this angle that he's looking at her in, right? Hold up. And this angle that he's looking at her in is kind of like a perspective, like kind of like this is why like right here her legs appear bigger than her, like like you know what I'm saying? Like in distance and everything's overlapping. So I don't know. I'm confused. I need assistance. I need some assistance.
Mimo and the artist, Toffee. Toffee would request to share the progress. However, there was miscommunication here. Mimo believed the artist was sharing Varisa's progress with their friends when they were referring to social media. And here Mimo says, in response, at least mention me or something, then sure, and Toffee says, of course. So here, this was the tweet where Toffee posted it to Twitter, and they write, guys, Mimo did it like for real. At Mimo, thank you. Posting the design progress. Mimo writes, Toffee, I allowed you to share it with friends, but please refrain from posting on socials. And Toffee said, oh, okay. It doesn't usually leave my circle, but I'll delete it BRB. It looks so good. And Mimo says, after all, it's my model, so the right to reveal it on social should be done with mutual consent.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Toffee
That
says,
makes
of
sense.
course. Mimo says the image also lacks a watermark, so reposters could also get to it. I try to make it a habit to watermark any image of my work that I post on Twitter nowadays after the Emily fiasco, where my work in progress of the mod got reposted on Pinterest and by major Genshin accounts without credit. And again, just throwing in my 2 cents here, when Toffee says, oh, do you mind if I share it with friends? Like, I personally would have assumed it meant, like, I don't know, in DM somewhere, being like, oh, look how cool this is. But I completely acknowledge that it can also be like a big miscommunication. I don't think Toffee had ill intent whatsoever. Because I completely get it from Mimo's perspective. It could be like, oh, like bad actors would try to leak it. If the design is leaked early, Mimo should get, a fair amount of the social media clout that would come from it. But if it's leaked too early, then Mimo wouldn't get that. So I totally understand. I don't think Toffee was like being malintentioned whatsoever. I also understand from Toffee's perspective, like because their Twitter account is small, they probably just thought, oh, I'm tweeting it to my friends because literally all I follow are my friends. So I can completely see that too. What happened here was a miscommunication, as the document said. So the doc continues. A day later, after making some adjustments, somebody? I guess Mimo. Sorry, the name isn't put here. Mimo would share Varisa's in-game model on March 30th, 25 hours after Toffee's initial post. As I stated, the names were censored, but both of their names were in the toggle banner below. One day after Mimo's post,
I don't want
Toffee
to
would follow
detail
up on
it
this
too
post
much
with
because
positive reception, showing they had been
I
on
just need
good
to
terms
add
despite the mishap. So here
what she's
Mimo
wearing.
says, Varisa redesign mod,
What
first
are we gonna
in-game
do?
reveal.
What are we
She
gonna
comes with
do?
special
Why didn't I
sliders
think of
for
this
extra
first?
customization, so you can
I don't
truly
know.
make
Let's
her
just
your own. I'm so
go on
happy
her
with how
arm right
adorable
now.
she
Why
turned
not?
out. And then Toffee quote retweeted it. Guys, go look, I'm going feral. This has been the last tweet expressing there had been mutual recognition between the two, with the upcoming section here to clarify what would lead to the fallout between Toffee and Mimo. 4. Pre, follow, and attribution. Mimo would then start working on Verisa's color variants, which she would post on Twitter on March 31st. So here, Mimo added the recolors, and then Mimo commented, "Here's the art I took inspiration from when making the mod." And then it was Toffee's post. On April 5th, Toffee would end up leaking the private convo between themselves and Mimo that occurred on March 31st on our chronological timeline, which we can use to determine are praising it for being your design and you don't correct them. And this is the big DM that Toffee had sent Mimo on Discord. We've already read this one, where the highlighted phrase is, "It's more so about the way you worded it rather than the actual presence of credit because it's there." Where again, Toffee says, when people praise it for being your design and you don't correct them, it feels like I'm being discredited and belittled. The doc reads, based on these messages Toffee leaked, we can see that Toffee does acknowledge that Mimo credited them. Toffee appears to be upset about how they were credited on Twitter, with some individuals commenting on her post shared on the 30th and 31st, believing Mimo created Verisa's design. The artist expressed frustration at the way the credit was presented on Twitter, stating that being credited in-game was not enough, and that Mimo's responses to praise in the comments gave the impression that the design was solely her own. According to Mimo, she explained her reasoning for using the word inspired, citing notable differences between the model and the artist's original design. When the discussion continued over this extended period, Mimo expressed that she felt her boundaries were being repeatedly crossed. As stated, she would have to disengage from the conversation if it continued in that direction. Another leaked message between Mimo and Toffee would clarify this argument. We've also already read that message.
So, like,
by the way, stepping
is
back
this
real
like,
quick,
I mean, it has to be like normal, but why do people keep making documents? Like, most of her videos are on documents that she's reading that people have said. Do you guys just do this? Like, it's just like a thing that's just normal on Twitter? Like, if anybody got a problem, they just got to make a document and tell the world. All right, so by the way, this person's been scamming me, and here's all the evidence. So, as you can see, on March 25th, I'm like, what the heck's going on? It's crazy. Like, how, like, everybody's just like, it's like they ready. You know what I mean? Because in my head, I'm just like, so every encounter you have with anyone, they just be screenshotting. You know what I mean, bro? Bro could have just been chill. Just and then said something like, "You know what? I don't really like how you draw," to somebody, and then they would have screenshot it, right? And then 10 weeks later, this is my experience with Bri, and this is the document exposing him for everything. I'm like, oh snap! And then that tweet is gonna be in there. I don't really like your art like that. Exhibit A. Everybody, it's like so many. Most of them are VTubers, but this one has nothing to do with VTubing. This is a Genshin, but they're all on Twitter. Very interesting.
Is trying to be presented in the most unbiased way possible. To me, it still reads quite biased. This is just me analyzing it from the English perspective. Again, I don't know if the person who wrote this doc has English as their first language, because it is alleged that it's not Mimo's first language. So obviously, again, I do want us to take into account when English or whatever language it is not your primary language and you're communicating in it, there can be things that are just lost to communications, right? Like if I were to talk to you in Mandarin, my Mandarin is okay conversationally, but there are just words that I don't know. So the words that I will supplement may not fully communicate my intent. I would say that if you do write the words, she explained her reasoning for using the word inspired, citing notable differences between the model and the artist's original design. I'm just gonna put a pause right here because I think anybody with eyeballs would not find that the additions Mimo added to be notable. I'm not saying this to try to be mean, but bluntly speaking, there were like 3 things added that were not color changes. Okay? A basket, a butterfly that was just moved. It was on the back and then it was moved to the ear, but it was still there. And 1 stocking was removed. And even about the stocking, you might be like, well, that was a design change. The original character's design had 1 stocking. So you just reverted it back to the original design. It still doesn't necessarily mean you made an additional change that was your unique interpretation, right? It was just the original design now instead of Toffee's. So that could be like a nuance there. In my opinion, the vitiligo doesn't count because it is a toggle you can turn off in the body slider.
I know it's a common mistake,
you can put it back to the regular body size.
Every time
so
she says
of course those are additions that would take a lot of time and effort to code, we are talking strictly about the the character's outfit design here. And in that regard, in my personal opinion, the changes are very minor. But I just wanted to point that out. Guys, my cat is still staring at where he thinks the bug is, and I am not very happy because oh, there better not be a spider in my room, guys. I'm not like afraid of bugs, but I have carpet, so you guys, like, carpet and bugs do not get along, and I do not want to be jump scared with like spiders tickling my feet later. Okay. Also, like, okay, one more thing about the boundary, which like the boundary thing, which again, I always try to be respectful about people's boundaries, but for me,
this is also a pretty weird position for a hand.
See how like really
I mean,
the
not super
boundary
weird.
was crossed. I guess maybe Mimo thinks that like the boundary is nobody can question my designs, and then when Toffee was questioning the design, that was Mimo's boundary. I would say, like, just reading the DMs that we've seen, because so far the doc has showed us leaked as in the DMs that Toffee posted. So take into account they were DMs Toffee grabbed. Maybe Toffee was cherry picking. Maybe it seemed like Toffee was super respectful. Reading that personally, I did not get the impression that Toffee was trying to violate boundaries by pressing too much or like asking for more things. Toffee was just expressing their feelings about how they felt like they were belittled because the way Mimo was responding to some comments made it seem like Mimo was taking credit for the design. And I'm gonna be blunt, if I were Toffee and I made a design for somebody and then they commented the way Mimo did, I personally would feel uncomfortable too. The doc continues, while the conversation ended without direct hostility, it left both parties frustrated and emotionally drained. At this stage, the disagreement remained private and no public statements had been made. It would not be until April 5th that the artist Toffee made the conversation public by leaking the exchange. Twitter fallout and Discord discourse. Following the events of this argument, Toffee would make an accusation against Mimo that she'd end up profiting off of their design while not providing credit, despite the artist establishing earlier that Mimo did credit them in-game, which can be seen through both her posts via the banner. This contradicts the private convo where the artist had admitted Mimo credited them in-game, but was upset about how they worded it. The artist made after the argument would shift to claiming Mimo didn't give Toffee any credit whatsoever. So here Toffee made a post, wait, the modder is gonna make money off my design and they aren't even crediting me. Why didn't I think this through? After this post, 2 of the artist's friends would join Mimo servers on April 1st, and for their privacy, their profiles will be censored. So here, they join. This will lead to an argument between Mimo's Discord community and Toffee's friends before getting banned from the server altogether by a mod. While the messages that sparked the discourse had been deleted by the mods, proof of the interaction can be shown through the photos above and below, with Toffee directly confirming their friend defending their actions.
Okay, that's a bit much. I don't want to do that.
Over this. Okay, I'm so horrible with internet slang, guys. I know this is referring to
I
feel
like
friends,
the arm is
I'm
fine
like
where it
such
is.
a boomer when it comes to this. But having friends who are getting heated over all this for me is so nice. I pick good friends, guys. Oh, one of my followers or one of my friends. Like, okay, this is like Twitter saying, right? I'm sorry, I'm gonna digress for a sec. I just read this as oomps in my head. Okay, every time I have to read it, I just read having oomps. But like, it's just referring to like friends, mutuals, like acquaintances, etc. It's supposed to stand for like one of my friends, one of my followers. But like the way it's used colloquially doesn't work with the acronym, so it's basically used as a noun. Maybe I'm too boomer for this, guys. Like, I'm not chronically on Twitter, okay? As contrary to what some
Twitter
people think,
is its own
I read a lot of books,
world
and in
over
order
there.
to read like 13 books in 1 month, you are not chronically on Twitter. I digress, though, but I would love to hear you guys
Why does
comment
she
your
have to say
favorite book
that?
down below. I am currently reading The Fine Prince. My friend and I are going to Disneyland in a couple days, so I'm trying to get a little fantasy theme park readouts. But the doc continues. While we do not know when the argument occurred due to the argument being deleted by Mimo's mods based on Toffee's first friend joining at 12:18 a.m. and the artist tweet at 3 a.m., we can assume the argument occurred during this 3-hour time frame. According to Mimo, Toffee would also then get banned by her mods during this 3-hour time frame. She claims that they had a convo regarding this debate inside the server and would be let back in. We can confirm that Toffee was let back into the server on April 1st at 2:38 p.m. thanks to the message by the server's bot in the welcome channel, where you can see here Toffee was back. 6. The cancellation of the mod. Okay, like on a complete side note, I don't know how the friends fighting in Discord is relevant. Like, I mean, sure, they like fought, I guess. Happens. That's just me personally. To me, I guess this is a very solid, like, chronological order of events that happen, but in a way, like, maybe I'm being a little bit cynical, but it also kind of reads a little biased, maybe, because it's kind of like, oh, here's like other things that other people did, you know? In that regard, then Toffee could have gone on their doc and been like, here are all of like Mimo's followers harassing me. This shows Mimo is a piece of crap, you know? Whereas like on one hand, I would say that you really can't like attribute the actions of other people to that person, you know? Toffee's friends defending them in Discord. Unless Toffee actively told them, hey, go to Discord and bully Mimo, then the friends were acting of their own volition. You know, same thing with Mimo's followers, okay? If Mimo's followers go and harass Toffee, that fucking sucks. And I would hope that if it was actively happening, you know, that your audience is inspiring in harassment towards others, you would actually try to actively shut it down. But unless Mimo actively made a post being like, go harass Toffee, you can't really fault Mimo either for that. So to me, when stuff like that is included in these types of compilations where it's not really relevant to the party involved, to me it kind of reads like it's used in a way to try to make Toffee's character look a certain type of way. And I know that I do sound biased towards Toffee reading this, but it's just because for me personally, I'm trying to remain unbiased.
Because
but
she's young.
with the information that I am presented so far, if I were in Toffee's shoes, I would be frustrated with Mimo's actions. And if I were in Mimo's shoes, I would not have done what Mimo did. So that's just why I'm sounding the way I sound. If I were Mimo, I would not have responded to the comments that way by making it seem like the design was mine. Because I do want to add, I don't know either of them. The first time I've heard of either of these people is literally covering the situation. So I have no reason to be biased towards one or the other. I literally don't know any of these people. The cancellation of the mod. Despite this mishap, the project would continue being worked on a little longer before being fully discontinued on April 1st later that evening. The public work in progress page would be locked, with the last message being sent on April 1st by a public viewer reacting to Toffee's work. By the way, this happening on April 1st is pretty funny. So here Toffee puts in some artwork and then a viewer says, cutie patootie. A member on the server would ask Mimo about the mod's cancellation on April 3rd. Mimo said she had begun working on a new design for Varisa outside of the artist version 2 days ago, meaning she started on the design April 1st, the day of the fallout. So here the viewer asked, and Mimo says, yeah, I gave up on posting the mod. I started working on my own design for the past 2 days. I will post in the work in progress channel tomorrow once I finish up the shading and such of the model. Mimo would then make an official announcement on her Twitter, making a new design not associated with the artist version. She created a work in progress page for her redesign of Arisa shortly after the Twitter announcement on April 3rd. So here we can see on April 3rd, that was the tweet we've already read as well, where Mimo directly tags Toffee. And this is the redesign channel. 7. Aftermath harassment. After the Marisa project was closed on April 1st, the artist would either silently leave Mimo's server or be banned, with Mimo claiming the latter to have happened, meaning most likely Toffee is banned from the server. Mimo would then make a comment about the situation in the new Marisa post
like
of the redesign.
I'm getting
so
really
here Mimo says, it's been
frustrated
rough.
with
Please
this
don't send any
drawing,
harassment
but
to Toffee as a
or with these,
disclaimer.
but
Toffee ended
I
up
just had to
accusing
keep
me
going.
of a lot of things,
Give
like
me 1
not
second.
crediting their design
I'm
and
gonna
me
draw a
profiting off
few
of it, while sending their
shapes.
friends to harass me. After I made a post mentioning that I'll be scrapping the old version to make my own design, Toffee ended up saying really mean things about me on their page. I have already given them multiple warnings that I'll be making the issue public if they continue, and they did. I tried making a post compiling the shit they've said about me, but I was overwhelmed by the negative comments from Toffee's friends, so I ended up deleting the post. Honestly, I feel like I don't have any friends to rely on at this point, since I was made out to be the villain in a situation where I was harassed by a group of people simply because I wanted to protect myself by calling it out. Mimo would provide context through what we've already discussed, including screenshots of the artist reaching out to Mimo to make a mod. So Mimo showed proof of Toffee contacting them. Also, like a side note, I don't think the way the communication happened was ever its point of debate. I thought it was like always obvious that Toffee was the one that reached out, but maybe, you know, there's like other conversations that weren't shown here that there was that. So this is the screenshot that we've already seen. Toffee had posted this. Here is the finished version Toffee posted. The doc continues. However, not long after these initial posts, there were more arguments regarding the accusations of theft and credibility involving Mimo and Toffee alongside public viewers who defended Toffee's actions inside Mimo's redesign post. This will lead to one of Mimo's mods to shut down the debates regarding the Varisa drama. So here the mod says, the combo got really unrelated, so I deleted the entire chunk. If you have points you'd like to address, do send a DM to Mimo about it. Thank you for your compliance. Sometime after the artist had been removed from the server, Toffee would open up discussion on their straw page in regards to the fallout. Toffee would end up receiving harassment from those defending Mimo or disagreeing with Toffee's actions up until this point. So here, Toffee says her dogs will probably cook me. And these were the posts, the mean comments, and we've seen them because Toffee has also posted that in the whole thread we read. In any case, both sides have received harassment and reacted with hostility, leading to the accusations of theft and profiting off the design Toffee had made without being credited. I mean, I will also add one other thing, is that Toffee had mentioned that Mimo had never provided evidence of being harassed. I personally, when people say they're being harassed, I typically believe them, right? Because internet people are mean as hell. I've been on the receiving end of it. I believe it. I don't think like necessarily prove it. I would say that if that
you're talking about specifically what's been going on recently,
then you might need to prove it.
But listen, honestly, bro, listen, I know this ain't about her, but honestly, she's still moving You know what I mean? She could have cried about it. It was like, oh, I guess I have to delete everything. But she's like, nah. Listen, I'm doing what I gotta do. And like Bryce said, I gotta get some of that YouTube bread. So hey, she's standing 10 toes, man. So we can't be mad at her, really. Really can't be mad. She's doing her thing.
Say about that. Number 8, the accusations against Mimo. I aim to end misinformation and stop future harassment from either side, as it has only led to more conflict and tension with all parties involved. Toffee would accuse Mimo of the following: providing zero credit for their design. Mimo is profiting off of their design. Mimo had plagiarized Toffee's original design. So here, the tweet where Toffee says, the modder is going to make money off my design and they aren't even crediting me. Why didn't I think this through? Toffee wrote her new design is actually inspired by my design, by the way, so she's still stealing without credits. And then a Twitter user is defending Toffee. Toffee says, right, she doesn't even know Zulu culture because I did all the research. And they say it's like a school group project. It's a life lesson. And Toffee says, bro, I know she was hell to work with. So 8.1, the accusation won zero credit towards the artist. The first accusation being directed at Mimo is that she had stolen the artist's design without giving any credit whatsoever. Based on the records presented in this document, this claim appears to be incorrect, as when Mimo first shared the cancelled design in her now deleted post, we can see the toggle banner had Mimo's, the artist, and the community moderator's name. Yes, the names are present. So here the doc reads, as we discussed in the pre-follow and attribution session, the artist was upset about the way the credit was presented on Twitter in the post above, stating that being credited in-game was not enough in the pictures below, which we have gone through in section 4 of this doc. So that was this post here. As discussed previously, this is not the same as what the artist is currently accusing Mimo of not providing any credit towards the design, meaning Toffee backtracked and is now claiming that Mimo didn't provide any credit whatsoever, which is incorrect based on the available evidence gathered below. By the way, again, reading this document to me reads very biased, but I would just backtrack a little bit. So this document is basically trying to discredit Toffee by basically stating Toffee made a tweet being like, the artist never credited me. Okay, Toffee did make this shady tweet March 31st being like, the modder's gonna make money on my design and they aren't even crediting me. Why didn't I think this through? 15-year-olds are gonna make little shady petty tweets. Is what it is, bro. But I would say, like, the substantial meat and bones of the situation that I think the semantics we really should be arguing is the big thread that Toffee posted, which I think was just not mentioned, like, really at all anywhere in this big document. In my opinion, Toffee's big thread here reads extremely well written and very, very well put together. Sure, did Toffee make a bunch of petty tweets? Yeah, it didn't look like Toffee added Mimo in any of the petty tweets they were making. They were just making little petty tweets, you know? People do that. I also think people on Twitter get way too mad about people subtweeting. Yo, it is what it is, bro. Like, you don't like them subtweeting, just, I don't know, unfollow them, right? It's the same thing as school, you know? You're gonna, like, talk a little smack about people you don't like to your friends. Just happens. Maybe I don't read too much into it, but I genuinely could not give, like, two craps about what other people think about me, so maybe this is just me. But the way I read this is that Toffee had fully acknowledged in this thread that they were credited, but there were two things again. Basically, they were credited, but they were dissatisfied with how they were credited because people were confusing the design for being something Mimo organically made. And in my opinion, if that happens, if the way you gave credit had led your audience to misconstrue the original creator, then you didn't credit well enough. That's my personal opinion. But two, it's also the fact that Mimo was trying to claim the design was originally theirs. By
Zara,
being
you
like,
sticking
I
to
added
it?
3 things. So in my opinion, if you're trying to draw on the argument that Toffee is inconsistent with their claims, then in my opinion, Mimo's claims are also inconsistent. That's just me. I just think that this point is like a moot point because the big thing that we should be arguing is not what the little
I mean, obviously, this is
Toffee
just
made,
I'm
but
just
the
doing
big
this stuff just so I can get
where
back into
Toffee
it.
was
You know?
lining up all this information. And again, nowhere in the thread did Toffee say, I was never credited. So to me, this is a moot point in the document. But the document is trying to present itself to me as unbiased, which it's reading heavily biased to me. But anyways, and if I know that I will come off biased too. Again, I am biased based on who is acting in the way that I would act because my moral compass and my views on who I'm going to align with will obviously align with how I would behave as a person. But anyways, another point that I would make too is I think it is completely fair on a second argument.
Did she say a moot point because of Friends? Joey was like, I remember Friends episode, Joey was like, it's a moo point. And then Phoebe was like, moo? Or something like that. And then he said, yeah, it's like what a cow says. It doesn't matter. Or something like that. I don't know. But that's funny. That's interesting. You know, I might have to be using that. You know, it's just a moo point. It don't really matter for real.
Where again, the document is stating Toffee backtracked with their statement. The hidden implication is not a reliable narrator. But I would argue that Toffee actually has like, why is my cat still staring at where this hypothetical bug is? This is freaking me out now. In my opinion, Toffee is also completely valid in backtracking because they didn't know how it would play out. Where Toffee was saying, Mimo said, oh, I'm just gonna credit you the way that I normally would credit, but with the big post, your name would be in there, your name would be in the graphic, whatever. And Toffee initially probably was like, oh, okay, But I think the core issue again was that Toffee just wanted people to know the design was theirs. And maybe initially, the way that Mimo was gonna credit sounded fine to Toffee. And then in actual implementation, what happened was people weren't reading the quote retweet. And Mimo's argument was, it's not my fault people don't read. But Toffee's side was that, I didn't realize that if you credit me this way, people are gonna get confused and not think the design is mine. And I think the core thing that Toffee is just trying to get at is Toffee just wanted people to know this was their design. And the way the execution of the credit happened, people were confused. And is it Mimo's fault that people got confused? It could be with how they're responding to comments, but Mimo can't predict the future either, right? So, of course, Mimo may not have realized that people weren't gonna read the quote retweet in the comment. So, again, if I were Mimo, personally, what I would have done is if I saw people getting confused, I, again, would have clarified it in the comments. Like responding to the people, being like, wow, your design was so good. I would have responded if it were me. Oh, thank you. I did a 3D render. By the way, the actual outfit design was made by Toffee, to clear it up. We have to not read the surface level issue, but the actual core issue at what is being argued here. And that the core issue is that people were confusing Toffee's design for Mimo being the designer of the outfit and everything, and Toffee just wanted people to know.
That's a pretty crazy perspective.
The doc continues, 8.2. Accusation 2, profiting off the artist's design. The second accusation against Mimo is that she profited off of Toffee's design without providing them compensation. This is also incorrect based on the evidence provided, as Mimo had made no official posts on her Patreon page about Verisa whatsoever, with the last post being about Diana, which was published on Patreon March 31st. So here we have that, published 4 days ago. Furthermore, we can see the outfit designer of this Diana mod being credited alongside Mimo. It's true for mods Mimo had created in the past as well, with mods being credited. So here you can see all the credits are listed. Once again, there had been no public release of the artist's rendition of the Verisa mod, as there is neither post with Verisa on Patreon or Game Banana whatsoever. So they search for Verisa, there are no recent posts. Game banner, no posts. Mimo's last official release on Game Banana is Phoebe in Wonderland, which is available for anyone to download. Was March 16th, 2025, with the mod being updated March 30th, 2025. Once again, Verisa is completely absent here. To reiterate this claim, when mods are deleted on Game Banana, they become trashed or private, meaning you can no longer download that submission, but can still preview the title to that mod, with the example provided below. So here we can see the mod has been made private by the owner and is unavailable. This means Mimo published the Verisa mod based on the artist's design. It would appear alongside other searches of Verisa in her submissions, meaning she had not profited off of Toffee's design. Yeah, I think, again, this is a fair thing to add in here, sure. I think it's a very, very minor point because we have 5 pages dedicated to a shady subtweet that a 15-year-old made. Sorry. Maybe I'm too cynical. I don't know. I mean, you guys get mad at me in the comments for being too optimistic. But, bro, this is one shady subtweet where your name wasn't even mentioned. I don't think anybody saw that tweet. I'm gonna be real. 8.3. Plagiarizing the artist's design. Finally, the last accusation against Mimo is her plagiarizing Toffee's version of Verisa. This is what I wanted to read. As shown at the end of section 6 in this document, we can see that Mimo had created a new model not based on Toffee's concept. Furthermore, Mimo had confirmed she started work on a new design 2 days prior to the question asked on April 3rd. So April 1st was when the new design. This is the screenshot we've already read. This is the redesign posted April 3rd. As discussed in section 2, development context of this document, Mimo would make changes to the old model not based on the artist's concept art. Mimo would tell the artist the changes she made directly and they'd be positive about the changes. Guys, I am trying to be so objective right now. I'm gonna start crashing out reading this doc. I swear to God. Here, again, we can see that Toffee is being positive, asking like, oh, why are the beads different colors? And then here Mimo's like, I gave her a basket. I changed the beads color because, the beads on the skirt are blue, pink, and yellow. So here, Mimo says, oh, I didn't want to add the colors because she had so many colors going on. And Toffee says, no, okay, makes sense. And then here, Toffee is being positive about it. I'm going to crash out. Toffee being happy about the changes that you made, that is not relevant in my opinion here. Because the point we are trying to argue is we are arguing, is Mimo's design original or is it heavily, heavily inspired? Basically Toffee's design, right? Is it Toffee's design or did Mimo make enough changes to reasonably use the word inspired? That is what we were arguing here. At this point in the conversation on March 29th, because this document feels like this document, in the way that it presented itself, tried so
What's
hard
today's
to be
date?
unbiased, but I'm not falling for it. On March 29th, the design wasn't posted yet. So therefore, the credit was not posted yet.
20.
So therefore, Toffee is still under the impression that they're gonna get proper credit for the design at this point. Of course, they're still gonna be happy. Duh. So here, we've already read this conversation. But again, Toffee is being enthusiastic about the changes. Again, because at this point in the conversation, Toffee does not know the way that they are credited by Mimo would lead people to be confused. We are still seeing the conversation where Toffee is happy. The doc reads, based on these messages in the project, Mimo made changes to the following aspects outside the concept art. Didn't add orange, purple, and kiwi beads. Opted for cyan, pink, and yellow beads. Opted for one stocking instead of two. Redesigned the butterfly in her hair. Changed the mask design on the belt. Added new butterfly to ear. Added black choker around neck. Added basket to hip. Added vitiligo. I will add, the way, again, this information is presented is very biased, because if you look at it, it looks like with all of the bullet points that there were a ton of changes added. And then you read the bullet points, and you realize 2 bullet points actually refer to only 1 point, right? Didn't add colors. Change colors. That's the same thing. You change the colors to a different color. That is 1 bullet point. I don't mean to be like some English professor up in here, but this, I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna lose it. Opted for 1 stocking instead of 2. You could argue that this is a valid change that Mimo had made to make the design more unique. Right, it was done with intention to show off the vitiligo. We can also recognize that that was literally present in the original character design. The original character Varisa's outfit had only 1 stocking, so you just reverted it back to the original design.
Wait a second.
It's still not your change. You know what I mean? Like, it's still the original. Like, if you didn't change anything from the original, then you didn't add anything.
Come on,
Redesign
Mouse.
the butterflies in her hair. Change the mask design.
So this 20. Okay. So this character is a character that already exists in the game that one person redesigned, and then another person did a 3D model of the redesign that the person did of the character that already exists. What? I'm an hour in and I just got that right now. So what the heck is? Hold on, you know what? Hold up. I have to. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Alright. Genshin Impact. Character. It starts with a V. Is it this one? Nope, it's not this one. This one? Versa? Yeah. Okay, so it's this character. I don't care about the build. I just want to see the character. Alright, so this is Versa. Okay, anime girl, pink hair, sleeves. Okay, and now 1 hour and 6 minutes. Okay, now I'm gonna go back because she does show like a full. Okay, right here, right here. Okay, she made her black, and oh, the other character, the real character is right there on the side. Okay, she added the top thing. I mean, okay, yeah, but it's just weird. Like, I guess she did it like because it was quote unquote like it didn't match like the culture that they were talking. Okay, sure. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. So that's what was done. I dropped my phone, bro. I'm about to break another one. It looks like no. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Right here.
Design the butterflies in her hair. Change the mask design on belts. Isn't the mask design the same? Like, are my eyes failing me? I swear to God, the mask looked the same. Added basket to hip. Added vitiligo. Again, I would argue the vitiligo doesn't count if it's something that could be removed. You know what I mean? Like, if it is a toggle where you turn it on
I
or
know,
off.
man,
Like,
I
if
know.
I took Venti's design and then I added a toggle where you turn his outfit pink, it's still Venti. That, in my opinion, doesn't count as a valid change. To argue that it is a change you made to make it more uniquely yours. Semantics. The doc reads, to compare, here's the artist concept design they sent to Mimo before she started working on the model, as well as the model she made for Toffee prior to their Fallout comparison. All the red circles are what was removed, the yellow circles are what was changed, and the blue circles are what was added to the model that was never part of the concept art. The image below highlights changes added to the model that were not presented in the original concept art, which is shown through the orange circles. I don't see any orange
Titan.
circles.
How's it going,
So
my
I
friend?
was confused about the mask, right? I see what they mean by the mask because
I finished my
Toffee
favorite
changed the
basically
mask
another
to
20
this
page.
design. And look, the mask is
Like
different.
last
You know
semester?
how it's different? It's
Hmm.
because it's the original mask. Again, do I need to make the point again that if your change to it was not changing it at all, it is still not you making it unique, right? Like, you removing one stocking doesn't make it more uniquely your design because that is the original Genshin Impact design. She only has one stocking on. You not touching the mask on the belt and leaving it the way it is not you making an additional change.
I told you, bro. I told you. It only took an hour and some change. I know you were sipping. That's not. That's not what's happening, Titan. Titan, that's not what's happening. Okay, gosh, that's not what's happening.
That spins the design to something that is uniquely your creation, you not changing it. So the mask is again a moot point. The stocking is a moot point. So if we look at the design,
I think it's a
right,
moot.
and again, I think the biggest thing is not even the number of aspects that were changed, but what core elements were changed. Like, if you were to break this design of Barisa down to its most identifiable elements, I would say the biggest elements are the horn tattoos, the shawl that was added because that was not in the original design, and the fluff on her legs, the fluffy leg warmers. I would say those three to me are the biggest changes made to this design that makes it a unique design. And if we look here, right, making the stockings fuzzy, like making her wear a giant shawl and putting the horn tattoos, in my opinion, those are the biggest ones, and all of that is kept the same as Toffee's. So if we're gonna make the argument of the scale of the change matters, then that would be the argument we would make. Even if we're gonna argue on the number of changes that were made to the design, there were only, in my personal opinion, 3 changes that I personally count as valid in terms of like, oh, this is something you added to it. Okay, change number 1 being the butterfly. This one's a 50-50 because it was present in Toffee's design. It was just moved. 2 is adding a choker, so you added something. And removing something would count too, unless you removing it just reverted it back to its original state. Then that doesn't count, in my personal opinion. Actually, I think it's just those 2. Oh, sorry, and the basket. So we have 3. The butterfly, the choker, and the basket. Because the 2 items that were removed, again, reverted the design back to the original part of the design. So I think if you only change 3 things, it doesn't count. That's me. And then the doc continues. Furthermore, the artist made changes to their artwork based on Mimo's changes to the model.
Let's say
and
I
the
drew.
last post they made in
Let's say I
December
created a
before
character.
being removed. So this
right?
is their art, you know, referring to the butterfly, the choker, and then no basket, the mask. We can establish based on these pictures that Mimo had made significant changes to the model outside of the artist design. I disagree, but I'm going to continue reading. The artist would accuse Mimo for plagiarizing the design they made for Mimo prior to the fallout and mod cancellation of their design.
Pause?
Where Toffee posts her new design is actually inspired by my design, by the way, so she's still stealing without credits. This is incorrect based on the available.
Thank you. If I were to draw like Killua, right? But I made his hair longer. That's number one. I changed his hair color. That's number two. And I made his eyes red. That is a completely different person. Even if the fit and everything, his body type, everything is the same. So, hey, she's incorrect. Because if I change 3 things about a character, that's fine. If I change 3 things, I can make them a different person. Let's use Killua again. If I change his fit, right? Let's say he wore Goku's gi, right? And I changed his eye color to like pink or something. I left his hair color and his hair the way it is. And I gave him like scars all over his body. That's a whole different person. You ain't put no effort? I ain't put no effort? Listen, I'm still working on it. Gosh, man. Dang, bro.
Evidence, as we have just compared the changes Mimo made to the model outside of Toffee's concept art. Like before, these were the changes made to Mimo's new model outside of the artist's influence. So this is the new model, you know, where we can see all of these. Remove the stockings, remove beads, redesign choker, redesign belt, redesign ahoge into heart, redesign hoof pattern, change color of leg warmers, change color of rings. Mask became a belt buckle, added a new shirt, added a new jacket, added a thigh strap, added seat packets, reverted Varisa's bow. In my personal opinion, the changes made to this design is very significant to make it a new design. There were so many changes made to the new model compared to the old model that I had to double check multiple times that I didn't miss any, because it's a lot. Again, sorry, that just reads very biased to me again. Again, it's fair to be biased towards your friend if you're making a document for your friend, but then like if you try to present the document as something very objective, it's not true. Once again, there are aspects of the new model that the artist accused Mimo of plagiarizing that hadn't come from the original concept art they made at all. The artist even took aspects of Mimo's model when drawing the Varisa art shared earlier. To reiterate, here's a full list of changes that were made to the old and new models that differed from the concept art the artist sent. So we have the old model and then the new model list. 9. Purpose for document. I wish to reiterate once more that I do not condemn any harassment of any kind to any individuals involved. This document was made with the sole intent of preventing any rumors while disproving accusations not supported by the available evidence that can lead to even more harassment and hate. There was miscommunication involved between Mimo and the artist.
But yeah, Brian.
That does not make any harassment.
So with the Genshin mods, I mean, I know you probably don't play Genshin, but like, do they let you use the mods in the actual online game? Do they let you do that? Probably. Okay. Because I'm wondering, like, why do they make those mods for an online game? So I guess they might have to do that. But only design mods. Not any, other type of mods. I guess. Listen, she can't be a VTuber, she can't be a streamer, she can't be a voice actor, she can't be an actor, she can't be a cosplayer, she can't be a what else is there? We made a list before. Um, what else? What else? What else? Oh, she can't be a rigger. She can't be a rigger. Um, what else is there? I mean, she can cosplay for fun, but like once she's like going to conventions and stuff, nah. After that one video we saw, I don't even want to deal with it. She can't do nothing. Nah, right? Nothing. I mean, listen. I did mention this before. I was like, she can be a, um, she can be a. If she's a streamer, she can't have an ex or a, what you call it, of the streaming account. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, the pose is fine. The proportions are good. Everything that's throwing me off is the hair. Uh,
Whatsoever from anyone acceptable. Even if you know the identity of any individuals, please don't harass them or send them threats. I'm hoping this document will prevent things from escalating from either side. Once again, this is not a call out post, it's a document made in hopes of allowing everyone involved to put this drama behind us and move on. The document was completed April 6th. So I just have a couple of extra points to add on top of me like almost crashing out at the end of the document. For me, it's always like a big pet peeve when people try to present themselves as like a force of authority, but then like you can read that the authority is biased. Like, I don't know. For me, it's just like, bro, are you serious? Just admit that you are a friend that made the document. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine. That's totally fine. I just don't like things that are misleading. For this document, there's a couple of problems that I have with it. And I'm strictly just speaking from like an analytical perspective of if I was in college and presented this document to analyze. Is one that they basically like the way the tone of this document reads is as if they are shading the information that Toffee provided in their thread. They allude to leaks. So they never actually really mentioned the full call out thread that Toffee made. It's like briefly mentioned, but out of the 55 pages, it appeared on like a quarter of one page, you know? The tone of this document reads as if Toffee leaked a bunch of stuff. Like they leaked DMs, they leaked this, that. Sure, they posted it. You could argue, should they have gotten permission to post DMs? Who knows, right? People argue that, the ethics of that. But I would state that no additional information is provided. So the way they try to present the
Of course you
information
are.
Toffee had provided is that it is like shady leaks. And so the way that I read into that is that, okay, if you're going to argue that what Toffee has provided are leaks, it implies there's more information from DMs that we haven't seen. But this document doesn't actually provide any more DMs, any more screenshots, anything else that Toffee hasn't already provided themselves, which to me makes me feel like Toffee is a credible narrator. Because if you couldn't substantiate and provide any more evidence contrary to what we've seen from Toffee, and you are the opposing side, that makes me even more likely to believe that Toffee's narration of events is relatively true, right? Obviously, it will be colored with Toffee's biases, but it doesn't seem like Toffee presented any misinformation with the screenshots. It does not look like they cherry-picked things that made them look better, because otherwise, more screenshots would have been provided by this document, I assume. One. Two, I wish this document would cover the thread, right? And like, for me to take this document more seriously, I would have hoped to read about fully debunking the big thread that Toffee had made, instead of cherry picking what like petty little subtweets that a 15-year-old made, because that makes the document, in my opinion, lose credibility, because it really just feels like you're cherry picking some silly little tweets. And of course, they could hurt your feelings, and of course it's a little bit of misinformation where Toffee's like, oh, they didn't credit me at all, and like a huge chunk of this document was dedicated to that one little tweet where Toffee was like, they didn't credit me at all. Bro, it's like a 15-year-old that was like upset that made a tweet. What actually mattered, which is what I was hoping to like see debunked, was the big thread that Toffee made, which wasn't really debunked in this. The final thing that I have to say about this document, which to me is wild, like this literally was the hill that Mimo died on. And a lot of this was also miscommunication. It was just a lot of miscommunication as well, which again could have easily been resolved if both parties just like gave each other some benefit of doubt, which I think due to trust eroding, didn't happen, which happens, But I do think that literally all of this could have been avoided if Nemo was like, hey, Toffee, I'm so sorry for the way I responded to some comments. I completely understand that it can make it seem like I'm taking credit for the design and belittling the impact you had on the design. I'm sorry. I'm going to respond to it right now to clear it up. That literally would have fixed everything. This is like wild to me, because this is like 55 pages of doubling down. And Mimo didn't write this, to be fair. Mimo may not have even known this was being written. So don't go like hating on anybody involved. But that's just crazy to me, because again, I would have never done what Mimo did in
That's
the
what you
first
get
place,
for watching.
personally.
Dang! Titan!
All you had to say
my
was,
God!
I'm so sorry. My bad.
Titan! Gosh, chill out, my guy! Titan's acting like she did something personally. Like Titan was like, hey, she was talking about my peoples. Alright, let's grab this, cut it, paste it. Okay, and then crap. I hate that I did that. I truly hate that I did that. I see some liquefy right now, actually. Oh crap. No, I have to George it. But it's cool, perfect timing, because I actually had to go get something.
That I will say, hey, by the way, the design was Toffee's to just correct the misinformation for people who were confused, that would have been so fucking easy. But then Mimo also seems to be like very, very adamant that they made substantial changes to the design to make it uniquely theirs, and I personally just disagree with that. And this document seems to also think that substantial changes were made, and I again disagree with this document. I would love to hear your thoughts down below. And again, if you do leave your thoughts, let's please be respectful at the end of the day. I don't want this to be like a dog piling on people. That is never the intention. But guys, in my personal opinion, if I take Venti and I put pink hair ties, a pink flower, and a pink basket on him, this is still Venti. I just added 3 things to him. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But here's what Mimo had to say about the document. So Mimo writes, I strongly advise reading this to understand the full context from a third-party, neutral perspective. It's important to get the facts before forming opinions. I always say this, but in every scenario, there are 2 sides and the truth, okay? And every side would like to argue that their side is fact. But I'm just gonna argue semantics. And I said this about the whole needy situation as well, because again, there are people who like to present their side as the truth and call it fact, whereas we still have to acknowledge that it is still your side. But I digress. Toffee says, I'm reading the document about me, and it's either removing important context.
Interesting. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll keep you here with. You can stay here with him until I'm back. Give me a second. If this thing works. Hold up. Wait. Okay. Okay. Wait. Yo, this thing. Zo, would you race a NASCAR? Heck to the nah. What the heck am I doing out there in them vehicles that be catching fire? We're back. refreshing. But if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you hit it with a like and also subscribe if you haven't already. If you don't mind, it's free. You gotta unsubscribe later if you don't end up liking me after the stream ends or something. But this situation right here is interesting. I mean, I guess because, she did change a few things up. But it's like she made an alternate version of the thing, and I guess she did use it. So I understand the whole both sides. But she did credit her, and then the girl was getting mad that she didn't credit her. But she's bringing up the fact that she's a kid, and I understand that too. I'm taking that into account. But at the end of the day, hey, it is what it is, I guess. I didn't know people were doing that, though. Like, people made their own... I mean, I guess people do that, don't they? Like, back in the day, people used to make their own, like, versions of sayings. Like, they made, like, what-if sayings. So I guess that's technically what she did. Like, they just take a character who was a saying already and then gave them a different version of what they, created. I guess that's interesting.
It's blatantly wrong or a misunderstanding. Hello, crying emoji. And then...
Okay. I think we got the gist of this story. Titan's over here pissed off at you because you done said something to his peoples. Alright. Like, honestly, bro, one of these days, I'm about to take this mouse. I'm about to go outside. I'm going to put it in the middle of the street. I'm going to get in the car. I'm going to turn the car on. I'm going to check both ways before I leave the driveway. And I'm going to run over this mouse. If this mouse stops. Okay, there you go. Oh, you see? Hey, it thinks I'm playing. That's why it's glitching like that. It thinks I'm playing. It doesn't believe me. Let's clear this. Clear. Yo, honestly, I don't even know where the mouse is anymore. It's gone. Okay, I'm gonna... try to find... Oh, yeah, today I was supposed to go... You see, I forgot. I completely forgot. Today I was supposed to go buy some more batteries, wasn't I? Today was the day that I was supposed to go out and buy some batteries. And now I'm over here trying to see where I put the other ones that I had. I'm trying to see where I put them at. Excuse me. Excuse me. True insanity, if I do say so myself. Yo. Oh my gosh, this one don't want to work too? That's something. But yeah, Titan. Speaking of your assignment, what was your... Oh, it was about the Egyptian mythology stuff, huh? Never mind. I remember. You see, I'll be listening. I'll be listening. Nice, that battery's not good. That was last semester? Oh. Oh, there you go. There you go. Now you want to work. There it is. I got it. Oh, wait, whoa. Come on.
I would.
Okay. Literally 6 months ago. Oh, so what is it now? Is it, what mythology is it now? Zero, you might have been right. The numbers ain't like it used to be. But hey, like Bri said, she's someone that used to fight me, you know? At the end of the day, still get paid. Oh, dang. I'm gonna look at that later. That is pretty rough.
All right. So, Catliente decided to do even more yabs somehow. And
What? Dang! Major in history, though? Oh, I thought you did. It's all about police? Police? What the heck, Titan? What the heck you out there doing? But yo, why is this video... why is this video, like, here? I feel like Titan is secretly sending me drama about this chick. He's like, hey, you better not. Are you being sarcastic? I feel like you're being sarcastic right now. Zoe's definitely a character I gotta draw again. Yo. Alright, give me one more second, guys. I gotta go get something. Oh my god. I'm about to go get a wired mouse real fast. Because this mouse is... I'm about to throw it. I'm really about to... Here we can say this, isn't it? Yeah, give me one quick second. Give me one quick second. I've back. You're on Titan side about what? Where's my... Okay. I literally just had to go and get my remote and take the batteries out. This is a temporary fix, okay? We'll we'll get the batteries hopefully tomorrow if I remember. If I remember, I'll go get the batteries tomorrow. Wait, what the? Oh, okay. That's strange. Now where is yo, this, why everything gotta be a problem? Everything has gotta be a problem for me. Now I can't find the back. I was like it's like that with the Cinder drama. Oh, so you guys just are not K-pop, VTuber fans, and she just messed with y'all VTubers, and y'all don't like that. Is that what the moral of the story is with you two? She messed with both of y'all favorite VTubers, and y'all were like, "Oh nah, she ain't messing with my." Bro, what's your favorite VTuber? Who's your favorite VTuber, bro? Fast, how's it going? So what had happened was, right, so I'm making a story right here of my character Garren, which is this guy right here. He is, this is after a big battle that happened. You see the swords and the spears. It's not done yet, but yeah, so now he sees his wife, which is right here. Her name is, Suki. Yeah, she's right there in the left, and she's kind of not feeling too good. So yeah, this is the piece right here that we're working on. And my mouse doesn't want to work, so we're just trying to handle that. I thought this thing was going to work, but I guess it doesn't work. Pretty good. But I haven't watched VTubers in a minute. You haven't watched VTubers in a minute? Yeah. I've never, like, watched any. I mean, I've seen one before, like, by myself. I've seen her, like, before. But you guys have recently been putting me on to these VTuber stuff. And I've been trying to see what the hype was about. You know what I'm saying? What is this? Is this the quadruple A? I don't even think that even exists. What the heck is up with you? Zura. They were following because of their okay. Alright, Zura. What Cinder did is nasty. Listen, I know we've seen some things about Cinder, but I don't know who that is. I don't remember. I don't remember who that is. I know. What do you mean you don't remember who that is? We just talked about her. We just saw her last stream. Okay. Alright, so now let's hope everything works with this. Yes! Finally! Gosh. We got a working mouse. Guys, come on. Can I get some claps? Can I get some claps? Please, please. Alright, last one I watched was really was probably Risu? But that was years ago? Risu, huh? Risu. Interesting. I don't think we saw that VTuber yet.
And
The other day we were watching this VTuber who had imaginary friends who she made into VTubers, and it was the craziest story ever. Appreciate it. You should have been here, Fast. You should have been here. Because there was this VTuber, right? She had imaginary friends who she turned into VTubers, and then she started their own VTubing group with her imaginary friends. And then she faked her being, and then resurrected herself, and then came back and was better than ever. And then, oh my gosh, it was the craziest thing. And then somebody exposed her for doing that. And listen, in my opinion, I believe that was her. She exposed herself. Man, it was a whole bunch of drama. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen before. And I truly believe she might be the greatest. She might be the greatest VTuber of all time. I don't remember her name. And I can't find my glove now. What is... Oh, wait. What is up with me? I know, it was crazy when we saw it. It was crazy.
we're gonna go over that entire saga. I don't know if you guys remember, but back then, when Catliente was still, you know, getting some pushback from
Fire
the
anime
VTuber
plot,
community,
100%.
she made a video.
The greatest
about
anime plot.
A VTuber that got hacked is Alicia X Life. Back then, Catliente actually clickbaited her. She released a video titled "VTuber with Cancer Got Hacked," and Alicia thought that was pretty fucked up because she doesn't even clickbait her own cancer. So she made a tweet saying, "Bro, what the fuck is this title? Clickbaiting my cancer is insane. Reacting to my update video is totally fine, but holy shit, the title. Ethics doesn't exist when there is ad rev to be made, I guess." And then she changed the title to "VTuber in remission now." Alicia continues and says, I still have cancer. My main mass is gone. Remission will be after my final 2 malignant spots are gone. Dang, can we call me the funny VTuber or something? I don't even clickbait my cancer and I have it. I left a comment. This shit's so exhausting. 1, there are comments in their section thinking
I
I'm
agree
still
that was
hacked
bad,
now,
Zero,
which
okay?
I'm not. And 2, my cancer is in the YouTube money glitch. Fuck
Greatest
off.
VTuber con
So
artist.
she included a screenshot of her own comment saying, both my
Dang,
channels
so
are
you know
already
about
back. I
Cat?
got them back last week.
Oh crap! Let me plug it in. You know about Cat, Fast? I didn't know you knew about Cat.
Deleted the video. Thank you for your support, everyone. I'm glad she reached out and tried to mend things. She also paid me the ad rev from the video as an apology. Stuff like this is really frustrating and upsetting when feeling like I'm being defined by my illness. I appreciate the support and empathy you all have shown me. Mentioning it in videos is fine. My cancer isn't a secret, but please, for future creators, don't use it as your title or thumbnail. Feels weird having to say this, but this is the second time this has happened in the past 2 days. I don't monetize my cancer, so please don't either. Why is this topic relevant now, guys? Why is this topic relevant now? Because Kat went after Doki, and exactly, she randomly brought up Alicia during her Doki hit piece. And do you guys want to know why she brought up Alicia? Let's watch the clip and figure out why she decided to tell this story again.
It was on my YouTube channel as unlisted. Then the
Oh my
VTuber
gosh.
had made a post writing, I feel
Nah,
really
but the
uncomfortable
sound-
with people making videos
Oh,
about my
yeah.
situation. News YouTubers specifically, which includes me. And I saw that and I was like, oh shit, okay, not gonna post the video. I never told my editor to not post the video. I had the video unlisted. It was not scheduled. Then my editor, because I upload once a day, noticed that I did not have a video scheduled for the day. So my editor uploaded the video without me knowing. I was asleep because we're in different time zones. My editor's in Europe, I'm in the US. My editor uploaded the video. He didn't know that there was a tweet that the VTuber expressed they didn't want people to talk about it. The VTuber was upset because they were upset about the way it was titled, whatever. And then so the editor changed the title and the VTuber was even more upset. Also, for clarity, English is not my editor's first language, so it came off weird, probably because it's not his first language. I woke up at like 4 p.m. because I wake up really late, and I saw all of this going down. All of this was happening over the course of 6 hours, and I had no idea because I was asleep. I've now talked to my editor.
Hey,
He
Cat.
will not-
Ayo, Cat. This ain't a good excuse, Cat. Because you already said he never did this before, but out of nowhere, for some reason, when people don't like it, it's kinda not looking too good, Cat. Kinda not looking too good.
upload videos.
I just want to do like a really petty.
You're working on it again. That's good. But why'd you erase everything? I mean, I guess you're gonna have to draw the bike. You have to draw the bike first, most of the time, to get your thing. Because I know you're drawing a whole scene of her sitting on a bike and he's behind her. You have to draw the whole bike.
Comment, but I can't take people seriously that don't work normal hours. Like if you wake up at 4 p.m. in the afternoon, I feel I'm gonna trigger a lot of people in chat right now because I feel like a lot of you probably are nocturnal, but it's like you can be nocturnal when you're like a teenager, okay? When you become an adult, other people are awake during business hours. You should be awake during business hours so you can answer business emails. I don't know. Like, imagine if one of my clients emails me at like 9 a.m. and I'm like, sorry, I don't respond till 4 p.m. because that's when I wake up. Nah, dude.
Yeah,
or like somebody calls you and you
then.
have like your just got out of bed voice. Nah, I'd be embarrassed. Yeah, way night shift exists. I'm sorry. Night shift is fine. Okay, night shift is fine. I used to work night shifts too. I should know better. That is true. Hey, listen, night shift, you have a real excuse, okay? You work at night. That's different. Listen, if you're jobless and you get to wake up at the time you want, that's the one perk of being jobless.
I will only be the one that uploads the videos. You will not post videos without me knowing. It's honest mistake. Happens. You know, I saw something. I didn't communicate it to my editor. I was like, I'm not going to post it. But regardless, it happened. The video was live now, and the VTuber was upset. So I was like, oh, shoot, this is really bad. I took the video down immediately, and I sent the VTuber money as an apology for the screw-up. I did not make the mistake because I was literally asleep. But regardless, the damage was done. It happened, and the editor is an extension of me because it was on my channel. So to fix it, I paid the VTuber. I am so sorry. I made like no money off the video because it wasn't live for very long, but I gave them like what, you know, I felt would be fair for like the compensation for it, etc. And we called it a day. Even if you didn't fuck up, if it's a fuck up of your team or an extension of you, it falls on you and you have to clean up the mess. Okay, did you poop there? No, but then now it's in your house, so you gotta clean it. Like, I'm the face of the brand, even though I didn't do it. The damage was done as a reflection of my brand. That's just what you gotta do. Like,
so why is Catliente bringing up
Valeria's
this random story in the middle of her like hit piece on
You're just gonna paste
video?
the bike image? No, you gotta draw a bike, man.
She brings it up is because Catliente is trying to make a point on how even though there was a mistake made by one of her staff, she took accountability for it and she took responsibility.
Oh, because of the Doki Bird thing.
Because this is how, I don't know.
Oh, this is tight. This is tight, an old lady.
Point that this is how a content
This
creator
is tight
should
in
act,
this VTuber.
and she did this, and so Doki Bird should do it too. Although I feel like the stakes are a little bit different, even here. You know, Doki Bird has to dish out 14 grand. I'm sure if Kathleen had to pay like 14 grand to Alicia, she would probably think twice about doing it. Yeah. So this, for Catliente, is taking responsibility. Except, as we'll see, she did not take responsibility and she did not take accountability. She is just trying to rewrite the narrative with this clip. As all of this goes down, Doki Bird releases her video the next day of the Catliente video, right? Simultaneously, Alicia is reacting to the Doki Bird Google document on Twitter, and she tweets, "They said how many hours? I built my first PC with a friend and it only took 4 to 5 hours because we were YouTubing shit. Doki dealing with this sucks, but what sucks also? The person who made the video. Hey Kat, remember me? The person whose cancer you clickbaited for a YouTube video and blamed anyone else you could for that happening. Your drama channel is shit and you take zero accountability. I let it slide and was nice because I was too emotionally exhausted from dealing with the aftermath of your video. But you know, personal beef.
But now
Alicia
she's
also
back.
commented, but at least you paid me back the ad revenue you made off my cancer, so thanks for that, you dick. Now, in the video, Catliente also writes a comment referring to Alicia again. She's saying, I cited that same thing from a personal experience in the video. There was a video I made about a VTuber with cancer, and then I saw the VTuber express they didn't want people talking about it. I wanted to respect that, but was being lazy, and I planned to delete the private video. It wasn't uploaded yet. When I had time, since sometimes deleting a video takes a while. But that's not even true, by the way, because you delete the video and then YouTube tells you that you can leave the page and they'll delete it in the background. I don't know why she's even using that excuse. Like, I know a lot of people don't understand how YouTube works, but I do. My editor posted the video without me knowing. He noticed I hadn't scheduled out a daily video and I thought that video was good to post. That's not even a good excuse, but like, communicate to your editor, I don't know. The VTuber was upset and he changed the title to sound better. So here she's saying that the editor is changed the title, by the way, but we're gonna have conflicting information on that. It actually sounded worse because English is his first language and made the VTuber even more upset. I don't blame him at all. He's human and makes mistakes like the rest of us. I was asleep the entire time and woke up at 4 p.m. to a shitstorm and I was super confused as to what was happening. Even though the entire situation wasn't my fault. It's a reflection of the Cat and Chat brand. And I immediately took the video and paid down. I immediately took the video down and paid the VTuber compensation for their troubles for the video being up for 6 hours. As a brand, things may happen that isn't your fault. It feels
I think I want to do like a pose where I want to use an IRL bike. Yeah. Take a picture of it, use it as a reference. But like, I want to do like a pose of him like using an ability. Like maybe like attacking the people. I feel like I always have like a good idea of what it should look like when they're standing on the ground. So like, let's say they're in the ground. This is all the people right here. And this is him right here. This is such a weird area. Like him going up and hitting them with the ash. How do I want him to jump up there? Like, he's a he's hitting the jet boosters, you know. He's like, and he's going up, and then he's about to hit them with the, I don't know what his special move is called.
unfair to take responsibility for something you didn't 100% cause, but that's how you can be the bigger person and right the wrongs for affected parties. So then Alicia responds to that comment, because then people started to make her notice that Catliente not only brought up her situation again in the video to make a false point and try to rewrite the narrative to showcase that she's the bigger person, but secondly, she also wrote a comment where she made a bunch of excuses again. Alicia writes, she QRTs the comment and says, be the bigger person, you absolute fuckhead, you clickbaited my cancer. The internet called you out, so you changed the title to saying that I'm in remission, which caused people to think I beat it. Then after you got double backlash, you reached out to me blaming your editors. You took zero accountability, gave me the ad revenue to the video because you monetized my cancer. You're not a good person, stop acting like it. Even though the entire situation wasn't my fault is stupid. You directly say here, I wanted to respect that, but I was being lazy and planned to delete the video since it takes time. You can literally delete a video from your mobile device. Stop lying. It's not like I'm not a YouTuber. Catliente, it's outrageous you knew and still let it go out. Next, what happened?
I wonder where this lady's
Alicia
from.
left a comment on Catliente's video, which was then deleted by Catliente. She deleted Alicia's.
It's always interesting. It's always interesting when you ask, oh, I wonder where this person's from. And they're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like you have an accent. And they're like, man, I'm from Chicago. And I'm like, ah. And then you can't say where are you originally from, because then, you know, people don't like that, you know.
Comment. I'm sorry, but I feel like that's so crazy. It's like she's trying to hide this. Alicia wrote, hey, VTuber with cancer that you made the video about here. We aren't okay. You are super messed up for monetizing my illness. You literally said you were too lazy to delete it. You knew it was wrong and you said deleting a video takes time. It doesn't. It takes 5 seconds and you can even do it on your phone. Also, when you got backlash, you renamed the video to VTuber in Remission, which made people think I beat cancer. That put me through more hell. You are the issue, not your team. Stop blaming other people. So Alicia replied this on Catliente's video, and then Catliente removed her comment, which is, it's wild. So finally, you know, I feel like Alicia's had to repeat herself 4 times now, and Catliente keeps trying to repeat her own narrative and try to hide what Alicia's saying. So Alicia had to release a video. So she released a video called I'm So Done. And in there, she talks about what she went through.
With her shit.
She talks about what she went through the first time this situation came up, and then again, with the new version of, with her being brought up again. So, I mean, I suggest watching the entire thing. It's actually a pretty good watch. I have 2 timestamps that I feel like are really relevant, but the entire video is really good, and Alicia like expresses herself really well, and she has a nice voice, so it's a good watch if you guys want to, you know, take the time to watch the entire 27 minutes.
And the fact that she mentioned me in her comment section of the video pissed me off. To act like she took accountability when she took 0 in my situation. And the only reason why it got swept under the rug is because I didn't say anything, which is why it's stupid, because I let it go. I have other things to worry about in my life. But now I'm going through recovery, uploading less because I'm trying to take care of myself, and I have to deal with this shit again. Leave me the fuck alone. Stop it. We are not okay. What you did wasn't okay. And don't act like you made amends because you didn't. Let's be clear on that. So, going forward. So I just mentioned like Doki Bird situation a little bit. And then I go, but what sucks also? The person who made the video. Hey, Kat, remember me? The person whose cancer you clickbaited for a YouTube video and blamed anyone else you could for that happening? Your drama channel is shit. You take 0 accountability. I let it slide and was nice because I was too emotionally exhausted from dealing with the aftermath of your video. But you know, personal beef. But at least you paid me the ad revenue you made off my cancer, so thanks for that, you dick, right? And then I linked the tweet just in case people missed it happening. And then I realized a lot of people did not know about the situation because, again, right, whatever. I was gonna let it be at that until one of my commenters showed me that she mentioned me in the recent video. She mentions me in the Doki Bird video in the comment section. And I was like,
and in the video,
can life give me a fucking break? Jesus. So I called her out because she thinks that she handled that situation well. She thinks the way she treated me was acceptable, which is the most psycho shit. And it's edited. This is them writing it in the best way they could. And they're still this terrible. Like, that's what we're dealing with here. And I'm like,
I want to use a
the
real
fuck
life image.
do you believe that you're a
drawing.
decent
No,
person?
you
Because
can't
you're
do that.
not. You're just not a good person, in my personal opinion. Because there's no way I can look at you and be like, oh yeah, you're so sweet and genuine. What the fuck? Nope. I don't like that. I don't care if you're making a One Piece joke. You don't do that. You're out.
What?
I already said it once, and I'll say it again. You do not get to make joking threats, even if they're anime references.
Wait.
Because I don't want her to be the fucking victim here.
Hold
I'm
up.
the
What was the
victim.
joke? Hold up. One Piece joke. What was the joke? I gotta know now.
Do you believe that you're a decent person? Because you're not. You're just not a good person, in my personal opinion. Because there's no way.
Wait, she likes One Piece? I think I'm on her side. I think I'm on her side now, guys. I mean, I was not on nobody's side. Let's just put that up front. I was never on anybody's side, but might be on her side if she says she like One Piece. I mean, it depends on, you know. But let's see what she says.
Way I can look at you and be like, oh yeah, you're so sweet and genuine.
Oh
What
wait,
the fuck?
wait, it's right there. It's right there. Move your hair, miss. Needs the Luffy multi punch.
Nope.
Yo, move your tail. Hold on, what is it? Okay.
I don't like.
Okay. You see, I can't see the rest, but I guess it's mean like she deserves to get hit by Luffy with a haymaker. No. That's what I guess that's what she's saying. Or the comment said.
That I don't care if you're making a One Piece joke. You don't do that. You're out. I already said it once, and I'll say it again. You do not get to make joking threats, even if they're anime references, because I don't want her to be the fucking victim here. I'm the victim here. What she did is a problem to me. The moment you guys say stupid shit like that is the moment it switches.
Oh, dang, that's smart.
Another really horrible thing is she
smart.
talks about the first instance where, you know, when Kat released that clickbait video, and she says it was the worst week she's had ever since she became a content creator. That's how hard it hit her. It wasn't her editor, it wasn't Katliente's editor that changed the title. Alicia confirms that it is actually Katliente who changed the title because somebody in the replies was saying like, oh, she doesn't have cancer anymore. And then Kat responded, oh shit, I didn't know she had cancer anymore. And so she changed the title. It was Kat who changed it, not her editor.
That I didn't talk about. It's so hard when you see a bunch of fucking comments, and this was getting like hundreds of comments at the time during this video being uploaded, of people being like, oh my god, Alicia has cancer? And then she changed the title hours later.
See?
Like 5-6 hours later, she changed the title to be VTuber in remission. Because she replied to someone's comment saying, oh shit, I didn't know she beat cancer.
See?
But I didn't. I had my main mass removed. And I still had 2 malignant spots left. So she changed the title to VTuber in remission. And then...
Dude, already having to fight cancer takes such a incredible amount of strength and courage. And on top of everything, she has to go through this shit. Dude, nobody deserves that. Nobody. Like, Alicia deserved so much better than that.
I started getting bombarded with people congratulating me. And I just broke down. Because it's like, I was so overwhelmed because I've never wanted to be in a situation where I get brought up in this way and then have to explain, hey, no, I'm still fighting.
Like, can you imagine that? Everybody just started messaging her because of Katliente's video when she switched the title to VTuber in remission. And they were like, yo, congrats, you beat it. And then she has to explain to every single person who DM'd her, no, I'm still going through this. I'm not in remission yet.
It was one of the worst weeks that I've gone through as a content creator.
That's funny, bro.
Because of all this shit. And then I left a comment on the video where it goes, both my channels are back already. I got them back last week. Also, what is your title? Clickbaiting my cancer is so disgusting. And then for example, then I read this tweet as well. It's like, I left a comment. This shit is so exhausting. 1, there are comments in their section thinking I'm hacked now, which I'm not. Because by the way, they made this video about me. This video that they made, they did a week after I already got my account back. So people thought I was still hacked because of this video. And then they thought that I still that I beat cancer as well from this video.
Yeah, so because the video got released too late, by that time Alicia had already gotten her channel back. People were double misled. They thought that Alicia was in remission, and secondly, that she was still hacked.
And I had to deal with so many layers of bullshit. And this is being brought up again right now, and I just got out of surgery 2 weeks ago. 2 fucking weeks ago. That's why I haven't been uploading daily like I normally do. 2 weeks ago I got out of surgery and I'm fucking exhausted. And now it's being brought up again. And I'm like, can this bitch leave me out of her mouth? Leave me alone! Jesus Christ! Leave me the fuck alone! Anyways, so the next tweet I made after this was after she deleted it. So November 2nd, and then on November 3rd she deleted it. She deleted the video. Thank you everyone for the support, but I'm glad she reached out and tried to make amends. She also paid me the rev from the video as an apology. Stuff like this is really frustrating and upsetting when feeling like I'm being defined by my illness. I appreciate the support and empathy you have shown me. Mentioning it in the video is fine. My cancer isn't a secret, but please for future creators, don't use it as your title or thumbnail. Feels weird having to say this, but this is the second time this has happened in the past 2 days. It ends up happening a third time, but that person took it down pretty instantly when they got addressed. That was the guy who did it after, by the way. I don't monetize my cancer, so please don't do it either, right? Basically, that's what happened the day that, like, the 2 days that, like, this all took place and shit was going down, all right? So these are the DMs.
Alicia also during this time was all worried about her ability to become a mom after the surgery and the way she also had to talk about pushing back her wedding plans, especially due to cancer circumstances and a restaurant chain. She owns a restaurant chain too? What the fuck? She does everything.
It's between her and I. She reached out to me, right? And I want you to keep in mind, she reached out to me the day after. It's like a full 24 hours after the video's been up. So her lie about the 6-hour time frame and shit is all a lie.
So that's another thing she debunks, is that Kat also lied that the video was only up for 6 hours, but it wasn't up for 6. It was up for longer than that, at least 12 hours.
She knew. It was up for like a full day. Anyways, hold on. Tee up for a second just to read chat for a second. If any, no threats. Nothing. Don't be weird, right? It's okay to be upset on my behalf, but the moment my community says something like threatening or violent or stupid, it gives this person victim mentality. We don't want to give them a platform to stand on here.
I've also said that in my last Dokibird stream, because some people were being a bit too much, but this goes
Titan
for every topic
and Zura?
that we cover.
Gosh.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, the moment
Because
you
they're trying to
do
help
that,
her out.
it actually makes us look like the problem. So don't do that. What she did is already bad. You can shame the action, but you can't cross that line very clearly, right? Because you know what I mean? Whenever someone does something fucked up and they're like, I'm getting threats. I'm getting so many threats, right? It makes them instantly turn into the victim of the situation. They're not the fucking victim of the situation. I am. Am I clear? Right? I don't want that. Thank you. So, they reached out to me, and this is in the middle of me fucking bawling my eyes out, and I, like, barely could function that day because of how much shit was going on and how many people were reaching out to me. And my friends were reaching out to me going, what the fuck? People are saying you're in remission. And me having to tell my friends, no, I'm not, as you know. She changed her YouTube channel name. Yes, it's Cat in Chat now. She changed her name, like, well after this. All right?
I don't know if she changed her name because she was trying to, you know, rebrand after the VTuber community cracked down on her.
Zura.
So, yeah, like, insane behavior. And I was just, like, bawling my eyes out because I had 2 different people who were making these fucking clickbait titles about me at the same time, and I just wanted them to take their videos down. That's all I wanted. It's like, stop talking about my cancer and stop clickbaiting it. Leave me alone. Right? I stay in my own lane. I do my own thing. Leave me the fuck alone. Right? Why? Like, why are we using that to profit and to gain? And, like, it was just ridiculous. So, they reached out to me and said this. Hi, Alicia. I just want to apologize for the video posted about you. I initially filmed the video because I was equally as frustrated as you with YouTube taking down both your channels due to a hacker, and was hoping that making coverage would help boost or help put your channels back up. Which is a lie, by the way, because my channels were already back up for a week.
That's one thing that I didn't know, and that the Alicia video learned me. So, like, Catliente, you know, enters her DMs, and she's kind of framing this like, oh, I did this for you, you know, I did this to raise awareness so you could get your channel back. And Alicia's like, I already have my channel back.
So that's a lie.
By
the way. Next part they say is, after watching your VOD talking about news channels, I decided I did not want to make the video go up anymore, as I figured it wouldn't be any of use to your case, especially with the situation resolving. So she knew, by the way, before she uploaded the video, she knew how I felt about news channels clickbaiting my cancer. She says that very clearly right here. Again, I will read it again. After watching your VOD talking about news channels, I decided that I did not want the video to go up anymore, as I figured it wouldn't be of use to your case, especially with the situation resolving. So she knew I got my channel back, and she knew I didn't want people clickbaiting my cancer.
All right, now we have to do
Next
another
part,
line
to
on
clarify,
this.
I actually never put up the video. It was my editor that uploaded the video, did not delete the video. So don't worry, we'll get there. So,
I don't know why
realize it had happened
she
until
trying to put
now.
me on.
As I apologize for any harm that might have come your way, I truly did not want the video to be posted. I go, thank you for taking it down. It really sucks being referred to as the cancer VTuber. Wishing your team well. Not only, like, thank you to furthering that. I have no way to check what revenue the video had made since I deleted the moment I realized what happened. But do you have PayPal or something? Can send an apology for everything. I do truly feel bad about it all. I appreciate that. My PayPal is, say my PayPal name, right? And they go, send to hope you have a good night, right? I say thanks. Should that PayPal info be public? My full name is public already. It's not a big deal. Because of my old job as a commentator, so it's not a big deal. Anyways, next part. This is the comment that they made today. So you're probably wondering, why is something from November 2024 being brought up in 2025, right? If I chose not to speak about it then, why am I speaking about it now? She used me as an example for how she handles situations. So Cat in Chat recently made a video about Doki Bird, and in the comment section of the Doki Bird
Okay,
video,
so this stuff
she
happened
talks
a
about
long
me
time ago,
and brings
and
up
then
my situation again.
the Doki
And
Bird stuff
I,
happened recently,
like,
and then
now
she
that
brought
I'm
it
not
back up. Okay.
emotionally like kicking rocks, can actually say what I want to say now. And I'm like, this is stupid to bring me up again as if you handled this well.
Mm-hmm.
So let's read it together. Cat in Chat says, I cited the same thing from a personal experience in a video. There was a video I made about a VTuber with cancer, and then I saw the VTuber express they didn't want people talking about it. I wanted to respect that, but was being lazy and planned to delete the private video. It wasn't uploaded yet. When I had the time, since sometimes deleting a video takes a while, before it was even uploaded, they knew that they could have deleted the video with the clickbait title. They already knew before it uploaded. And they said they were too lazy, and deleting video takes time. Deleting a video takes 5 seconds, and you can even do it on your mobile device.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
This
deleted
is
videos.
them wanting the interaction. They wanted this. This is not about an editor. This was their choice. Because they could have deleted it before it even went up. 5 seconds. And I can say that with assertion because you know what? I'm a fucking YouTuber. That's why I can say it with assertion.
It's never taken a long time for me.
And you can do it from your mobile device. That's not laziness.
That's exactly what I said when I first read this. I was like, what the fuck is she talking about deleting YouTube video takes time. YouTube literally tells you you can now close this page and we'll delete the video in the background. Like, you don't even need to like stare at it while it fucking loads.
That's malicious. That's what that is. You want it.
Yeah, and Alicia also stated there, I didn't know that she used to be an esport commentator. I wonder for which game. That's kind of cool. That's why she's so well-spoken. It makes sense now.
The ad revenue and views from using my name, and that's what you did, and saying otherwise is a lie. Now, continuing on. My editor posted it without me knowing. He noticed I hadn't scheduled out a daily video and thought it was good to post. The VTuber was upset, and he changed the title to sound better. Actually sounded worse because English isn't his first language and made the VTuber even more upset. I don't blame him at all. He's human and makes mistakes like the rest of us. That is also a lie. She is the one who changed the title because she replied to someone in the comments going, oh, I didn't know she was in remission, and changed the title to VTuber in remission. And she blamed her editor again. That's not what happened. So, she continues on. I was asleep the entire time and woke up at 4 p.m. to a shitstorm. I was super confused as to what was happening, even though the entire situation wasn't my fault. She had the audacity to
Dude, I can't believe she had... Okay, wait. Me and Alicia were about to say the same thing. I just can't believe she said that.
say that, even though the entire situation wasn't my fault. It's a reflection of the Cat and Chat brand. And I immediately took down the video and paid the VTuber compensation for the troubles. For the video being up for 6 hours, it was not just up for 6 hours. That is also a lie. As you guys saw, by the timestamps of my tweet, it was up for a day. As a brand, things may happen. It isn't your fault.
Right, Kenny? It takes no time to delete a video, bro. And dude, I can't believe, you know why Kathleen brought up that event in her video and again in her comment section? Because Kathleen truly believes that she did well in this situation. Like, she's some kind of, I don't even know what to describe her as. But her ego is like so inflated. She thought she
narcissist?
handled that situation well.
Responsibility.
That she said she
for
was.
something
She
you
said
didn't
she claimed
100%
like, hey,
cause.
she said
And
she
that's
was
how
one.
you can
So
be the bigger person and right the wrongs affected and for the affected parties. She did not create rights by doing this. The minimum you can do is pay me ad revenue for clickbaiting my cancer. It is entirely 100% your fault. Because again, let's go back to the other part. And then I saw the VTuber express they didn't want people talking about it. I wanted to respect that, but I was being lazy and planned to delete the private video. It wasn't uploaded yet. When I had some time, since deleting videos takes a while. Not true. And that's the person they are.
Accountability zero. Dude, and then Kathleen did something even more insane. So keep in mind, her video was posted on May 13. The Doki Bird Google document was posted on May 14. On May 16, 2 days later, after all of this happened, you know, the Alicia video, the Alicia comment, the tweets, everything, she releases a tweet addressing the cancer clickbait incident with Alicia. I think it's a PR disaster. First of all, that's not even what I want to address here. I think it's crazy to write all of that and not even mention the Doki Bird situation at all. Like, just don't tweet at this point. And then she like just repeats everything that was said before. She literally repeats everything that she said before. I don't understand what is the point of this. Let's read it, but I don't get it. So she says, addressing the cancer clickbait incident with Alicia, there was a situation where Alicia was hacked and lost access to their YouTube channel, and I had made a video about it titled something like VTuber with cancer was hacked. The VTuber had publicly expressed on their Twitter they did not want people to talk about their hacking situation, and I wanted to respect that and was going to delete the video. At this point, the video was not live. It was sitting at...
this character right here, she's a fox. I mean, I guess the tail does kind of look fox-ish.
As private on my channel. I should have deleted the video immediately to avoid miscommunication with my editor, and that's my fault. However, while I was asleep, my editor posted a video without me knowing. He does not have permission to post videos to my channel, but he must have had some perms if he's the editor of your channel. And he never had posted a video prior to this, so I did not expect
so he has
that he
it
would do
so that
so I guess
if
he
the
does
video
have the
needs to be
YouTube channel
quickly
perms.
edited for some
Already
reason to take something out.
The
That
second
makes sense.
paragraph that she wrote, I feel like it's all excuse. Like, I think this is not necessary when you're trying to take accountability for your actions, right? And then a third paragraph. Regardless, the blame lies with me, as I should have immediately deleted the video off my channel to avoid the possible misinterpretation that the video was good to go live. This entire time I was asleep, I woke up confused to what was happening. I misremembered. I thought I realized something happened at 4 p.m. PT when I woke up, but I realized I actually went live, and my editor told me after my stream something happened, making it around 10 p.m. PT. The moment I realized something was wrong, I deleted the video, privately apologized to the VTuber, and compensated the VTuber for potential damages that could have occurred for the last 12 hours. You can see the timestamps in the attached photos of the post about the video. I didn't want to talk about this publicly because I deemed the situation resolved. I also didn't want to continue mentioning that VTuber, as they have already expressed multiple times they didn't want people to talk about their health situation. Well,
nah, I don't think I would. Like, did I meet her when she? Because I wouldn't, like, go out with a female that is a millionaire. Like, I wouldn't, like, go, like, if I know that she's a millionaire, like, let's say it's just a random chick, I end up meeting her, you know. But if I end up finding out she's a millionaire, that's kind of for me. Like, no amount of money is gonna make me wanna, like, be with a certain female.
No, Kat. Alicia doesn't want you to talk about her health situation. She's okay with other people mentioning it. It's not a secret. She just doesn't want it said in a thumbnail or a title. Kat says, but I felt it needed to be brought up as there's a narrative going around that I exploited their health reviews when I was asleep the entire time it was happening. So at the end there, she still just says, well, I was asleep, so that couldn't have happened. And then, like, you know, Kat posts the entire DM conversation. I don't know if is it really necessary to post like your entire DM conversation? Definitely not something I would have done to prove nothing. And then she posted the proof of payment. And this is me. I censored this screenshot because Kat did not properly censor
People call that being insecure.
the screenshot, and she doxed Alicia's full government name. And even though Alicia's name, her first and last name were...
What? You paid... What the heck is going on here? What the heck is going on here? Alright.
Public, I believe, because she used to be an esport commentator.
Wait, I have a question. Alright? Listen, VTuber models, you know... We can get a VTuber model or anything, right? Yeah, whatever. But you think they'd call somebody like racist if it's like a white chick, right? But they don't know it's a white chick. But she has a black chick VTuber model. This is something that's like I'm thinking. You think people would go insane over that? I feel like they might. Like if they ended up finding out for some reason, like some way. Definitely. That's crazy. That's so crazy. But it's also weird because it's like because anime girl, you can say like you can typically originate in Japan, right? Like kimonos and all the traditional anime clothing. It is called digital blackface. Oh my god. So you're telling me I couldn't just decide. I just want like my character. Okay, let's say him. Let's say I made a VTuber model of him. I couldn't be that? That's wild. Come on, my boy Taco. I can't. Oh man, that's crazy. That is crazy. Cause I don't have his skin tone. I can't be him. Oh, that's wild, man. That's wild, man. That's wild. I just wanted to make a VTuber of my boy. That's crazy though, for real. They have a term for it and everything. That's crazy. Truly crazy. But I had a feeling that it'd be that way, especially with the world that we live in. I had a feeling. They already got a word for it. I feel like it would be if, like, let's say she started putting on, like, some kind of persona. No, it's okay. The other way. Oh, nah, that's crazy, Brian. Nah. We gotta, nah. For real? I mean, yeah, that's how it would be, though. That's crazy. Nah, man. So you're telling me I can do it, but they can't do it? Think about people using, like, really? Oh my god. Yo, I can't even use a GIF with black people with black people on it. I mean, like, you know, vice versa. They can't even use a GIF of a black person on. Oh my gosh! Like how? Like it's getting out of hand. It's truly getting out of hand. Because like that one girl from Hunter x Hunter. I love Hunter x Hunter. Which is why I'm talking about Hunter x Hunter a lot. That one girl with the braids. She works for Killua. Dope character design. A lot of people like her, right? So you're telling me, if let's say this girl grew up on that show, that's her favorite character of all time. So she decides, I want to be a VTuber. But I really want my character to be designed designed based off of her because I just like she's just me. I just love her so much. And then she gets the VTuber design. Everybody loves her. It's all fine. Everything's cool and dandy. And then she goes to one of these VTuber cons, and then she shows up, and they're like, "Whoa, what?" That is so trash. That is so trash. Man. Oh my gosh. That's terrible, man. That really sucks. But yeah, that is the world we live in. Oh my
However,
gosh.
her middle name has never been public. And Alicia didn't know what to do about this. She didn't want to bring too much attention to it. Because usually you don't bring attention to doxes. You kind of just don't mention it. So people don't go looking for it. So she didn't speak about it at first until people started pointing it out more and more. I didn't want to. She continues to say, I don't want to make this public because I thought this situation was privately resolved. And because I didn't want any backlash to fall on my editor for a human error.
She
Again,
doxed
it's
her
ultimately
also.
my responsibility to double check each video that goes live, and I fell short here.
I feel like it's so stupid. Like, it's so simple to not. I feel like, I mean, there are ways to dox people on accident. But like, I feel like it's so easy to not do it. Because you understand when it comes to you. Yo, what are you working on? Oh, what's up, Phoenix? I'm working on this scene that I'm working on. This part of my story. I don't know if this is officially going to be it, but it's in my character Garren right here. He's witnessed his girl, and she's kind of yeah, so that's what we're working on right now. I'm just trying to get the lines and stuff done for him. I should get them all done, but I feel like she's clean enough for me to then add more to it. But yeah, this is what we did yesterday. We finished this one up finally. The trio of pics right here. I just love the idea of getting a story told in 3 images, you know? And that's what we've been doing. 1, 2, 3. And then we got the Suzuku. Just in case I end up wanting to do something more with it. And right now we're working on this one. So yeah, that's what we're doing. And what was I talking about? What was I saying? We're talking about the VTubers, and we're talking about the black, the digital blackface thing, and then what was I talking about again after? Oh, the doxing. I feel like it's so easy to not do it. Okay, it's so easy to not do it because it's like, I don't know. Like, how do the like? She already got in trouble, and then did she really need to show her name? She could have blocked it out and let her emoji be there, and as long as she already mentioned that she did it, and then we know everything is fine. It's truly crazy. She doxed her after she did all that. Oh, man, wow. She kind of a little scummy.
For which I am sorry. I make amends to the VTuber as soon as I realized something was wrong. But I felt I have to address the situation as it's been over 6 months and the VTuber had made a video about the situation. She has every right to be upset about what happened, so please don't harass her. But I felt that since this was circulating again, that I needed to address the situation at hand. Yet there was no backlash directed at the edit. I like that she kept saying, like, you know, we all make mistakes, so please don't be mad at him. It's like, no one was mad at him. she's trying to inception us, like plant a thought in our mind or something. It's just, this whole tweet was just word vomit of nothing, just things that Kathleen has already said. I don't know who she's saying that to. Maybe her fan base. She doesn't address why. Like, she's like, I felt I have to address the situation as it's been over 6 months and the VTuber has made a video about the situation. Yes, she's made a video because you brought up the situation. You brought it up, Kat. You brought it up in your last video. That's why Alicia spoke about it. It's not like it's been 6 months, nothing happened, and the VTuber is still upset. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Let's get at least this fact straight. Then her tweet got community noted. What happened next? So Catliente made the tweet and Alicia QRT'd it. And she says, "Hey there, idiot. It's me, the person you exploited. Don't worry, I showed all the screenshots in my video. It doesn't save your ass." I like how sassy this tweet is, by the way. "You said in your own words I was too lazy to take down and that taking down videos takes time. You are a liar. You can pretend and act like your editor is the problem, but you're a terrible person who thinks posting about my cancer is fine, who chose to bring me up again to defend yourself when slamming on Dokibird. You posted a video clickbaiting my cancer on your channel. You had it changed title to me being in remission. You bashed Doki for her blaming others. You are a hypocrite." Exactly. Trying to call it someone else while you are the problem is just classic you, though. Also, all screenshots, honey, and I can provide them since they are in my response video. Alicia also says, "My screenshots also include the comment I made that you deleted. So cheers. You posted about my channel being hacked a week after I already got it back. You made the video after I already called out another channel for clickbaiting my cancer. You even stated you knew before the video uploaded that I don't want people calling me the cancer VTuber, yet you made the video. Fuck off." And then she showed, I added the screenshot that Catliente deleted, but I got that screenshot from Alicia's video. Also, you of course didn't want the situation to be public because you looked like shit. Lamau, I chose not to say anything, but then you brought me up to seem like a good person when people got upset about you in relation to Dokibird. This is on you for making me step up. Boo, this comment is this is another tweet, a separate one, because some people were saying, "Hey, you being the aggressive party does not make you look good here. It's unprofessional and makes us believe the girl who is being rational." It's kind of crazy that you can react to somebody slighting you not once, not twice, but 3 times, and people will write that. So Alicia responds, "Boo, that comment is stinky, lol, but for real, it's weird to want a PR corporate statement over a genuine one. I called someone an idiot for clickbaiting my cancer. It's not about believing, it's about facts. The facts are clear. The way I say them doesn't change that. Stinky." Alicia made another tweet the day after that saying, "Very confused by randoms defending Cat, saying I'm doing this to make ad revenue off my response video," and then she showcased that she has like monetization off on her videos, so she didn't even make ad rev. Try and defend her is hard, but you gotta start working harder because some of y'all aren't making sense. She brought me up publicly days ago in a video and trying to talk about how she's a good person, so I responded publicly also in a video. She posted screenshots, I posted the same ones and additional ones. Issue with her has gotten worse though, because in her screenshot she doxed my name because she didn't censor it out fully, and you can read my government name now. I don't get how you can be okay with that. But you know, there is a silver lining to people defending Catliente. You guys want to know what it is? It's good to know that no matter which horrible thing I do, there's gonna be people defending me in the future. Like, it's just so crazy. No matter who it is, okay? It could be the worst person possible alive. There's gonna be people on the internet defending them.
That did happen with that one VTuber girl, right?
Like, it's nice to know that. Maybe if I get, you know, maybe one day I'll do something horrible and people will defend me. Like, you know, in all the videos that I've made, that I've published on my main channel, there's always people also defending the people in the comment section, the people like that are being, you know, I don't want to say exposed because that's a cringe name, but I can't think of another word right now. So it's like, okay, there's just always contrarians. There's always going to be contrarians. Oh yeah, the people being documented in my video. Yes, the people being documented in my video, even the ones that are doing like horrible things, there's always people defending them. And I guess this is what's happening to Alicia now. And it's like, you know, even if something, let's say person number 1 gets punched in the face by person number 2, and then person number 1, having been punched, starts insulting person number 2 or start making fun of them, then some people will be like, Your reaction, you're coming off too strong. You sound irrational. It makes person number 2 look better. It's like, bro, what are you talking about?
Why are you separating it? You should draw them at the same time.
Person. Yeah, exactly. They punched them. Yeah, why are you yelling at the person who robbed you? Exactly. You should have been kind to them. You should have been polite. You know what I hate the most? What I hate the most is when people are being condescending to you, or when people are like, they do the fake nice thing when they use polite words, but they're being mean. When you reply back but insulting them, then people are like, oh, you shouldn't have insulted them. I'd rather just be insulted at that point. Like, I'd rather you just don't do the fake nice thing and just straight up like call me names. I prefer that. I've been on the internet long enough that I don't care about like name calling anymore. Alicia says, Kat has now deleted the tweet that doxed my full government name. Yeah, because Kathleen finally deleted the tweet. After one day of it being up, when she made a Google Doc, she censored everyone's fully. That is true! When she made the Google document, she took so much care into censoring everybody's name but Dokibird,
like I said, I had a
in the
feeling
Google
it was still,
Doc,
like,
and all the
pretty,
screenshots. But when it's about showing screenshots about Alicia, she just like half-assed it. When it came to mine, she didn't. I don't know why. To be clear, my first and last name are public due to me being a retired professional esport commentator. But my middle name has never been public. This was a lot to take in, and these past few days have been draining. I don't know how you could try to write a professional statement in response to me, but just dox me within it. But she clearly has fully covered other names before, so why wasn't the same done for me? I've been spending time with my fiance and unplugging as much as I can. I will get back to normal video recording soon. Rejecting DMs of people sending me my own name has been kind of freaking me out.
Like, get what right?
Imagine that.
Like, I'm looking at
but
it.
It's fine, nothing too crazy. I just feel super anxious. Some of the people doing it were trying to be kind to me too by saying, oh, I clearly see it's, and then insert her name, and holy, my anxiety is beating my ass. So don't worry, not all are like malicious and crazy. It's just outliers that don't matter who crossed the line. Most people are civil and normal. I find Cat and Chat's content about VTubers feel off. I mean, I think why people in the VTuber community kind of dislike her videos, it's because it doesn't feel like she has any love for us. It's like she's looking at us from under a microscope, like detached from it. Like she's not making an effort to fit in or adapt. And it's not like we're, trying to hammer down all the nails that are sticking out. The VTuber community is made of like a fucking galaxy of different personalities and people that make different content. But they need to feel like you have a passion for it. It's like when, Coefficient or Nags got in, like, they love VTubers, and that love was contagious. That's why people like them. Even when Legal Mindset started covering VTubers, he could have easily been rejected as a facecam streamer, but it's like he would spend time every stream trying to learn about them, trying to learn the culture, watching clips, repeating memes that they did, viral stuff that they did. So it's like, he made an effort and people enjoyed that. He like embraced it. And it just doesn't feel the same about her. It just feels like she's looking at it from like a really far, like some kind of high tower, like some kind of microscope. I don't know how to explain it. It feels fake. Like people can feel that. There was never any attempt by Kat to immerse herself in the space where she was drawing her topic from. Yeah, exactly. Besides from her, like, briefly mentioning that she wants a VTuber avatar at one point. And Connor, of course. Connor was there during the VTuber boom. Yep. And it's not just because she's, covering VTuber controversies or that, because you could do that and still look like you're, interested in VTubers. I mean, look, people who are not VTubers can totally cover VTuber topics and do them well. Like Royalty is here, does them pretty well. Even Turkey Tom, whenever he's covered VTubers, it's like his research is good. His research is pretty good. I've seen the sources he used because it's literally the same ones I've stumbled upon when some of our topics crossed over. So it's like, I felt like he did do a lot of efforts, even though he probably finds us goofy and weird. But being a VTuber is weird. That's
More of a. This looks like. This is so sad, man. Why did I do this? Oh, Luna's somebody that I definitely need to draw soon. I gotta update the pictures on the slideshow too, also. I didn't remember that. Man, oh man, oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh, bro, did you see the latest episode of Vigilante? Excuse me. Did you see the latest episode? Excuse me. Yeah? Who is that girl? Was she in My Hero? The girl. Was she in there? Did she appear there? Or is she only appearing in this show? Like she didn't appear in the manga. I mean the original. Hold up.
Everybody is mad at this Twitch stream.
Hold up. I gotta see these. Do you guys know who this is? I bet a good handful of you guys know who this person is.
Everybody is mad at this Twitch streamer. So if you didn't know, this is Extra Emily, and she's now in some controversy for the biggest sin on the internet, which is DMCA copyright claiming people and basically trying to silence criticism and trying to prevent people from seeing a certain clip about her that's being posted around about her and her dad, which we will ironically be seeing. Now, you might remember Extra Emily from a couple other situations.
This is crazy work. She is streaming while she's driving and she's looking at the. That is crazy. It's always crazy to me that people record in their car, but I feel like it's okay because you understand that you're not live, so regardless, you don't have to look at the camera the whole time or even talk for like all the time because you know you can cut it out, the dead space. But she's streaming. That is wild.
Now, you might remember Extra
Look.
Emily from a couple other situations.
She's looking at the
She was
camera.
recently caught recklessly driving on Twitch
Oh,
multiple
okay,
times,
okay, at least they-
just
at least they know.
ignoring the red traffic lights
Oh!
on the road. Because obviously she's distracted with her phone and looking at Twitch chat.
She ran red. Oh my gosh. Ooh, 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 woo! She only in Vigilante? Oh. I'm glad she finally appeared. Oh, so you know her from the manga. Woo! That's crazy. She just, just going to red.
Okay, keep going. Okay, I'm stopping. Okay, we're good. Okay, no
We're good.
problem.
No
that
problem.
happens all the time. The stoplights here are really long. So usually I just go past.
Sorry guys, sorry I ran over your grandpa. I'm actually just such a Scorpio right now.
Oh
It
my
was in the
gosh.
following days she basically just makes a joke out of the whole
Oh,
thing. But the thing
I
is,
feel like I've
reckless
seen this one before. I've seen this chick before.
It was in the following
I never watched her videos, but I just know she's part of the Pokey squad. I think. I could be completely wrong.
days she basically just makes a joke out of the whole thing. But the thing is, reckless driving is a very serious thing that kills a lot of people, and she just got like a 1-day ban for it. If actually, sorry, 1 day and 3 minutes, right? And then Twitch was just promoting her this entire time as well during the ban as well. So, you know, classic Twitch simping as usual, but you can't expect much from a platform that loves terrorist supporters. She's also gone viral before for mishandling a firearm
Oh my
and just
gosh.
basically pointing it at people,
Oh!
which is
Oh!
ridiculously
Oh! Oh! Wait, can I even show that on YouTube? I mean, he's showing on YouTube, but he got 1 million subscribers. This is why I was saying, by the way, subscribe if you're not already. But this girl, like, this, what? Yo, I always remember what happened to Bruce Lee's son, right? When an accidentally got hit with a real bullet, right? When it was supposed to be a prop or a blank. I always remember that because I always start to think in any blink, right? There could be a live round in there, right? Obviously, you're like, oh well, I didn't put one in there, shouldn't be in there. No, I'm always I'm always thinking there is a live round in here, right? Because if you always think that way, you understand. Don't ever point it. Don't ever point it. That is crazy. She's just swinging it around like watch what. Oops, everything done, and it looked like she's streaming. So the stream go find out, and she going to jail. That is crazy. That is so crazy.
irresponsible to do regardless of if the gun is loaded or not. There's also this very disgusting list that she made of all the people that she slept with, and then she lists them down and arranges them according to their pee size, compares them to each other.
Oh my goodness. Oh, so she one of them. Okay. Yeah.
And then she just shows her streamer friends their names and basically just humiliates them.
I have a note in my Apple folder. It has the list of every person that I've had sex with, and I rank the sex, and
let me see.
I rank the dick. Is that weird?
That's awesome.
You have
Is that
been out
weird?
there.
Wait, really?
Way to
I
go.
had a hoe phase. I had a hoe
Good
phase.
for you.
Oh my
Like she does
gosh.
it's like so detailed.
Oh!
Like ranking.
Listen,
for-
I don't know this girl. Hold on, let me zoom in. The one in the right corner. I don't know her, but I only remember a clip that was everywhere, and the clip was of her saying how she used to like minors, but the clip was she used to like minors when she was a minor, but they kept cutting it every time she said it, and every single time she tried to do it, they kept cutting it. That's the only thing I know about her. I don't know anything else. She probably plays games or something on Twitch. Or not. I don't know. But that's the only thing I remember about her.
size and then ranking for how good it was as well.
People have no shame. I swear to God, that is so disgusting. Just like no morals.
You know what's funny, bro? Just like how you said it's okay if I were to make like a white, quote unquote, he's not white, he's Japanese, but a white character VTuber model, I could voice it, but a person can't do a black character, so like a white person can't do like Garren because he's black skinned, right? The double standard. Because, bruh, I can tell you this right now, bruh. If I was like, hey guys, look, I have a look at, I made a list of everyone, and this is guess what, bruh? Guess what? I mean, you don't even need to guess. I mean, we all know what will happen. Permaban. We don't associate ourselves with people who are so what? This girl just said she got the stats. She got the time. She got the measuring tape. But no, and she just laughing. And what's his name? I don't know. Was it the terrorist guy? The terrorist guy who said it? Yeah, the terrorist guy.
Awesome.
He said awesome.
Let me see.
Or
I
was it
ranked
somebody else?
dick. Is that weird?
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, the terrorist guy. The terrorist guy said that's awesome. But if I was on the podcast, I was like, oh yeah, I got one too. Look, they would have been like, oh really? That's kind of red. I mean, right? That's kind of. I don't know. They would all get up and go to the other side of the couch. If I was where that guy is on the right, they would all like physically get up and move away from me, like I said something crazy. And I'm just agreeing with what she said. This is wild. This is the world we live in, right? This is the world we live in, man. I can do it, but you can't do it. But you can do it, and I can't do it. It's crazy. Like what? Like why can't we just like evenly decide? No, this is wrong. Because I could honestly say that is crazy to have a list, like guy or girl, have a list and be like, yeah, this is everybody I've, and by the way, this is everybody, this is their stats. That is crazy. That is crazy to have, right? And not only to have, because I understand, like, especially people who are out there, they like to know the people, right? And the times, just in case, like, just for safety reasons. And I understand that to an extent. This is why you shouldn't be going out there doing it. You should just calm down, chill out, right? It's not the world. You don't really need to go and, like, beat records or anything. But, like, people who do it, they like to have a list just in case, like, for example, for if things were to happen, if they were to have something or whatever that, this is why you don't go out there and go crazy. But, I understand it to an extent, but telling everybody is crazy. Telling the world is crazy.
I've been out there.
Wait, really?
I had a whole face.
I mean, she didn't tell the world, but she's still showing it to people.
It's like so detailed. There's like ranking for dick size and then ranking for how good it was as well.
People have no shame.
Crazy.
I swear to God. That is so disgusting. Just like no morals, no respect for anyone.
Crazy.
Just absolute freaks, man. Complete like narcissistic sociopaths here.
Yep.
But anyways, that brings us to today where Extra Emily is DMCAing people and trying to take down their clips. I guess Mercury was in retrograde or something and Starbucks ran out of coffee, so she felt a little spicy, right? So the story starts with this tweet here. Shout out to Extra Emily for filing a DMCA claim, and he's attached 2 images. This is the tweet that got taken down. Extra Emily's dad asked the question, did you pay your college tuition back to us yet? Don't bring that up, I'm gonna get canceled. And then the second image, your account has been locked because of DMCA. Okay, so quick context before we look at this clip. Basically, in the past, Extra Emily was in controversy because her parents paid $170,000 for her college tuition.
Dang.
And almost went broke trying to support her education and put her through college.
Dang.
And they basically wanted her to pay them back because
100%.
she didn't actually end up using the degree, and she just became a streamer, and she's pretty well off now, right? But she said on stream that she doesn't want to pay them back.
Whoa! Time out. Listen. What? Oh no, you paying me my money. Listen, I understand. Cause listen, if my kid is like, Dad, I want to be a nurse, or I mean, you probably still have to, but I want to be a doctor, or I want to be a lawyer, or something like that. Cause I would only allow my kid to go to school for any of those reasons, right? Because if they want to go to school for other stuff, sure, you can go, but you better get a scholarship, or you know what I mean? Especially with the world that we live in now, where a lot of these other jobs and things, you can literally learn them online and learn them by yourself, right? So, nah. But if she wants to be like a doctor, or he wants to be like a doctor, or whatchamacallit, a whatever, all these, those types of jobs, I would 100% be like, okay, let's get stuff situated. If I have to pay $100K, I mean, obviously it's going to be a lot more because it's a lot more to get to it, and it's like 4 years, so I mean, it's more than 4 years. It's a lot, and I'm paying. Oh, you best believe they becoming a doctor and or a lawyer or whatever the thing is. You best believe. Ain't no way I'm gonna release all that and then they're gonna be like, you know what? I was just not in it no more, and I decided I want to be a streamer. And I'm like, oh, for real? All right. All right. Here you go. What's this? Oh, this is our bill. You're paying us for all that money we done spent. What? And she's well off, and she's not paying them back? Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. That's a crazy thing. Because, like, I feel like if she wasn't well off, her parents probably wouldn't have asked her. You know what I mean? They probably would have still been mad about it. But since she is well off, you better give them their money. Come on now. Come on. Oh my gosh. And you didn't even need to go because you didn't even use it. That's crazy.
Despite being very rich and having more than enough money, and she just said it in like the most entitled way ever.
The only reason they want me to pay it back is because I'm a streamer.
Yeah, you should pay it back.
Because I didn't use my degree.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay.
How much is it?
170K.
170K. You should pay it back.
Exactly. You should pay him back. You see that? He understands. Pay him back.
I don't want to. I mean, I did pay them 10K, and then I was like,
that's not even half. Oh, this is crazy. Man.
I'm over this. I don't want to pay.
Do you think it's a waste that I went to college?
That is a really good question.
Mm-hmm.
I spent a lot of money on that. And then you become a streamer.
But I'm paying you back for college.
Yes, that's right. That's unnecessary.
That's necessary?
Yeah, we're almost broke.
Wow.
Because you...
Especially if they almost broke. She not help. Listen. I don't even understand. How can you live in a house with your parents? You go to college. You decide where you're going. They pay it for you, right? You decide not to use it. You know they don't got money like that, right? So now you well off, and they struggling. And they said, can you give us our money back that you just made us waste? Because we could have saved that up, but we had to use it because you said you wanted to be a veterinarian. I doubt, and we done paid $170,000, and you decided not to use it. So we're asking if you can, give us our money back. And she said, nah. Like, on that day, I'm done. If I was a supporter of her, oh yeah, I'm done. Like, it would be different if her parents were, cause look she's comfortably sitting there next to her mom's. So obviously, her parents are good to her. Come on, no, this is crazy. I don't even understand how people can just do that. Like I said, especially, I mean, if the person is, if your parents are, you know what I'm saying? If your parents are, that's different. But she's sitting there comfortably next to her mom's. What happens if she loses her career? Is that what you're saying? Like, if she loses her career on Twitch? Like, what do you mean what happens? Like, because like I'm saying, the only reason why they're asking for the money back is because not only that she's not using her degree, but because she is well off. If her daughter was working at a Mickey D's, she is not asking for her money back. She's going to be mad at her daughter and tell her daughter to do something, most likely. But her daughter is making bread. And we almost broke. Okay, now Zura, let's flip this on you, right? You got a kid. You raise your kid, right? 18 years. Obviously, this is your obligation. I'm not trying to say like, oh, well, the parents are owed. No. Because college, right? All that after is a choice on your part, right? So if she wants to go to college, you can go to a community college. You can go somewhere cheap. You know what I'm saying? This girl wanted to be something. She told her parents, and her parents was like, okay, we want our daughter to succeed. So here, we're going to pay $170,000. But guess what? We are broke. We are almost homeless. And then your daughter goes out there, Zura, and your daughter's making bread out there, right? And then you're sitting there, you are struggling. You struggling, sir. And then now your daughter's like, oh, you remember that degree that you guys paid $107K for? I don't want to use it. And then now your daughter just making bread outside of what you paid for. So you practically threw that money in the garbage. What do you think about that situation, sir? You gonna be sitting there, and your daughter, look, she came to my house, and she just sitting there with the camera on my face. I'm like, so, I need 160, because you did give us that 10K, but I need 160. My character getting 100K unless it's for a house. No, I'm just saying, like, imagine you were in their situation. Like, you gotta understand, like, she just wasted it. Crazy. And listen. 170K back, okay. That's a lot. We understand that. I don't know how much she makes. But with how this guy's talking, she makes a lot. Right? She didn't even pay half. She said, I paid 10K and I was done. What? I bet she tips people more than that. I mean, obviously not like literally, but I mean like in the percentage wise. She gave her, like, what is the percentage of that? 170K, right? Hold up, guys. Listen, we're gonna get there. 170. And then that and the percentage and the 7, 10. All right, we're not gonna get there. But if that was the case, I need my money back. Exactly, I need my money back. She's like she said, we're almost broke, and she's just sitting here driving, like running reds. Listen. I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you running reds casually and just saying, the light is just so long, that's why I went. You don't care. You know what I mean? You feel like everything is like nothing matters. Ain't no way you would have run a red, especially on camera. Like the camera on the street got you, and the stream camera got you, right? Ain't no way you doing that, and then you laughing about it like, oh no, I just did it because the lights are long. What? This girl doesn't believe there's consequences for anything. And she's super entitled. That is crazy. That is insane.
Yeah.
Do you think that would be your best gift towards your dad or your parents? To pay back your tuition?
I'm never gonna pay it back though.
Wait, actually?
No, I don't want to.
But you could.
Yeah, but I'm not going to.
You see, she could. Look at. Listen, you see that Zero? This is the thing. This is why I imagine that chick you said, that $1 million, the $1 million wife. This is her. This girl got the means, but she just doesn't want to. Man, I don't even know this girl, and I don't like her. I don't even know her, and I don't like her. This is the first time he's seen this girl. I mean, I've probably seen her. I mean, because she was standing next to the other girl, or sitting next to the other girl that I've seen before. So I guess I potentially could have seen this chick before, but now that I know who she is for real, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Crazy work, man. Crazy. She got the means to help them and just to say, look at, you see these guys right there? Look at, they not with it. They're like, oh, for real? Oh, you selfish. And the thing is, it's different if they paid off her parents' home. She was helping out. Her mom said she's almost broke, which means she's not doing nothing for her parents. Yo, that is insane. Because listen, like I said, it's different if your parents are, you know, because I know there's different parents in the world. But that is insane. How you could just decide they did nothing wrong to me. They did nothing wrong to me. I'm fine with it. Like I just said, she was sitting there casually talking to her mom, which means she has a pretty good relationship with her. And then see that they're struggling and you have the means to help them and you don't. That is wild. I'm telling you right now. like once everything, starts picking up, everything starts going well, you know what I'm saying? We start hitting it crazy, you know what I'm saying? YouTube start hitting me with the, you know what I'm saying? Everybody eating. Everybody eating. And that's what I don't understand. How can't you, what, like everybody eating. I don't care who. They all eating. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy though. It's truly crazy. I don't understand. Look at his face. He's just like, I think I regret knowing this girl. Look at his face. He's like, oh, really? He's like, really? Like, look. I'm gonna put this full screen so you guys can see. Look. Let's rewind.
The expensive one, yeah.
Wait, I want you to hear her mom.
For college on that. And then you become a streamer.
But I'm paying you back for college.
Yes, that's right. That's unnecessary.
That's necessary?
Yeah, we're almost broke.
Almost broke.
Because you went to the college. Go to the expensive one.
Yo, imagine like using everything to take your kid to college and they don't use it.
Yeah.
Do you think that would be your best gift towards your dad or your parents to pay back your tuition?
I'm never gonna pay it back though.
Wait, actually?
No, I don't want to.
But actually?
But you could.
Yeah, but I'm not going
Wait, do you
to.
have student loans?
Yeah, student loans to my parents.
And you're making them pay it off?
No, like my parents paid, and then they're like, pay us back for college, and I just like don't want to.
Yeah, just
look at it. You see? Oh my gosh. And this is why she mad. She don't want this to get out because she knew what she said was wrong. But she said it on stream though. Like, I'm telling you, she ran a red. She ran a red on stream. She don't think nothing. She don't think nothing can like nothing. Like, she's the king of the world, the queen. Like, nothing. Like, she can do no wrong. She can do no wrong. But now people are like, yo, this is kind of crazy. She's like, oh, I'm gonna copyright everybody who's talking. Wow, she about to hit me with one. Probably not. Hopefully not. Cause listen. What you go get from me, bro? Hey, calm down, man. I'm just over here drawing some anime characters and stuff. By the way, if you guys like it, hit it with a like and also subscribe if you're new. But it's crazy. That's so insane.
Lovely daughter right there. I don't want to, guys. Now, apparently they had some sort of a deal, right? Apparently she had a deal with her parents that she would pay back a certain amount every year until it's
That's what I was thinking.
paid off.
Yeah.
And that's why she paid the 10K and then said...
You see, that's what I was thinking. If it's like a payment thing, like every month they give something, or like so she can pay it off. Because 170K up front is a lot. I understand, right? But like, what? She just said I paid 10K. I don't want to do it anymore.
That I'm over it, right? So basically, this made a lot of people mad. People were calling
Look
her
at her
ungrateful.
Yo, listen, I don't know her parents. I didn't grow up with them, but look, they look so like what?
Right? So basically, this made a lot of people mad. People.
Look, bro, listen. Like, I always think about it like this. Like, you gotta, when I look at my family, just the older people in my family, in my head, I always just revert to thinking about them from when I was younger, right? And I can visibly see them aging, right? And then now in my head, I'm just like, yo. You know what I mean? I have to do as much as I can for them. You understand? That's how my mind is working. So I don't know how she can sit there looking at her parents, right? Because obviously, like I said, she has a good relationship. Look at, she's laughing, kikiing, ha-ha, around her mom and pops. So they had to have been good parents to her. For her mom to say I'm almost broke, and her daughter is out here, she got bread, she got the means, and she just says, I'm not gonna pay them. And like I said, it'd be different if she was like helping her mom, like pay off the house, like just give them like monthly allowances. If she was to do things like that, then obviously it'd be different. Obviously, I don't really need to pay the money back since I'm practically you know, handling all these things right now. But what? No, it's not. She was raised with bad morals. I truly believe this, and this is why I'm like for homeschooling, and I understand Morgan is against it. But this is why I'm for it, because you have to understand, by looking at how her parents seem like the type of people who pay back their debts, who are, obviously I don't know them personally, right? But with this girl right here, and her parents don't seem like they went to, they're from a different country. Like, just with how her mom was talking, they definitely aren't from here, right? She, on the other hand, was born here. So she has the American values. Or not born here, but raised here, right? So the school that she went to, the teachers that she was around, all these people are the ones who raised her. Really. So all of this right here, because you can see her dad and her mom are both saying, you should pay us back for what we did, right? Knowing that it makes sense for you to do that because you have the means to do it, right? And she's saying, no, I don't want to do it. Where's she getting that from? Because it's obviously not from the parents. I'm telling you, the school raised her.
People were calling her ungrateful.
Look at her laughing. She's like, mom and dad, you guys are so amazing. Look. Look, and they serious too. They're like, no, don't be laughing. You better pay. Oh my God. Like, I'm telling you, every single time I see people treating, like, I remember when I see people treating their parents or people like this, like, terribly, it like pisses me off to the like, I remember I was at the store, right? There's a lady, right? There's this lady. I see her walking, right? Like, I was driving to the store, I see her walking, right? And I've seen her around before. This lady has the C word, right? Right? Or had it. I don't know, like, if she has or has it. Bro, when I tell you, her daughter is one of the... And the thing is, like I said, I don't know her personally, so I don't know how, whatever. But her daughter is one of the worst people to her mom that I've seen, like, personally. And I'm sitting there every single time, I'm just like, oh my goodness. Like, how can you really... And like I said, I don't know her personally. But how she's treating her, especially in public, I'm just like, yo. Like, this is kind of crazy. This is really crazy. Wow. Right? And the crazy thing is, Brian, this girl, she be trying to talk to you. And I'm just like, hey, nah. I see how you treat your moms. Nah. That's an instant. Like, that's instantly, I'm like, no. Which is why I like the whole thing when people say, oh, I like to take people to, like, restaurants and stuff just to see how they treat, like, waiters and other people who they don't know. I love that, the idea, because I'm just like, as soon as you show me that you treat the elderly, your parents, and or random strangers, like waitresses and waiters and stuff like that, terribly, I instantly know you are not a good person to be around. You aren't. Man. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Crazy. And her even saying she had a whole phase. Her even saying she had a phase, right? Her even saying that shows me she's for the world, bro. Okay. Let me calm down. Her just saying that, because I bet her mom would never utter those words out of her mouth. Even if her mom was. I don't know her mom. Listen, I doubt it by just looking at her, but still, I wouldn't bet money on it. I mean, I would bet money that she doesn't, but listen. That's not her mom's daughter. I mean, her mom didn't raise that girl right there that's laughing with her mouth open like that. Her mom didn't raise that kid. You know who did? Her teachers, the college campus, the ones who I'm pretty sure got the most numbers that are in that, the most names that are in that phone. Those are the people who raised her.
Entitles back and
listen, I understand that in the grand scheme, right? But her daughter isn't doing anything with the money, and we don't got money because we spent it on her doing that. Why don't they understand it? Like, it has to be kids who are watching her. It has to be kids. Because you need to understand this. We don't have money because we spent all of our money to help you because you said you wanted to do this thing. Now you decided to disregard that thing, and now you decided to go to a different path. So practically throwing our money in the dumpster, and then you want to go do a different thing. Once again, I believe if she wasn't making the money that she's making now, her parents wouldn't ask her, because her parents know if you were to pay us our money, you'd still be okay. We are not okay, which is why we're asking for the money. And she's deciding not to. I'm telling you, there have to be kids who are watching her, who are saying this stuff.
You just want to help their daughter unconditionally. She didn't wish to be born into the.
You see, I hate that stupid logic. I understand that, which is why I say from the age of from the first breath to when they become an adult, that is your obligation. You have to. Okay? That's your obligation. You have to raise that kid. Everything that you give them at that point in time is all that. Listen, I would never ask my kid to pay me back for every single diaper I bought, every food that I fed them. No. I would never ask them to repay me for that. But if they made me pay for something that isn't even something that you have to do, this is a choice that you chose, and I decided to pay it for you because you were so passionate, and then you decided not to use it, and now I'm broke and I need my money. I'm telling you, it's kids. I'm telling you, I bet money their children on the back. Oh, you should. They didn't choose to do it.
Argument, or maybe they pushed her too hard or didn't treat her right, and that's why they don't deserve the money back.
You see, that's different. But she's laughing and kikiing and ha-ha and touching on her mom's shoulder, no.
In my opinion, if you're a regular person earning a regular salary, I don't think you should be expected to pay your parents back.
Exactly.
Right?
You see, that's what I'm saying.
Economy, you probably aren't rich and you can't afford to actually pay that back, and the money would be better off with you. Right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And you probably use your degree to get a job, right? But if you're a mega successful millionaire streamer like Extra Emily here,
millionaire,
way more money than you actually need, and your parents are, politely asking for the money back here, and it doesn't really affect your life at all. I don't really see why not. Why can't you just share the success? Unless you have some sort of a hidden horrible relationship, they abuse you, you hate them.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Seem like it.
Exactly. Look at it.
Here. And I feel.
What is that? I don't think she's that good of an actress. I don't know who she is, but I doubt it. This girl is having a good time around her parents, and it looks like she's the only child too, by just looking at it. I mean, obviously, I don't know, but it looks like she's the only child.
Like a lot of people sort of dream of retiring their parents, right? That's 100%. One of the primary motivations for a lot of people to get rich, so that they can pay back their parents for all the love and support throughout the years and just raising you. And if you're able to, why not? But anyways, after that whole situation, after the backlash and her own chat was basically turning on her, she got guilt-tripped by the internet into paying her parents back. She tweeted about it, and she did not actually pay the full amount yet. She just paid a portion of it, which is interesting because I still feel like she's a millionaire who can just
okay, you see, I don't know her money, but like I said, that's a good bit right there. For proof, I attached a screenshot of the big wire, and the reason why for some is because this amount agreed upon between the okay, you see, I can't financially pay. Okay, you see, that's what I'm saying. Okay, that's fine. That's a good piece of the pie.
Full amount yet. She just paid.
That's a good piece of the pie. Okay, that's fine. That could hold him over for a little bit until I'm able to pay the rest. That's cool. That's cool. Like I said, I don't know. She said her financial situation. Listen, I don't know, because he said millionaire. She could be out here splurging. It looks like she just doesn't care. Money doesn't matter to her, really, was how she'd be speaking. So, hey, I don't know.
A portion of it, which is interesting because I still feel like she's a millionaire who can just quickly pay this amount of money and get it over with. She probably makes that in a month with a couple of brand deals and shit like that. But okay, now you know the context. Let's move on to the clip that she's desperately trying to hide here. So she's on the phone with her dad here.
Could you let me know? Did you pay the tuition, your college tuition, back to us yet?
Yes!
This year?
Yes!
I never heard. I never heard a mom say.
Dad, don't bring that up. I'm gonna get canceled.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, cancel what?
Canceled on the internet. I'm hanging up. Bye.
Okay. So your chat heard this. Okay, they can check it. You know.
Bye, Dad.
Oh my god.
Okay, so why you avoid this topic and you?
Cause I got so much hate for it.
So you telling me that piece of the pie, she didn't even give it to them? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She didn't even pay that piece of the pie, guys.
You don't even know.
Oh, for this one?
Yes.
For this issue?
Yes.
Ooh, that doesn't sound good. We want you to pay us back happily.
Yes.
Not get any burden or something.
I'm hanging up. My dad
You
is
see what
gonna
he
go
said?
crazy. I'm gonna get another.
You hear what he just said? He just said, I don't want you to get any hate or anything. I just wanted you to pay this back. Yo, this man, he is struggling. This is crazy, man.
Another clip will get canceled again.
Okay, so in my opinion, there's like two options here. Number one is that her dad is joking with her, and this is all playful. This is like a stream entertainment thing, or her dad is like trolling her. That's kind of the same thing people said last time. Oh, the parents don't actually want any money back, and they're just sort of trolling her, even though apparently they had a whole contract, and she did make that tweet saying that, oh, you guys convinced me, now I'm paying them back or whatever, I was being selfish, all of that. And then the option two is that this is actually serious, and her dad is asking for the money back and is just confused because, I don't know, maybe he didn't get all of it. Now, I was gonna say this is number one, right? This is just a joke, but then if it is a joke, why is she going around copywriting people, DMCA claiming people, desperately trying to stop people from looking at this clip and shutting down these like Twitter accounts as well? I feel like that screams guilty to me. That basically shows people that you have something to hide here and you don't want this clip circulating around, which kind of implies that you still haven't paid your parents back. Like, why go through the trouble of DMCAing this guy? Why can't you just pay your parents back? This is so ridiculous to me. Or suppose you don't want to pay your parents back. You think the internet is stupid, they shouldn't get involved in your family life. Okay, don't pay them back. But then don't go copywriting people who were just talking about you. You know, that's
This is what happens when you post your life on the world.
Now, apparently, we have confirmation it was actually Extra Emily who did this DMCA. Confirmed she sent the request. This is why you should never respect streamers. These clips are taken out of context. So this is the image he attached. Where is this infringement? Twitter. The original work is from my own Twitch livestream, Extra Emily. I captured the work using my own setup. Link. These clips are taken out of context. I own my livestream content. The account did nothing to make it his own. He just ripped the video off of my livestream without changing it and is infringing on my work. What a bitch. She could just ask you to delete. Out of context, is that not what community notes are for? I don't think it was actually out of context. Is she stupid? Because this will just cause more people to have more eyes on it. Yeah, I wouldn't make this video if she didn't do that, so yikes. Okay, first off, this is Twitter, not YouTube, so the rules are a little bit different here. Now on YouTube, if you just go ahead and post somebody else's clips, you can do that, but you might be copyrighted for it, and somebody might take all your revenue if you don't apply any edits or changes, right? Now on Twitter, I'm not entirely certain how it works because Twitter is a place for clips. Like, that is usually the entire purpose of the website. You know, people tweet, but a lot of the website is about clips, right? And that's like the main way people actually use it. From what I understand, you are actually allowed to post clips of people as long as it falls under some sort of criticism, right? And apparently the caption sometimes makes it criticism, or you're showcasing parts of a live stream. I don't really think it's out of context or anything, but regardless of if it's okay to do this or not, what a dumb move by Extra Emily.
Really
like,
dumb.
This is the worst thing you could
Now
have
the
done
world
in this
is going
situation.
to...
Let me bust out the
because
calculator.
I
my
feel like even when
advanced
people did
calculus
that, because people really hate when people copyright strike them or claim it. People really hate that, and that really makes whatever the situation is become even worse.
and show you what's going on here. Usually, the account Yeet gets about 1K likes, right, for like a Hassan tweet, and they usually get like less than 1K for any other streamer, right? So like 100 to 300 likes.
Yep,
on a
exactly.
tweet.
Look it.
Meanwhile, this tweet had 10K likes, all right, because of the Streisand effect, because you tried to take it down, and now it spawned this video and 100 other videos and a bunch of Twitter drama, and yeah, she just kind of screwed herself here. And she basically just showed that she can't take any criticism at all. Now, Dan Saltman responded saying, initiate a counterclaim. I will pay 100% of all legal costs. Clipping for criticism is fair use. Lifting an entire stream is not. I respect you for that. I'm so sick of internet Karens wielding DMCA takedowns like intimidation tactics when they get called out for their bad behavior. There was actually another famous person who did this. Hey, Extra Emily, I heard you like DMC and criticism. Unfortunately, copyright law does not work that way. And then he posts a clip and he puts like a rotating smiley.
Oh,
and he puts
dang.
a little bit of an edit here and there. And yeah, just post the same clip. Then the Yeet account responded, yo, Extra Emily, release the claim or I will counterclaim with Dan's help and seek restitution and attorney's fees. He won't settle either.
Dang, look at it.
Spirals out of control for you, Jesus Christ. I don't understand why she did this. You're literally a millionaire. Either pay back your family, or if you're so bothered by this, don't pay them back and just don't respond to any of this. Like,
why?
You just take
This is the thing. This is what happens. This is why I don't understand why people do, like, that people do, like, they stream their life. Like, I guess she's doing, like, a real life stream type thing because she's streaming in her car, right? And she was streaming when she was driving also. That's why it's so dumb when people do that, because you can't really choose what ends up happening. Instantly. Oh crap. Is it back? That was wild. That was wild. Truly crazy. Truly insane.
From the internet and move on with their life. I feel like this is the #1 thing that people hate on the internet, like getting silenced and people like copy striking and shit like that. That's like the worst drama you could ever get into. Now, it turns out another streamer, NMP, responded, and he's basically the guy who Hassan was showing those terrorist propaganda videos, and he's like, this isn't a music video, Hassan. Anyways, he's like a giant simp for Extra Emily, it seems, but he basically says,
really?
Low-key, he self-reported he's broke, needs another man to pay his legal fees. Oh yeah, I hope he goes to court. Ha ha ha, I'm gonna go watch. Restitution? Over what? The 50 cents that the tweet didn't make? Yeet gonna dox himself by going to court now? Over a tweet? Yeet responds, feel like this guy would get arrested for a warrant if he tried going near a courtroom, but I'll see you there, bud. Now, the funny thing here is NMP is involved in a divorce case right now, a very public divorce with his partner, Malena, his ex-partner, and she's...
What? What is happening?
He's trying to take like 50% of his stuff. I feel like he has other stuff to worry about here, but instead he's talking about his queen, Extra Emily. Now, Emily also had a response to this type of stuff in the past where she would just start crying about it.
I was like, is this a sign to stop and pursue something else in my life? Like, it just been having two
Alright, the stream is like bugging out. It might be because of the fact that I've been here for like 8 hours. But yeah, guys, that's gonna be it for me today. Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed. And by the way, subscribe if you're not. I mean, if you haven't already. And I'll see you guys tomorrow with the next one. And we'll finish this one up. I'm gonna do a little bit more work on this, and then hopefully we have some more stuff to do tomorrow. Peace, love, and hair grease. Yeah, peace, love, and hair grease. It was a pleasure. everyone. And I hope you guys have a blessed rest of your day. And yeah, peace. Oyashumi, oyashumi, oyashumi nasai. Have a great night.